What's happening? What's up? How y'all doing? I was going to edit today before I started streaming, and then I didn't. And then the funny thing is that whenever I tell myself I'm gonna edit, I don't actually edit. I think I'm gonna. You know what I have to do? I have to. You guys seen that fucking Nathan For You episode where he gets people who want to lose weight to like take embarrassing pictures of themselves? And then he says, like, oh, if you don't lose your goal amount of weight, we're going to mail the embarrassing picture of you to your grandma or whatever. I need that, bro. I need that. Or Adderall. Or illegally purchased Adderall. Those are the two options. The only two. Okay, I think this works. Yay, it does work. Woohoo. It's not broken for once. I don't even know what this is, man. Germany. Switzerland. United States. Hopefully. Okay. China or Russia, maybe? Okay, okay. China's number one by a long shot. Okay. Well, I got 1, 2, and 3. Japan, maybe? I don't know if Japan exports that many fucking chemicals, but I'm gonna guess Japan. And Japan was number 7. India and Spain. Hey, I got a gold trophy, though. Hell yeah. Although, you know, if you just guess the biggest countries, you just always win. But this is broken. What the fuck? Well, I know Chad has gold. Probably had this is because it's probably like this. Okay, so. Thanks for the sub, Joey. I'm assuming he's running through old ones. Rough wood, maybe? And petroleum gas? Okay, well now we do have 3 of these. Rock cotton. Or sorry, tin ores. Refined copper. And rough wood. Is this probably either the Congo or Guinea-Bissau? Fertilizer, maybe? Or what is this? Fuck. Fertilizer. Fuck. There we go. Okay, that's the Congo. Okay. Now we have gold, raw cotton as the blue ones, and we have green. We know fertilizer and petroleum gas. Probably this, and maybe wait, what was nuts? I had nuts. No, it's not nuts. It's it's not raw cotton. Insect resins, maybe? Maybe this is Brunei or Guinea-Bissau. Damn it. Insect resins is blue. Okay. Still like hydrocarbons is my last it's my last shot, but I don't really. It's gotta be this. Yeah. Okay. And then we know for blue, it's gold, raw cotton. Wasn't there another one? Insect resins. Okay. So I feel like this has got to be. I feel like Chad has a lot of gold. I feel like Chad has a lot of gold. Seeds. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Wait, hold on. I know it's not nuts. So it's either seeds or fish. I feel like the oily seeds makes most sense with the raw cotton and fucking insects. What's up, Tron? Hell yeah. Easy. Okay. Is this just broken? Are there supposed to be two more that are just not that are just not here? Or fish oil and seed oil? There's no. Well, this is just non-fillet frozen fish. Well, I guess this is Guinea-Bissau. I don't know what else Guinea-Bissau exports, but we're counting that as a win. So it doesn't fucking work. Okay. Why Tradle has just not been. I don't know what's wrong with Tradle. My goat. It doesn't. The standalone website doesn't work. I have to use this, which is fine, but. Didn't I feel like. Is this the U.S.? No, we have more than 500 billion, don't we? Do we actually? Is this Canada? It could be. Maybe it's Mexico. Fuck, it is Canada. This is the Vatican. I don't even think this has the Vatican on. Or it might actually, but it's just going to be tourism. Okay. I guess Google is broken. I don't even think it has Vatican City on here. Hold on. Can I click on it? It's like there's San Mario. It has that. The Vatican City, like somewhere here, right? I don't see it, but it is really small. Will we see gang wars at the Vatican now? I kind of doubt it. He is from Chicago, though. It's in this province, right? Roma. I'm assuming Rome is in Roma, I'm guessing. Wikipedia doesn't have any exports. I don't even know. I don't know if it makes sense to track it. 0% inflation. Okay. Or sorry, 0% population growth, 7% inflation. 0% below the poverty line. They better start putting mustard, relish, and gigantic pickles on wafers. I've seen some funny Instagram Reels memes scrolling at night. I see the new fucking Pope. They ain't tough trying to copy the penny and dime. I mean, I would guess that these were made before, or this style was probably made before the penny and dime. But I don't know. It's fucking Vatican City. Although, maybe not though, because they're just part of the Eurozone, right? So actually, maybe they did copy out stamp. But Vatican City itself is old as shit. But they're just Euro coins. So, which I don't know when the Euro coins were created, but it had to be after the EU was created, which was which was after World War II. So. $1993. They were created in 2002. The coin. The economy of Vatican City is mainly supported financially by the sale of stamps, coins, medals, and tourist mementos, as well as fees for admission to museums and publication sales. Vatican City employed 4,000 people. Did you read through Trump's UK trade deal yet? I've seen a little bit about it. I read a little bit of the of the thing on the White House's page. I haven't read this whole 5-page art of the deal thing here, but please look at Twitter. Would you fucking message me, Isaac? Not fun, please. Oh no, I saw this. I don't know. I'll agree to fucking take the L-stat from Temple if he agrees to like a 4-hour 1v1 about the economy with me. How about that? Yeah, but both the U.S. and U.K. recognize the document does not constitute a legally binding agreement, so it's not even an agreement. I did a 1v4 against my Temple and his viewers won. I don't know why he'd ever take a 1v1 against you in economics. Take the challenge and say if you win, he's got to do a 4-hour challenge. That's what I just said. If you lose, I don't know, say the president nuked Chicago. Wait, by lose, you just mean do worse than the LStat? By the way, I am not confident in my ability to, because I mean, he's taken it before, right? I'm not confident in my ability to do better than him without studying, and I would not study. But he is kind of dumb on a lot of things. But I don't know if that translates to being dumb on that academic thing. Even if you lose, it's content. Taking the LStat, it's not content. Do you play chess? He's allegedly taken it before. That's true, I guess. Actually, this will prove he's a lawyer or not. And I need this. Play chess with him. He would definitely win against me in chess, but that I'd be more down for. But I destroyed Nov on a chess. This is not the move, exactly. This is your outfit for the show? What's wrong with my outfit? I rolled out of bed and I put a sweatshirt on and said I'm ready. Mid-show more cleavage. It's 7 p.m. Okay, to be fair, I got out of bed at about 3 p.m. And then I basically did nothing for a few hours. I think I I made food and I went on a walk, and I chilled outside with my cat for a little bit. I can kind of show more clear. I mean, I can, if I took the undershirt off, I could show a decent amount of cleavage, but my mic is in the way though. Go to the Cam website to see under the desk non-font stream. Very true. Why do Tom and Jerry's have 3 eyes? I don't know. I think this is honestly like a fucking stoner sweatshirt or something. I think that's what I don't like. That's the vibe I get from it, but I don't know. It's not a deal. Document served to define. Yeah, not legally binding. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't even notice. Yeah. I mean, my mic covers it most of the time, but. UK and US plan to work constructively in an effort to enhance agricultural market access. Further, both countries positively support future discussions to strengthen bilateral agricultural trade. This is dude, what's funny, it doesn't even mention airplane parts, right? I have no clue why Trump added that, but the $10 billion in promised purchase from Boeing is literally not in the agreement. Nowhere in the text. Reread it if you need to. Like, this is just not like yeah, but we have a quota of 100,000 UK vehicles that only face a 10% rate rather than a 25% rate, which I believe last year the UK exported 92,000 vehicles to the US, so I don't even think they would meet this quota. It also doesn't cover the movie Terrence Trump announced on Sunday. That's not a real thing. That's not there's no. You gotta fear non-font from econ Twitter. Kill yourself. That's not real. That's not. I don't think that's real. How would you even? I still don't know what the fuck that would even mean. Like what? Like, you're gonna tariff a movie? Does that mean if I film a movie mostly in the US, but like I shoot a scene in New Zealand and there's 100% tariff on it, does that mean I like pay 100% tax on the budget for that scene or whatever, for however much it costs to film a scene in New Zealand? Or am I paying 100% on the whole movie? Or if I film 51% in the US, am I okay? Or if I film 51% in other countries, do I have to pay 100% on the whole budget of it? What is that? Like, I'm so it's not a real thing. That's a meme. That's a Trump Truth Social meme. That's not happening. There's no way that is happening. Also, like, every major movie now has different countries to shoot in. Like, most movies go to different places. Yeah. So like again, like, I don't know what the fuck, like, what it, like. Also, YIMBYism would fix this, okay? If land was just cheaper in fucking Hollywood. If real estate was cheaper, they could film here. I don't actually know if that's the main driver of it, but it wouldn't surprise me if that is a factor. This as well, which this has got to be another like meme thing. This is not real.
Well, the Constitution is clear,
real.
And that, of course, is the supreme law of the land. That
why is it desynced? It's desynced on my end, at least. I saw he also. Sorry. I saw he also like made it so truck drivers had to be able to read and write in English, and I've seen actually a small percentage of people are failing. Wait, what? Wait, truck drivers where? In the how the fuck do you get in that position then? I mean, I don't see why you necessarily need to speak English to drive a truck. Like, I don't know. Or like be proficient in English, like as long as you can understand the road signs and like probably understand I don't know, when someone tells you like some basic commands. It's required to get a license. I feel like stop and numbers are pretty universal. Yeah, there are other countries that literally have. I'm pretty sure like France has stop signs that say stop on them. Like, and they're made for the signs are fucking made for illiterate people. Okay, they still have like when you take the test at the DMV, they don't even have the words on the sign. Like you have to list the signs without the words being on them. Like you have to know this is the shape of the no passing zone sign. This is the shape and color of a stop sign. As long as you can read what it says, no trucks. Or like, I mean, numbers universal, pretty much. So like, you know, if it says 11-foot clearance or whatever. If you can't read a stop sign to determine the 35-minute stop sign and 35-minute speedometer somehow correlate, we've got bigger problems. Exactly. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I don't know. I don't know how much English you need to know as just a truck driver, but it is kind of weird. But for truck drivers, I assume there would be more than what? Like more than just knowing the signs, or I mean, although I guess they have radios though. You'll probably have to be able to speak to people on like their radios. So you probably have to be like somewhat proficient. Probably know English for tolls and like receipts. I guess. Well, a lot of tolls are automatic nowadays anyway. But they just take a picture of your license plate. U.S. beef export to the U.K. currently subject to a 20% tariff within a quota of 1,000 metric tons. The U.K. will remove the 20% tariff. Additionally, the U.K. will create a preferential duty-free quota of 13,000 metric tons for U.S. beef. In return, the U.S. will reallocate to the U.K. 13 metric tons of its existing other countries' tariff rate quota for beef. Additionally, the U.K. will offer preferential duty-free tariff rate quota of 1.4 billion for U.S. ethanol. I've never seen a pure automatic toll yet. What? We have some literally in North Carolina. It's just like a big like thing over the highway, and like they just mail you a check and see what are they like photo toll, quick pass. Like this shit. I forget where I've seen them, honestly, but I don't know. I think we honestly the one I'm thinking of might not even be North Carolina. I think it's just for our yearly trip to fucking Pennsylvania. I think there's some tolls we have to pay. We have like 15 minutes before I do this stuff, but I wonder. I was thinking about this. I haven't read this whole blog post yet. You go to PA yearly, yeah, for like a while. I'm actually going like a month, I think. For like a YMCA family camp. I don't think it matters if I docs where we go on vacation. But we go to this fucking family camp. And it's like, oh, they got a lake and sailboats and dumb shit. Horses. I don't even know if they have horses anymore. I think they fucking killed them. Or, sorry, not I'm joking. They did not kill the horses. I think they, during COVID, stopped like renting them. Um, oh, is my picture still here? They at one point they had this yearly calendar. Um, why is there's so many more things than this? And there was a picture of me and some of my friends on the calendar. I think. Bro goes to a Christian camp. I mean, it's not really my decision, but it's not that. I mean, it's you know, it's the YMCA, so like they have like there is a chapel there, and like they pray before meals, but that's basically it. Like that is, you know, there's nothing else. But do you be debating abortion? I don't think I've debated abortion there. No, I don't think I've. I think I've really debated much there. Shit or no? I've seen these. I haven't. I've never tried them or anything. But like, I don't know. I probably like to edge pieces of brownies more. Oh, hell yeah, bass guitar, the fucking sub. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, buddy. I appreciate it very, very much. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's go to twerk break for that one. I go with the shirt that says, I approve of abortions after birth based. Does this even, why do you even need an edge pan for this one? This is like, the edges, are the edges any different here? Anyway, I don't know if this would ever be worth going into, but I think I might add to my list of false premises embedded with the phrase tariffs will bring back manufacturing. Okay, because like one, actually there's like two things I have to add. Because like usually they'll say like, oh, one, people like way overstate the extent to which manufacturing has declined. Two, people way overstate to the extent to which, you know, it has declined, what portion of that trade is responsible for. And this ties into that, but I saw no opinion mention this as well. It's not like we're significantly more globalized than we were historically even, and compared to other countries, we're less globalized. Like, what's up, Zach? I told my brother you donated to the Shrimp Foundation, and he said you're throwing away money. It's a good charity. What do you mean, bro? Bro. It is literally the most effective charity. Like, if you think that's throwing away money, then every other charity is like throwing away money times 50. Oh God, check if you have a free Prime sub, all the money goes to non-funds abortions of shrimp. I do not do shrimp abortions. By the way, Zach, you better DM me, raise that advice. But yeah. But it's also worth, like I said, I haven't read this whole thing yet. But like the general, so like the new, you know, old trade theory kind of implies like, oh, there are winners and losers from trade. The losers are the producers who had their like shit offshore or whatever. But overall, you know, there's more winners than losers, so free trade is generally good. But one of the implications from new trade theory is that actually, if there are, if countries are identical, they have identical factor endowments, or like identical, how do I dumb down factor endowments? Identical like resources, basically. access to resources, the identical amount of labor, identical like productivity. There's still benefits from trade due to economies of scale, and that actually implies that there aren't really any losers. Griffin looked at who gains and loses from trade, and when trade benefits everyone, if endowments are identical between two countries, then it will quite obviously benefit everyone. If there are increasing returns and suddenly everything doubled, then of course we'd all be better off. If, however, there are substantial differences in factors, then it is possible, though not necessarily certain, for some people to be made worse off. Only if the importance of different factor endowments exceeds the increasing returns will opening trade harm some while helping others. This implies that opening up trade with similar countries will be politically much easier than opening up trade with dissimilar countries. I'm not so sure about this because he assumes identical firms, and this is one where heterogeneous firms really matters. Our factor endowments with Japan are very similar, but we still had an enormous political reaction to their firms entering our market. Our firms had grown inefficient and weren't able to keep up. But it might be interesting to go into this just because my family left a takeout at 5:47. It's now 7:50. Should I be concerned they're not home yet? I mean, they might just hate you. I mean, I think that's the most likely explanation, right? Is that they hate you and they're just leaving. Yeah, maybe you should be concerned. I don't know. I would guess. I doubt they're fucking dead, but I would kind of guess. I don't know. Maybe they just decide to eat there or something. But this might be worth going into because the whole reason new trade theory exists is like, with the sort of story from comparative advantage, we would assume that countries that are dissimilar from each other, that have like dissimilar resources, different resources, will trade with each other more than countries that have similar resources. And that doesn't really turn out to be true. It turns out we trade more with countries that are very similar to us, like Japan and Europe, than countries that are dissimilar to us. And it's like, well, if the majority of trade is actually between countries that have similar factor endowments, then we shouldn't even expect there to be many losers from trade. Like it could just be the case that trade between similar countries makes essentially everyone better off. I mean, I can imagine, like he says here, there could still be some losers because, if our firms are inefficient because they have lacked foreign competition, then some firms would be harmed by the fact that they're now subject to higher productivity competition or whatever. But it might be worth adding to the thing. What's up?
Oh shit, is this Nonius Phonius?
Oh shit, here we go again.
Horny. Nice name, buddy.
Well, thanks.
All right, Non-Fun, are you ready for me to bill for the Democratic Party and also attempt to woo women?
I saw that's like what your title of your live stream is. I'm very curious how you're going to go about that.
I'm going to shoehorn in Medicaid cuts as many ways as possible. I don't even know what the format of this debate is, but I'll make it happen.
Dude, the last panel, I ended up basically being like a super hardcore feminist.
Yeah.
I think one of the questions was like, what would you do if like a guy who was much bigger than you like slapped your date on the ads or whatever? And I said like I would like beg for him to apologize and explain the systemic suppression of women throughout history.
Okay.
And for the rest of the panel, I was like the
good feminist comments.
Feminist. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Pretty based. Being a feminist is actually pretty cool. Whether it's to promote women's rights or to lure unsuspecting women into sleeping with you, either way, both good things.
True.
Okay, I'm gonna go live and talk to my chat actually, so I'm gonna mute here.
Damn, I see how it is. Okay. That guy, chat. Can you believe that guy? What the hell? People be like, if a dude slaps your girl's ass, what do you do? They expect you to fight someone. This is the 21st century of guns for a reason. True. Oh, dude, I should have just said, I'm fucking, if I wanted to play LARP as a conservative, I could have said, yeah, I fucking, yeah, I open carry. Yeah, I have my AR-15. I have my... Oh, by the way. Haha, this I downloaded the new book that I saw on Twitter. It's called Out of Poverty. Sweatshops in the Global Economy. This is the most fucking base book ever, okay? Dude. You know what? I always say in my opening that I'm a fucking gamer and gooner. I think I'm gonna say I love three things. Or no, I love four. No, I'll say three things. I love gooning, gaming, and child labor. Is that a strong opening? Is that a... How sweatshops compare to the alternatives. National Media Spotlight focused on sweatshops in 1996 after Charles Kernaghan of the National Labor Committee accused Kathy Lee Guilford of exploiting children in Honduran sweatshops. He flew a 15-year-old worker, Wendy Diaz, to the U.S. to meet Kathy Lee. Kathy Lee exploded into tears and apologized on air, promising to pay higher wages. Should Kathy Lee have cried, Wendy reportedly earned 31 cents per hour, assuming that Wendy worked 6 days a week for 10 hours per day, which is not uncommon in a sweatshop. She would have earned $967 over the course of a year. That translates approximately into $2.75 per day to live on. But in 1996, more than 15% of Hondurans lived on less than $1 per day, and nearly 30% lived on less than $2 per day. Wendy's income is not just higher than that of people in abject poverty, it's $262 above the average income in Honduras that year. Wendy Diaz's message should have been, don't cry for me, Kathy Lee. Cry for the Hondurans not fortunate enough to work for you. Based. Instead, all too often, people in the U.S. compare 31 cents per hour to U.S. alternatives, not Honduran alternatives. But U.S. alternatives are irrelevant. No one is offering these workers green cards. The real question is how the jobs compare to other domestically available alternatives. When economists have defended sweatshops, they often compare the sweatshop job to a much worse alternative such as prostitution, scavenging, or agriculture work. This chapter will examine sweatshops and their available alternatives more systemically. Sweatshops were described in the introduction to this book as places with pay well below levels in the developed world, where hours are often long and unpredictable, where there's high risk injury in job, and working conditions are generally unhealthy. Other characteristics might include a lack of lunch and bathroom breaks, verbal abuse, mandatory overtime, or the breaking of local labor laws. Although this general description encompasses much of what people think of when they hear sweatshop, it does not get us very far in developing a specific list of sweatshops to compare to available alternatives. No nice, neat international database of sweatshop jobs is available to download to compare to the alternatives. Monster.com does not have a sweatshop category either. Wait. Using the above criteria to identify sweatshops leaves us with... who fuck, I'm not deaf and I'm just muted. Using the above criteria to identify sweatshops leaves us with more questions than answers. Just how low does the wage have to be for the factory to be considered a sweatshop? How many of the poor working conditions have to be present? And how bad do these conditions have to be? Should we stick only to cases in which ILO, core labor standards, are broken, or only to cases in which local labor laws are broken? Ultimately, any line set would be a bit arbitrary and open the door for accusations of defining sweatshops in such a way as to bias the result when they are compared to other alternatives. As an alternative to creating a set definition of sweatshop and then identifying firms that qualify, this chapter uses popular news sources to identify sweatshops. Major U.S. and international news sources were searched using LexisNexis. The criterion for inclusion was simple. Anytime a reporter or their source referenced to a third world factory as a sweatshop, the case was included in the sample. Every effort was made to eliminate duplicate cases so that each example included in this chapter is a unique sweatshop. In rare instances, it was evidence that the workers were truly slave laborers who were forced with the threat of violence to work at a job. These examples were excluded from the sample because this book condemned slave labor, and there is no reason to think it might be superior to the other available alternatives. If it were, companies would not need to threaten violence to convince workers to take and keep their jobs. This empirical method of identifying sweatshops has one main advantage. It includes every newsworthy instance of a job in a third world that someone in the first world thought was deplorable enough to call a sweatshop. Thus, the sample is not biased to exclude either the worst of the worst or the best of the worst. However, this method does have two drawbacks. The first is that because many wages were quoted in the news sources in US dollars per hour, day, so forth, it is impossible to know precisely how each wage was calculated. In some cases, the reporter may have extrapolated from a per-piece rate. In other cases, an hourly or weekly rate may have required an assumption about hours worked. Of course, and some exchange rate was used in turn to turn the wage into dollars. Although this is less than ideal, there is no reason to believe that this limitation systematically biases the data in any particular direction. The second limitation stems from how the news sources learn the wage being paid. Often reporters use anti-sweatshop advocates as sources and even quote wage rates directly from them. Even if activists do not intentionally lie, they might be biased to use the least charitable interpretation of how a given piece or hourly rate turns into overall earnings, or how they choose brand new workers with no experience at a firm, as an example, rather than a more average employee. This may lead to an understatement of sweatshop earnings and thus understatement of how well sweatshops compare to domestic alternatives. There is no way to correct for this bias, so it should be kept in mind when evaluating comparisons later in this chapter. Should be dragged in here soon, but I don't know how soon.
Of him. He wasn't even on their property. So yeah, it's getting real scary. We're locking up judges. We're locking up mayors. Who's next? AOC, Ilhan Omar. Who the fuck knows? It's not looking good.
I would support locking up AOC for cringe econ takes. Should I add Soy Pill's chat to my stream? I could just like grab his link and add it to like my stream thing. I think that'd be funny, but I also think it'd be inconvenient, because then the true non-fun fans would not get the spotlight on my stream that they deserve. Oh, wait. I'm fucking stupid. I've been running around looking for an area that doesn't have snow, and I just remembered I have the reason it has snow is because I have the fucking Christmas resource pack. Oh, I'm fucking dumb. Snark, please stop fucking saying that, man. Twitch does not. I know you're in Kick Chat, okay, but it's still visible on Twitch stream. YouTube might not even like going that far, but. Haha, village, woohoo. What the fuck is, wait. Oh, this is what leather looks like? Oh my god, wait, whoa. Big Papa Buckaroo is on this thing. I didn't know that. My goat? So many of my goats are here? What the hell? Apples are on a stick, okay. Ooh. Easy. Okay, we're being dragon.
Hold in. Switching over, guys. Give me a sec here.
Yep.
Turning off the webcam. Switching to the other scene. Stick with me, folks.
Not a problem.
Oh, sorry. I was actually talking to my chat. My bad.
Oh, okay. What's up, chat?
Or not being dragged in, I guess. Okay. Guess I'll keep reading about child labor until they fucking drag us in. From 1995 through 2010, 85 unique sweatshops in 18 countries were reported in major news sources in the first world. With the exception of Mauritania and South Africa, all were located in Latin America or Asia. Bangladesh, China, India, and Indonesia accounted for just over 60% of the cases. Table 4.1 contains each individual sweatshop job. Often, sweatshops are subcontractors selling to multinational brands. So, in many cases, the article did not identify which multinational they were contracted, but this with which multinational they were contracted. But this information is reported when available. As is evident from the table, the wages paid in these sweatshops are deplorably low by U.S. standards. Hourly pay range from a low of 6 cents per hour in Bangladesh to a high of roughly $1.12 per hour in Costa Rica. This is the job everyone should be working, okay? This is the job American patriots need. Making Nike shoes for fucking $1.60 a day. 15 cents an hour. I was thinking of writing a Substack post. I didn't do it just because I felt like there's other people who have written about it, and like I'm not the most knowledgeable on the topic, so like in order to feel comfortable writing a blog post about it, I'd have to read more about it. But then I just kind of feel like my blog post would just be regurgitating everything I read, which like there's value to if I make it more accessible. Or, like my other blog posts are like definitely like I think like one of mine literally says like or there's like a blog post from Scott Sumner I read about why tariffs might actually hurt manufacturing, partly because tariffs are taxing goods and not services. So if you tariff every fucking good coming into the country, you end up just increasing the sort of net taxes on goods relative to services, and that might actually end up shifting production towards services even more. But like in my blog post, I I even say like, hey, like this is an argument I got from Scott Sumner. This is not me being novel here or anything. Yeah, and I feel it, but I just feel like I don't know. I was gonna write a blog post like why I don't feel bad buying from sweatshops, but I never did. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. But I think it'd be a funny title, which is the primary consideration. No Roblox, not gaming. I'm playing Minecraft, bro. This is Roblox if it was good. Or is that a random point in stream? Oh. It's like I am gaming, but there are occasional breaks to continue reading this book. So you like Gooning, gaming, and child labor? I was saying it should be Roblox. Oh, okay. Okay, now we're being dragged in for real, I think. Or not. Or yes. Or no. I need to find a way to put woman in there. That gaming, or should I just say gooning, woman, and child labor in developing countries? By the way, my brother has friends over. I don't know if you can hear them screaming, but you might hear them screaming. What the fuck? You need to add MLM and Dogecoin to that list? No, but the other ones are unironically things I like. Well, no, I mean, I meme about being a gooner. Like, I'm not that there's any real business, okay? It wouldn't surprise me if I goon more than average, but I'm not, like, that bad. I'm not that bad, people, but... Would you be okay with child labor sweatshop making Roblox games? Only, I mean, unironically, okay. One of the reasons globalization is so great, okay, is it allows kids in Vietnam to have the opportunity to make stuff like Roblox games that are exported worldwide, right? Like they're getting this opportunity to make something that the entire world can enjoy rather than just our country. And that's, conducive to higher wages and more production and things like that. Yeah, not fun. Only Goon, ironically, he can't stop it. He can stop anytime he wants. I'm just saying, like, I'm not, like, unironically liking child labor is something. Okay, so the position, okay, it's not that child labor itself is good, but rather sort of that. Wait, hold on. Are we just doing it in the waiting room? Or?
Oh, bro, Diamond Steve is never getting on the show again.
It's all right.
I've heard this is an issue.
Like I said, I'm just going to tell everybody 30 minutes late is the start time.
Bro, Dalton is actually looking fresh, bro. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Also, W Saturday. Thank you for showing up, bro. Appreciate it.
W.
Alright,
W Saturday.
TikTok, right, I'll talk to you guys for a sec, obviously, bro. I
This
tried the
Saturday
TikTok
guy is a
method.
loser.
Nah, bro, put some beer in that too, bro. You'll start getting lit.
Beer? No. I go
You
like,
He doesn't like
whiskey.
aspirating, Modi.
I'm actually
You know?
outside.
Izzy, get your ass back, quick!
What?
Get your ass back in the car and drive!
Can I what?
Get in the car and drive,
I'm not
Izzy!
eating your ass.
Okay. I guess we're not. Oh, wait, are we? Wait, hold on. Wait, we will be? Also, I don't know if you heard, not fun, but I'm going to grid one panel. I'm replacing you. I mean, I've never, what do you mean you're on a, I like Grid hosts his show, right? And he does call-ins too as well. I don't know. Does that really mean you're replacing me? I've been on Grid's show once. I don't know if I'm muted, but it's always here for the view. Thank you, Tyler. Wait, are you going on a Signal debate show on Saturday tomorrow night, or the point should be? Oh yeah, I never finished your child labor point. The relevant thing is it's misguided to object to globalization on the basis that there are sweatshops in developing countries, because usually, basically the fundamental issue is that the parents in that country are not high enough productivity to earn a sufficient enough wage to provide for themselves and their children, right? And that's why their children have to work, and their children will almost certainly be working whether or not we buy from them. But when we do buy from them, when they do engage in free trade, they are afforded the possibility to export to other markets that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do. There's a lot of evidence that trade just increases growth and increases productivity. So usually this is the country's best chance to have development, to escape from poverty, to grow, to get away from child labor. Even every country kind of went through a child labor phase, right? The U.S. used to have child labor, but we were able to get rich and sort of start being able to afford to educate our children rather than have them working. We moved away from farming into manufacturing and then to service sector jobs that children don't need to work. Yeah. Point of view, child labor is going to happen regardless of whether it is a sweatshop. Yeah, the alternative is a family farm or the informal economy, which is most worse. Yeah, there is evidence, by the way, from a child labor ban in India. I think India tried to ban child labor, and basically they found, hey, the conditions for children did not get really any better after the child labor ban, because they just moved to the informal black market, and conditions there were actually even worse than before. Yeah. When the U.S. tells child labor, we just put regulations on it. Well, when I say child labor, I mean I'm referring to 9-year-olds working in sweatshops. Obviously we have 14-year-olds working at McDonald's, but. Okay, we should be starting soon.
There we go. All right. I'm going to regret doing what I'm about to do here, but we're going to do it anyway.
Do it.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have poured the bong water in the trash, but it'll be all right.
What are you putting in instead of bong water?
I'll put in vodka.
No, that sounds awful. Have you ever done that?
I'm trying to get fucked up. I'm not trying to. It's Friday night.
But do what works for you, Gibbs.
Yeah, listen, don't worry about it, all right? It's like if you go to a fucking, fancy hookah place, and you go and get, the Dos Equis hookah with mint. Yeah, you're welcome. Trust me on that one.
They actually put alcohol in the fucking thing, though?
Yeah, and then when it burns, it gets hot enough that it evaporates, and then you get a buzz from the alcohol and from the.
I don't know if you're replacing me. I
now
think
I
that's an
have to put
open
some
thing.
water with the
I think
vodka
I can
because
just.
it's
I think I
vodka.
might be able to just show up. I
That's
don't know.
bizarre.
Or at least
I
patron
never
knew
vodka
they
would
did
be on
that.
there. I think that's
The
an
beer and
option
shit
as well.
works better.
I had no idea.
It could be
Yeah,
debating
and
together.
they usually
I
put
don't
a little
know. I'm
ice
probably
in
not
that.
streaming tomorrow because I have a
Cool it.
lot of shit
Unless
to
they have like
edit.
the cooling tube.
I don't know though.
Yeah, I've done the. I used to go to a hookah bar for a year. I was like crazy about this one hookah bar, and I went all the time, and I would always get the dry ice because it's just so nice.
Yeah, that's the way to really do it now. That's
Yeah.
just that's that uppity Yankee shit. We don't got none of that there dry ice down here.
Yeah, I used to go to this one hookah bar, man. I used to go ahead and do ice bubbles all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the Dos Equis with the mint is really good. You don't think like Dos Equis goes good with mint, but surprisingly,
I don't think they'll do that.
It's-
Might.
I
They
know,
might. I
I'm
don't know.
surprised by the stuff that goes well with mint.
yeah, it's surprisingly well.
I'm gonna donate to put us
Yeah.
together actually. But
I might try that next time for sure.
you can't edit and stream on the same day. I'm just not good at doing that.
Hello.
Hello. Bro, I asked WWE fan if he wants to be on the show. What the fuck is this? Bro, he responded and linked to his GoFundMe. Saying donate to, saying donate to my shoe fund, please.
Donate to it.
Hey.
How dare he?
Yeah, I
Is
know.
she
How
funny?
dare you for that?
How dare he?
It said a shoe fund.
This guy,
So pathetic.
Bro. Right, here's what I'm gonna do real quick. I'm gonna go get Sans, this okay, bro? Alright, hold up. Let me just add some shit on the screen real quick. Bro, I can't believe I got banned on TikTok after my first my first stream,
yeah,
bro. It's
doesn't
crazy.
surprise me at all.
No.
At the same time, you want me to edit and stream it? I did do that during the subathon. I was editing on stream just because, you know, with subathon I streamed for 100 hours straight. But
I did my stream and it didn't actually end, and then I had my phone shared and I was scrolling shit and I had ass on there.
Yes.
Oh, that does suck. Jeez.
I know.
You got what you deserved.
Alright, but it's okay. I'll make a.
So whose
Damn!
ass was it?
Gooning gets him again.
This guy's the soy, but he's more like the Chad. But look at this guy. Holy fuck.
I know. Look at this. What the?
The Giga Chad.
Buddy. Nice to
Alright,
meet you,
nice to
Bodhi.
meet you. Hey, nice to meet you, my friend.
Chad.
Right, has everyone got their cameras on? Buckaroo is still an Izzy. Right. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna quickly just run and get a beer, and then we'll start on the show. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, delaying the show even further.
Delaying the show. Typical host.
Delaying my love story
Oh.
with Zoe. Haha, tight shit.
Yeah. Delaying my.
I should do that.
I am
John.
not Zoe. I am.
It'd be annoying. I
Patricia.
don't
Mommy.
watch the whole debate through when I edit them usually.
Yeah,
so I
nice.
just,
Patricia, the evil witch.
Patricia.
I take
hey,
the
don't
highlights
tell
from the
Modi that
beginning.
you're that name. Don't tell him you're that name.
Patricia.
We know of Patricia, and
Okay,
Edit the
I'm
audio if I
terrified.
think it's if I think
no,
I need
just
to.
tell him. See what he
That was
says.
subtle, Buckaroo. No one saw you do that.
I could change it.
I,
I could
see, I didn't
be
even take
Valerie.
the picture. I put my hair down so I could take it.
Valerie.
Morticia Adams.
Morticia for sure.
Damn!
Hey, Modi,
Buckaroo?
No,
you hear-
no.
did you hear-
my
did you hear-
name.
Yeah,
My
did you hear
name
Zoe's name?
is.
What?
I changed it.
Yeah, tell him what the name was.
Yeah, what's that
Patricia.
name? Tight shit.
It's Patricia,
Patricia?
bro.
Right, I love Patricia. Right, by the way, if anyone wants to join last minute, you guys
You didn't
can.
get it. It failed me.
Patricia. Oh, Patricia? Oh, fuck that.
Patricia.
Right, hello everyone. I'm so sorry for the delays. I know I'm a terrible host. If you've got places to be, don't be
Fucking
afraid to say
pathetic.
fuck you. Okay, yes, spit on me. It's not my fault. Right, welcome. Okay, welcome to Irresistible. Appreciate everyone for joining. Any women in chat or boys who want to join last minute, you guys can. If you guys want to be part of the stream together, I'll invite you all now. Hey, but welcome to Zoe's part 2. You know, the first show she just didn't quite find the one
I'm
for her.
Patricia. I'm Patricia.
Yeah.
Patricia,
Yeah,
sorry.
It's Patricia.
I'm.
Get
Do you
it
like
right.
Patty or do you
First
prefer
Patricia
Patricia
type shit.
all again? All down.
You can call me whatever, baby girl. Whatever you want.
No, I'm not
gonna be out
there all night.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Can I join the E-Date? Yes, Books. Exclamation mark Discord, join. Wait, are you 18? Just make sure he's 18, sorry. Right, can we please all mute our mic except Zoe? I'm going to introduce Zoe and everyone to Irresistible. Yeah. Okay, hi, Patricia.
Right.
She just growled at me? Who the fuck is meowing? Okay, it's Izzy. Let me just turn his ass down. So welcome to the show. You want to introduce yourself to the contestants so they know who you are before they start rizzing you?
Hello, everyone. My name.
Okay, don't do that. Okay, don't do that crazy ass growling, boys. Change it up.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I'm a very evil witch. I do pure black magic, blood magic, and my main goal for this little get together on the internet is to find my next blood donor. I'm doing a really big sacrifice here coming up, and so that's what you need to know about me.
Okay, so she's here for a blood sacrifice. And that's what you guys need to know. Also, welcome everyone in. Appreciate you guys for joining. Yo, Zoe, I sent you an invite to the fucking stream together if you want to be a part of it. You don't have to because I know you're clouded up these days.
Oh.
Right.
I will accept.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. The first round. Okay, we're gonna have everyone introduce themselves to Zoe. I'm gonna give you guys a minute and a half each. You don't have to use that full minute, but you essentially a minute and a half to introduce yourself and make an impression of you, on her, and make a good impression on her. A little bit of back and forth, so you can ask them questions, talk to them, and at the end of the round, she's going to eliminate someone off the rip. Okay, so it's elimination rounds every time, and then you guys can essentially, we'll get through the show. Welcome to Irresistible, everyone who's new. Books, Bookaroo, Soy Pill, appreciate you guys for fucking with me here. Also Izzy and Saturday, welcome back. We're going to start off here with the Thorny Horn. Introduce yourself. You've got a minute and a half. Your time starts now.
Hey girl. So like my name's like the Thorny Horn, and I just like thought you were mad beautiful, and you were saying that you want to do like a blood ritual. I got some blood somewhere that you need, girl. I'll tell you what. It's like shit. Well, I just wanted to like kind of try and get to know you and like get you to fall in love with me to shit.
Like through rituals, through spell work.
I got some rituals of the heart right here type shit.
Like I can have your heart.
Yeah, I'll give you my heart, baby girl. Type shit.
Your minute is over, bro. Your minute is over. Your minute is over. I don't want to hear that shit no more. Alright. Soy Pill. You have a minute and a half to talk to Blood Witch, whatever, Blood Bitch, whatever her name was. Patricia, she's fiending. You can go ahead and unmute your mic, Soy Pill. And go ahead, your time starts now.
Yeah. Hi, Blood Witch Patricia. I know you're fiending for blood. And, as a promoter of democratic values, I, too, understand the critical need for blood in various places, such as in the hospitals around our country that are struggling right now for the Medicaid cuts from Republicans. It's going to happen next week. So I think you should pick me for this dating show because I care about poor people and I care about the 1 in 5 people in this country that rely on Medicaid and Medicare.
Do I get to suck their blood?
You know what? A lot of them are going to lose blood in the various operations that will happen in this unfortunate cutting. And if you want to keep those hospitals open, there's more blood for you. So I think you should absolutely not let them cut this Medicaid spending.
And what's about me? I don't care about...
Well, that sounds a little Republican to me, but honestly, I think that you should try to reach out your empathy and care about the other people who need help, like these people who are going to have their funding cut.
Should I?
Alright, I don't know about all that, but we out here talk about sucking blood and sucking wieners. But I appreciate your 1 minute is up. Appreciate your introduction. I don't know what Republican means, but appreciate you talking. Let's just go with Bucks. He's quite shocked about what he's heard so far. Bucks, go ahead and set the standard, bro.
What's good? Shit, I'm not as weird as these other people, but I'm a doctor, so I work with, a lot of patients and stuff. I've seen quite a lot of people die, so I guess that kind of helped me, mature in GTA, obviously. And yeah, I'm also,
I've seen people die, too.
How? Wait, how? I can tell you, my stories and shit, what I've seen.
I've seen a many of things, love. We don't have to get into it.
Okay. Oof. And did it have any effect on you? For me, I'm an alcoholic. I drink.
It had a very strong.
Hey, I'll cheers to that, bro.
Cheers, bro. Wait, what'd you say?
Wait, so you're saying you got access to that blood? Come on, oh hell yeah!
Oh yeah, don't interrupt his turn. Go ahead, Zoe. Talk to him a little bit. You got 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Wait, what? I'm confused. Who's talking?
You to her.
Oh, yeah. So, basically, yeah. So, I'm kind of traumatized by the stuff I've seen. I take care of a lot of like old people and stuff like that. But
I'll traumatize you.
I mean, I like use alcohol to help me, but you know, like I'm better now. Like I'm kind of like numb to it. I'd say.
Type shit, man.
I can make you numb.
You make me numb in what way?
Okay, your time is up. You don't get that answer. Jesus, wow, we have had 3. You know what? I don't even know if I can even comment on these first 3. My mind is just fucking blown up. Non-fun. Go ahead. What have you got to say to the wonderful blood vampire?
Yeah, I'm non-fun. I like 3 things: gaming, gooning, and the prevalence of child labor in developing countries. And I just want to say, I totally agree with you. I think if the government is going to come in and steal your money to give to the weakest in society, you should be entitled to suck the blood out of poor people.
What did you...
Well, you know, that is an answer that I'm not willing to respond to.
All right.
Monthon, you still have 40 seconds, bro.
I mean, she's already speechless. I don't know what to say.
Your time is cut short. You guys can't. I mean, listen, bro. You got 1:30 with a blood vampire, and I haven't heard nothing about sucking yet. Saturday, 1:30 starts now.
Let's see here. I think I liked blood magic. I think I consider myself a vampire. It's not too bright out, so I did not catch fire yet. So, anyways.
Do you smell like
I
onions?
do need my blood as well. Let's see.
I heard vampires
I'm
smell like
willing to-
onions.
No.
What
I
do you
hate
smell
onions.
like?
What do I smell like?
Yes.
I smell like the ocean. After
Salty.
sunset, of course. It has to be after.
Some people
Otherwise, you know.
Some people will say I'm a siren of the sea.
That's pretty hot. How much blood are you willing to suck?
The most blood I've ever sucked was 3 cows worth.
3 cows. Damn, okay. You're pretty thirsty.
No, I'm quenched. What's your name?
My name's Saturday. Just like the day of the week.
Saturday.
Alright.
Love that.
Okay, Saturday. You know what, bro? You didn't do bad, bro. You did better than I was expecting. Deltona. Wow. Hello, man. You've got 1:30 seconds to rizz up.
Yeah, I know.
Zoe.
Hey, Zo. Nice to meet you again. Yeah, I know you do black magic. I can donate some of my blood, and I know you're a vampire, so I can donate anytime you want to. And I mean, I could be your slave whenever. I mean, you're. Huh?
What? A slave?
Yeah, I could be your slave anytime you want me to, and stuff like
on
that.
all fours?
Yeah.
Like, can you bark?
Yeah. Block, block. I can do that, and like, yeah, I can do anything you want. So, yeah.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it, babes.
Thanks, bro.
You have 30 seconds left, Deltona.
And yeah, I mean, like I said before, I could donate I can donate my blood. I can be your sacrifice. I can do anything you want me to. So that's my. How many do I have left, Modi?
Okay. Wow. really setting the standard here, boys. You know what, man? Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, see, they call me the Admiral because I work for an import-export business. Sneaking around, and I hear you like blood and whatnot, and you're real spicy and all that. Don't worry, Mama. There's plenty of blood to be found where I'm at. And I hear you're a witch. Don't worry. These I got special powers, and one of them is predicting the future. And you have to keep me around and see what that future holds.
What is on your face, love?
Well, I don't know, but my face is real numb. You were gonna make him numb. I'm already there, baby. Let's go.
Oh, I'm sensing a heightened blood pulse from you.
That's true. It's not because I'm fat.
Feel it. It's making me itch.
Yeah, get a little itchy weekend. Hey, listen, this is the closest way that vampires can experience the wonders of the risen snow in the sun.
I don't like the snow.
Someone said it looked like you've been eating powdered sugar donuts.
Well, when you're rich enough to have all that, then they can understand.
I appreciate it. Well, your 1 minute is over. Hey, Izzy, you look like you're ready for a war, man. 1 minute 30. Go ahead, talk to the lovely bloodhound.
All right, easy enough. I'm Izzy All In. I go all in for the win. I am the Silver Fox Drizzler of Twitch, and I heard that you're down for some blood sucking. Check it out. I'm outside here with the mosquitoes. They're going ahead. They're biting me. They're sucking my blood. But don't worry, I got plenty enough blood for you to go ahead and suck.
I don't want to have to compete with no mosquito.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just go ahead and brush them off. I'll brush them away, And you know what? You want to go ahead and put a spell on somebody? Let me put a spell on you.
Dragon! Please take cover!
Bro, was that? Wait, hold up. Was that mango lush vape flavor? I'd know that vape flavor anywhere.
How'd you guess?
What? I'm an addict. I'll start smoking cigarettes right now. Zoe, are you okay? She has a fear of dragons, man.
I'm sorry. Hey, the beast just comes out sometimes.
Did you not know, bro?
Hey, listen, I heard Deltona growling, doing a bark, but I got a better growl.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Growl for us. Wow, that growl was powerful, man. You weren't lying. That turned me on, to be honest. Okay, bro, I don't even... This is like the Devengers, bro. I feel like I've assembled such like an autistic super team. Okay. Alright, Big Papa Buckaroo Banksy. Hello, madam. Go ahead. You've got 1 minute 30 here.
Hello, Patricia. I just wanted to say I AB positive. Okay, I've got a lot of blood, and honestly, I love donating it to beautiful sirens like yourself. I also wanted to say I'm a big rock enthusiast. I have never been a part of ritual sacrifice, but I've always wanted to. I'm a big proponent for death and death adjacent things. People typically call I'm a leftist. People call the left, the cult of death. And honestly, I'm in for it because I'm pro-sacrifice, pro-blood drinking, and anti-dragon. I will keep you safe from all of the dragons. Again, AB positive. Also, here's a cute little shaped that I have.
Oh.
About. I don't know if you like gems at all, but I'm just saying.
I love them. I use them for
that.
my rituals. Lots of stones.
Yeah, I've got some beautiful tattoos here in case they are necessary for the ritual. I've also brought some
Go ahead and
writing
put those
utensils
on.
in case we must. Yep. Okay. Which one?
Let us go with.
We've got a lot. And honestly, they're so tiny.
I see a pentagram looking one. Might be the Star of David. I'm not sure. It's on the other one.
Type shit.
Yep.
Star of David.
It's the one with the butterfly. That one's looking a little ritualistic too.
You want that guy?
Right, your minute and a half is up.
I'll start now.
Yeah, she can put them on there. Okay, 1.5 minutes. Well, wow, what a first round. Has everyone gone? Everyone is gone, right? Yeah, wow, I'm gonna have to get fucked up for this show. Hey, you guys, what a cast. Right, Zoe.
Hello, love. Fellow
Do you, hello, bruv. Don't ever say that to me again. Anyway, do you have someone in mind okay, do you have someone in mind that you want to eliminate? You gonna put a bottom 2 or not?
Bottom 2? I don't know.
You need bottom 2 and they'll fight for their place, bro. It's time for war.
I feel like we need a retrospection from the rounds. What Okay, so there's a lot of political people here, which
That's all right,
you
yeah.
know
We're not really.
was
I mean,
very
I'm not really into it.
unexpected. Me as well, but you know, I think Mr. in the green hoodie, I think you know his answer was cut short. He was talking about like something a little bit ridiculous, and
Sucking blood from poor people. To be clear,
Oh,
it was
yes.
child labor and
Good
sucking
face.
blood from poor people. That was
Not fun,
his
bro.
main-
Not fun. You've been doing so well on these streams, and now you're back to being an elitist.
For one, I'm gonna
Whoa,
steal
whoa,
that platform and run for
elitist? What do you
office.
mean?
I don't know what that word means. I just like throwing
I'm
it around.
saying she's gonna benefit so much from being able to exploit all these poor people and suck the blood out of them.
Would you be one of these poor people?
I would be poor for her, absolutely. She could drain my bank account.
Arrest him, bro.
Okay.
I don't know. She's the anti-dragon.
Hey, it looks like there's a ton of the
Okay, so he's one of the bottom two.
Anti-dragon.
Who is the other bottom two there?
True, the dragon's very scary, but you know, enemies to lovers is
Good
what
trope.
I'm feeling there. Okay, my second bottom two is it's between books
Oh, it's between.
and the soy pill.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, do you want to flip a
between
coin for
them.
it? Are you a gambling woman?
Yeah, we could gamble.
Well,
Okay,
wait, I don't
heads or
get to
tails?
make my. Well, I don't get to make my case. Hello.
No, you do, but non-fan's already in the bottom two. So it's,
Oh, okay.
it's to flip to who's going to be there with him.
Oh, gotcha. Well,
Okay,
I
heads,
like
heads or tails? You know what? Heads or tails, soy pill?
Tails never fails, as we all know.
Oh, God, here we go. It's heads. You're in the bottom two. So sad. Right, Box, you made it through.
No fails.
Okay. You know, we all love getting head. That's what I would have gone for. Okay, non-fun, I'm going to let you go first. I'm going to let you go first. Feel free to argue with them, soy pill, if you want to, but it's normally how you just, yeah. Go ahead.
We argue a lot. Let's go.
Go ahead, argue over who deserves to get into the next round.
Soy Pill was arguing that you should work and your blood, sweat, and tears should be taxed away and given to the weakest of society, okay? I was the one arguing, if that happens, you know, you are entitled
baby.
to just go up to them
I don't
and drink
work.
their blood.
I slay.
You don't work? You slay?
No.
That is true. You
I'm
are
not in the
serving
job
all the time.
force.
The job force.
That's reasonable.
Okay, well, look, Non-Fon has done a terrible job of explaining this, but I'll have you know that there are hospitals across the country which act as blood banks,
I want
okay?
them both gone.
They store tons and tons of blood, okay? And these hospitals are in risk of being shut down thanks to these Medicare costs. So what I say is you know that I am passionate enough to come in here and not think with my penis, but think with my brain and my heart and think, what can we do to help people? You know, I'm a caring, helpful person. And part of those people is you, who would be helped by these hospitals with a surplus of blood from all of the people.
He's calling you poor. He said that you have to go to the blood bank to get blood.
This is ridiculous.
Bro, he wouldn't be willing to do it himself.
Bro, I swear to Christ, one time me and Gibbs robbed a bank, but it ended up being a sperm bank. We didn't leave empty-handed there, let me tell you.
That's
sorry.
right.
My bad. Okay, Zoe, do you have, after that wonderful explanation from both of you, these wonderful gentlemen, do you have any, perhaps, idea who you want to remove?
I don't know. What a tough decision, honestly. Frick. Let's go with removing.
Kaisa, that tense music.
Oh, my headphones fell off. Sorry. So sorry. Let's remove soy pill.
Oh God, no! God, oh my God, oh God!
Well, guys, it's been great. I just want to let everyone know that you need to call your senators and representatives right now and make sure that Republicans don't pass this bill to cut Medicaid across the country. It's very important. Everyone have a wonderful
shout your
time.
channel out as well. I appreciate you
I'm
coming
the
on.
soy pill, and I do very important things like go on dating shows and talk about Medicaid cuts. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and go to democrats.org/take-action. Have a wonderful night, everybody.
Wow, thank you, appreciate. Wow, you know what, Admiral Gibbs, that was an absolute, great message that you put on my stream. You've got people advocating. You've got people out here advocating for voting. I don't know what that means, bro. Did he just say hate? Did he just say a slur?
We care about the social issues here, you know.
Okay, fuck the social issues. Anyway, congratulations all here for making it to round 2. Okay? Non-fun, I hope you learned your lesson. If you continue to talk about this wicked ways of politics, you will be out next. Right. It's time for the round 2. And Zoe's actually prepared a question for you guys. No, I'm only joking. I'm fucking with y'all.
No, I can.
Really?
Yes.
Go ahead. Let's craft one right now. What you got to ask these guys?
So, I'm busy making a ritual. Okay, I've been preparing for months, and I have to fetch you to do some very specific things.
Specific.
And the most important thing I need for my ritual is a pig's head. And I want to know how you are going to get the pig head.
Okay, hear me out. Listen, Zoe. There is only so many ways these people can answer a question to say.
They gotta be creative.
Creatively? Okay.
Come on, they can think of it. They're working. I can see their brains churning.
Okay, well let's okay. So they have to get a pig head. How about we add a double header to this question? How would you get Zoe a pig head? And also, what is the most magical ingredient on this earth that you think?
Gay.
I don't fuck you, bro. Okay, I don't know.
Stick with the first question.
Okay. How are you gonna get a pig head? Gibbs, go.
Well, first, I'm gonna be raging. I'm gonna be tweaking. And I'm gonna go on down to the gay bar, and we're gonna grab one of them. We're gonna get them back to the place, and I'm gonna be like, hey, just like Jeffrey Dahmer, I'm gonna make you squeal like a pig, boy. Whee! And then you're gonna get your head that way, if you know what I'm saying.
But how's that a pig?
It's not gonna be looking like a pig, if you know what I mean. You're gonna be stuck like what we call spit roasted.
Ain't no way this man's about to waddle in there looking like a pig, talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Alright, bro, that's crazy. I can't even lie. Okay, Saturday, how are you gonna get big head, man?
Let's see here. I order one of my minions to go out in my field.
You've got minions?
Grab a pig.
You got minions?
And cut the head live on stream.
Okay, question. Okay, wait, live on stream is crazy. Why has it got to be live on stream? You are a dark, twisted motherfucker, bro.
I'm on my 5th Twitch ban. We can't do that.
Okay, listen.
Okay,
we can't stream the pig. This is the most weird question I've ever been asked.
Shut up, Moti.
He's
obviously speaking.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up type shit.
We're not talking to you.
Alright, so you got the pig head with your minions. What do your minions look like?
What do you mean what they look like? They look like me.
Are they like the minions from the movie, or are they like...
motherfuckers.
Do you have like some little yellow dudes, or like what?
What the fuck?
I don't know, bro. I'm just asking what the minions
They
look
look like you, but they can walk and stuff, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, man. Non-fun. How would you get a pig's head, I guess?
Yeah, as a vegan, the only ethical and environmentally sustainable way to get a pig's head is to break into a university, all right, and steal the equipment they use to make lab-grown meat, and we just use it to make lab-grown pig heads. And not only could I get you one pig head, but I could grow you any part of a pig anytime you want without the need to harm an innocent animal.
How about the
we
wieners?
keep the cattle. Where would we keep the pigs?
Well, what do you mean? You don't actually have to grow a whole pig. You can just basically, you can like 3D print the part of a pig or cow that you need. It's very simple.
Oh.
And
could you 3D print like the wiener?
Would that be properly
Absolutely.
imbued
We could
with
print.
the magical...
I'm just saying, bro. Like, I was asking for a friend. Sorry.
Would that be properly imbued with the magical qualities of a naturally grown pig's head? Just a question, you know.
That's what I was wondering too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, is it like the
Do you
same
doubt-
pig?
do-
Like,
Wait, hold on.
I just don't know if I would have the
Yeah, I
same
was also wondering that
natural
question.
aura as a naturally grown pig's head. I mean, it just
First
sounds
of all-
like
okay, I think the question
I don't
isn't about
doubt
if it's a
it.
real pig's head. It's like, okay, go on, non-fun. I'll
I'm
let you
just
get 10 more
saying
seconds.
she should be.
I don't doubt her ability to work with what she's got, okay? She can absolutely figure out a way to
What
make the
she's
pig
got?
work.
You mean this
okay?
thing without any sort of magical imbuement?
I mean her magic powers that
whatever.
are clearly you underestimate and I don't.
Bro, she's using her powers to make her camera zoom out, bro. Holy shit. Alright, yo, Box, hey. Box, I hope you're inspired to answer this question, bro.
Fucked, guys.
Yeah, this is a great question. I would like get a samurai, you know, like a samurai sword or some shit.
Touch it.
Yeah. Like I'll go to like a hold on, my bad.
That was very rude.
What was that?
We are
Good song. That's what it was.
My bad.
Let's be real. That song.
I thought it was a gas station for a second there.
What happened?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I get a sword and like you know, I'm from India and shit, so there's like a lot of farms everywhere. So I'm gonna go to a farm, get a pig, you know.
You would never guess that.
That seems like a good pig. You'd be hardy. Thick.
Certainly imbued.
Yeah, no, like fat pig. So like a pig.
Oh, type shit.
Like, zing, you know.
Oh.
And then clean cut. Get that to you. You know what I'm saying? And what would you call me when I bring the head
This
to
is
you
a
on
short
my
bus
knees
out
like that?
panel.
Oh, I like that very much.
What would you call him though? He said, "What if he pretends hit on his knees? What would you call him?"
Well, I would take my claws and I would give him a good pet. And I would.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, guys, right, Gibbs, man, I hate you. Okay, Izzy, go ahead. Tell me how.
Hey, it's actually quite easy. As you can see, I am actually outside. I am touching grass, okay? I live in the country. I'm going to go over to my neighbor's farm, okay, and go grab one of those pigs. I'm going to go ahead and saw off that head. And
Wait, you're going to saw it?
Your table. I'm going to saw it off,
Molly.
okay? I'm going to go ahead and saw it off, and when I bring it to your table for the sacrifice, I'm going to make sure that I put an apple in its mouth.
That's the tackiest way to get a pig's head I have ever heard.
So
Would
what
the
we're
pig
saying
have
is,
GMOs because it's American?
what is GMO?
Yeah, it is GMO.
Giant, massive orifices. That's right. That's what they got.
Those are my
Holy
favorite.
Here's a question: can those pigs be
Hey,
milked?
yo.
Can the what?
Can the pigs be milked?
No.
I was just wondering, bro. I don't know. Anyway, okay, so he's got a farm. He's gonna steal a pig. He's gonna be. But listen, now, all I heard from that is he's willing to get down and dirty with it. So he's not gonna just take the head off. He's gonna saw that hoe, bro. He's gonna saw that hoe. So he's gonna get all bloody. He might have
It's
some
gonna be
blood
hot
left
when
over.
he comes to me covered in blood.
Yeah, you love that. Okay, Deltona, you seem like a man who knows how to get a pig's head.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I probably do go to the store and I have like those probably like little things of blood or something, and then probably give it to you, and
That's not what I asked for, Deltona.
Okay,
I asked for a pig's
she's
head.
asking
They
for a
don't
head of a
sell those in the
pig.
grocery.
I probably go to the forest and GTA 1 down, and then
How? With a lasso? With a gun?
yeah, with a lasso, and then like
It's very important to the spell. We need to know exactly.
yeah, I mean I'm gonna lasso one and like set a trap, lasso it, hope it gets trapped in the trap, then cut and then let the blood. In GTA, and then let the blood rust, and then that's about it. And then try to probably put in a bucket and then give it to you.
A bucket? That's
Yeah.
brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, I love that. Love the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Deltona, are you putting it in a bucket because you want to fuck it?
No, I'm putting in a bucket so I can give it to.
What?
Very improper.
Oh,
Get in there
dude.
now.
Alright, listen. I need to get off this question ASAP. Yo, Thorn.
Why do you
Answer
not
this
like
one.
my question, Moti? You're cringing over here.
I
You're
think-
acting like this
I
is the
think
worst thing
her
that's ever
question's
happened.
like mad beautiful type shit.
Exactly.
Like, why you
Thank
hating?
you.
Why
Your
you
question
a
sucks.
hater?
We have haters here.
Bro,
Yeah.
like you could have been like, oh, bring me the head of a fucking great white shark, but you chose a fucking pig, bro, and nobody said.
Yeah,
I just
but that's like
that's
important
how it
for
works
like
in
the
the rituals. But you don't
spellcrafting,
know about
you
the rituals, bro.
ignorant
That's how it works in the rituals.
fuck
You gotta use
type
the pig's
shit.
head.
Dude.
All of her.
Yeah, you gotta use a pig's
all of
head.
her.
Y'all following the old witch's guide,
I
bro. I'm
feel
talking
like-
about the new school witches.
Yeah, do they have a different first name or first letter?
Go ahead, Thorn. Answer your shit.
So like, you know, you just like kind of woke me up from like my slave quarter type shit. Like I've been in that dungeon for like 2 weeks at this point without any food. I go get some Chipotle, my guy. It's gonna be buzzing, my boy.
confused.
All right, and then okay, I talked to my homie Musk, and he like lends me like spaceship type shit, and we go to Mars type shit. They got mad swine out in Mars, my dude. So we go there, we get the pig out there, we like bring it back to Earth, my guy, and then we bring
got a
it
rocket.
back to mommy.
I don't
You
find
know
these
what
people
I'm
locals. They're
saying?
just, I was
And
just invited
then
to
right
this.
in front of you on the ritual circle, we chop that head right off.
Oh, we chop it
You
off
know what
together.
I'm
That's
saying.
quite sweet.
Yeah.
Okay,
shit.
that was
That's
amazing.
how I do it.
Bro, can I just say how nice
dog.
your shirt looks, by the way? Kind of looks like someone I know.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, look, wait, hold up. That kind of looks like me on his shirt. Anyway, yo, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I love that answer. But to be honest, Zoe, I mean, if you want to ask my opinion, Thorny Horn seems like the type of guy to take pig's head literally. If you ask my, he looks like he's gonna be getting a different type of head from the pig.
That's quite disgusting, and I don't know why you would be implying that.
He's a fuckboy,
Yeah.
bro. There's no way he understood the assignment.
No, I don't do
not the role
bestiality type shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Papa Buckaroo.
But you know, head from a witch. That's a bucket list item.
But what if a witch was like more gross than a pig?
Do I look gross to you?
I mean, I'm not raising you up, so I can say yes.
Can we eliminate Moti, please?
Yo, Papa Buckaroo, go ahead and talk about the pig and shit, type shit.
Hello, Mistress Patricia. I would like to note I have inscribed on my flesh a plane. It is to represent the depths to which I will go to get this pig's head for you. Frankly, I feel like everybody here, they're just not motivated enough to do what's necessary to support you in all of your majestical needs. I think it's despicable that they don't respect
Thank
your
you.
power. I would do whatever necessary to get you the pig's head. I thought that we could just use your siren ways, or I could lure somebody over to wherever you choose to perform the ritual. We could convince them to bring a pig. I mean, frankly, it's not that hard to convince a man of something, right? I mean, you could just blink at them and they're all ready to just kiss your feet, do whatever you want them
Mida,
to.
this is mostly for entertainment.
But I would do more. So
Some of them might be on
I say we get the man. We just have him do all the work for us, and then we do whatever ritual necessary. Yeah.
I
We
love
could even
that.
save all the blood.
Alright,
Yeah.
I love that. I
Okay.
love that. That was a cute answer. You got anything to say about that, Zoe, before we,
You know, more the merrier to the ritual. Just put the man in the ritual with the pig.
Perfect.
That's what
So
I'm
in.
talking about type shit.
Okay.
Get rid of men.
Well, we've all answered the
So
question.
much for no
I'm pretty sure.
bestiality from Thorn here after that comment.
Alright, so we've all answered the question, and I'm just, Zoe, are you ready for the bottom two?
So I think
Indubitably.
Deltona's answer was horrible.
What?
The bucket was so rude.
Fuck, dude.
Like,
whoa,
it's messy, it's grimy, it's unoriginal. You did not know how you were going to kill the pig.
No, bro.
Yeah, you changed your answer. It was not good. You gotta step it up, man.
Okay, who else? Who else, man?
Well, it's Izzy, because
No.
it was also so messy. Like, I'm a professional witch. I don't have time to clean up your blood. I told you to get a pig's head, not a fucking mess in my ritual room.
Not a
I'm
fucking
sorry, I
mess.
like to use my hands. And I like to use my hands in different ways.
Anyways.
And none of the magical.
Bro. Okay.
Can't believe
I
this.
love that. Right.
So you guys, listen. I'm gonna let you guys fight out here, but I just do want to say one thing. Anyone in this chat who thinks they can do better than these contestants, we host these shows every Friday, and if you guys want to be a competitor, you're more than fucking welcome to. Alright? These guys are putting their soul on the line right now. Alright? But anyway, other than that, okay. Alright. Deltona, tell us why you deserve to be here over Izzy, bro. Cheers, by the way.
No problem, man. But I mean, Zoe, I'm still like, I will still do whatever you want me to. Still, I will still get you that.
I have to go. I have to go. I have to go. I'll be right back.
Hey, what do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
Why, are you getting told off?
I thought my familiar, you know, because I'm a witch.
Okay.
He was speaking to me, but he has stopped speaking.
Well, I'm sure that he's really, impressed by the outfit today.
I know, me too.
He probably saw the hands and was like, "Hell no." Okay, Deltona, did you finish your sentence?
Yeah, and I mean, and yes, I know. I was trying to think of more to get the pig's blood, and I was trying to think of it on the spot, and it was my bad.
You weren't listening. I needed a pig's head, not pig's blood.
I know, pig's head, pig's blood, whatever. I mean, so I was gonna get you that or the head, so fine, whatever, Zoe.
Damn, whatever. You don't want to fight for her? Are you ready on your phone? Are you ready? Did you really just pick up your phone and start typing, bro?
Yo.
I had a
okay, and that's why you need to go ahead and pick me, because I'm actually here fighting for you. You know, willing to go ahead and go out, get that pig's head, bring it on back, have it stuffed with an apple. I'm not gonna be like Deltona, like whatever, you know, and then pick up the phone and no, you're important to me. You're my witch. You're my maiden. That's
nice one, Kyle.
That's passion, bro. That's fire. He said, "You my witch, you my
related
maiden."
to fucking Minecraft crafting or brewing.
I'm pretty sure he went, "You a bitch," but I don't want to say I don't want to stir no drama, but like that.
Oh, don't go that far, bud. Come on, Maddie.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yo, Zoe. So yeah. Have you got an answer, bro?
I feel bad because I can tell Deltona's upset.
Listen, he can't be upset, bro. Like he stares at his phone and doesn't give a good answer.
You're right.
He wasn't listening.
And for that, he has to go.
Deltona, he deafened, bro. He's reaching his wits ends with these shows, man. He's like, he can't lose again.
Every time saying that he lost.
Well, I hope you keep your damn Deltona. You won. I gotta say, Deltona, why did you deafen?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my chat too, so I was giving.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, Deltona, listen. You know why? Can I tell you why you lost?
Again, I lost.
You know why?
Why?
Did he just leave?
Yeah.
Well, you might actually be able to stay in if Izzy doesn't come back.
Okay.
Wait, but don't get too hopeful here. But let me tell you why you lost this round, Deltona. You stared at your phone. You didn't listen to her. Wait! You didn't listen to her question.
Hope none of these people
and
check
you didn't
my
answer
screen
it
and see
after
that
listening
I'm
to it.
not paying attention to what they're saying, and I'm reading.
Alright.
Go ahead.
That's
listen,
arguably worse.
You can stay for now.
Okay.
Let me message Izzy just in case. But Deltona, you need to work on this, bro. You need to put that
I
phone
will
down.
definitely work on
Can I please?
Yes.
Intermission. Can I be back?
You need to go for a piss.
Absolutely.
All right, everyone go piss and do whatever they need to do real quick. Short piss break.
Time, shit.
All right, if you guys need to go, damn. Wait, hold up. Could you do that one more time for the cameras though?
Type shit.
Damn, she's gone. Damn, everyone zoom in. Just kidding. Bro. She did a 360. Oh, you guys missed it, bro. Bro, you missed it, Books.
Oh.
You missed it. All right,
I
Izzy's
saw
back.
everything.
But what's she doing? She's like a Roomba, bro. She's just walking around. Dude, she's free.
Watching every.
Alright, no, Deltona, sadly, you did lose. And Izzy's back. But listen, Deltona, I'm calling you. Are you free tomorrow, Deltona?
Apparently, apparently there's some shit. I've been informed by Isaac. Some shit going down between Pentuple Average Debate Enjoyer and JC. I can't watch fucking Pentuple. How do I go to Average Debate Enjoyer? Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Iz.
Okay. Well, she's gone for a sec. She'll be back. Yo, JJ.
We talked about due process.
Why are
And,
you
like,
not responding to my snap?
He brought up the cases. I didn't know about them, but we engaged with the facts, and I, admitted, like, I don't know, but with the facts that you've given, like, let's try to apply the principle. Like, this is just how conversations work. Why was it so? I couldn't believe that somebody could listen to that conversation I had with Ringold and be like perturbed or frustrated by it.
Non-fun
You know what I mean? I was like,
bridge.
isn't this what like? I honestly thought, I was like, this is the kind of conversation that people are talking about when they say they want to get away from the oppositional posturing. And look, there's people that want, like, I know, any period on that spectrum. You know, I mean, there's people down here and people over here, I guess. But it's like, why is it so?
Is he talking about me or is he talking about JC?
Natural pale color.
A natural pale. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it looks like you like dumped your face in like a plate full of like cocaine.
How are you doing, kids?
Did he just say? All right, listen, chat. We got to start getting freaky, boys. Okay, but while she's gone, she's like waving her, bro. She's waving her tongue at you guys. She's going, she's saying, like, bros. We got to start asking some freaky questions. I hope y'all are ready for the next round.
I am the freakiest.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 people. After this, it's gonna be a good. Right, I'm gonna figure. Okay, I know exactly what we're gonna do. You guys are gonna have.
Surprise us.
I'm gonna tell you guys the question now, so you guys have a little bit. You guys are gonna have 2 minutes, one-on-one ISO with Zoe, and y'all gotta riz the fuck out of her. Not just talk to her. It's not an introduction. Y'all gotta landlines. Y'all gotta follow what she's saying. Y'all gotta interact with her in a successful way. If there's dead air, you gonna probably be cut. That's how it is.
Yep.
Is that the Green Goblin mask,
get
bro?
cooked.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go run downstairs and get a beer. If this bitch isn't back, I'm gonna fucking call her.
Shit, and I'll be right back.
Good, I can catch up on the drama.
To make like debate bro gotcha content, like, I mean,
Does he think
there may be
JC
times
is
where
trying to
I'll-
make
I'll be into
debate
that if
bro
I'm passionate about the
content?
subject, I guess.
JC
But other
might have
times
been
it's like,
aggressive, but
it's not a like I'm not. Like, what the fuck? I don't know any of, like, I don't know anybody. Like, we're all strangers. Like, we meet on the line. Like, I know Tyler, you know what I mean? Like, I know him now, but, like, when I first engaged with him, he was a stranger. Like, Ringold is a stranger. I've engaged with him twice. You guys all in chat are strangers. Everyone's a fucking stranger. Like, why would I come into this, like, angry at you? I would never do a dating panel. The dating panels are crazy, bro. I did 2 of them, I think. I did 2 of them.
Oh, we got non-fun.
I was talking a lot of long up and he beating that facts. Let's go, Gator Nuss. Let's go.
We like non-fun. Non-fun's friend of mine.
I can't say anything in chat because I'm banned.
Stream and put it on mute every time he's online. How do I look at my previous videos on my channel that are?
I think you're good, bro.
Did you show your ass?
Yo, by the way, if anyone wants to know a method to to get like 1,000 views, I will. If you just DM me, I will teach it to you after the show. No, there's a method. There's a method. As long as you can go live on TikTok, that within 4 or 5 minutes of being on TikTok and Twitch at the same time, your views will just go out. Right, Zoe's taking the piss. I'm gonna have to call her. Alright, hold up. Bro, imagine me though, the only person in the world to go live on TikTok, have a successful stream, and get banned for showing ass. I snapped you? Alright.
Sounds like something you would do.
Alright, we're gonna have a last minute contestant join, so we're gonna do a double elim after this, okay? Alright, we're gonna add a guy just because it was supposed to be like 1 more person anyway, and then we do a double elim, and then the show finishes in like an hour, so we're good. I heart you, Moti. Aw, you guys are so cute. Bro, Zoe, you're back?
I love you too, Modi.
You type shit. Like, you just, like, make me have, like... You know that butterfly feeling when, like, you have your partner's cheating on you and you feel like you know it? That's the feeling you give me all the time. Just dread. Existential dread. Damn, you got some cute nails, though! Alright. Hey, bestie!
Not done.
There is no way Master Steve is turning up in this round. Fuck it. Do we add Master Steve and JJ?
Absolutely. I want Master Steve.
All right, listen. We're gonna add 2 people if they join. Well, Steve's here, but we're gonna do like a double eliminate. So don't worry, guys. As long as you have a good answer, just believe in yourself. You'll be fine. I'm sure you. Listen, Bucks, you're confident, bro. You got this. Especially when you see who these guys are. No one else. Don't worry. It's not gonna affect the length of the show because it's gonna be just more eliminations. All right, Steve, turn your fucking camera on. All right, turn your camera on. It's time for the next round. Right.
What?
Welcome in. Just turn your cameras on and shut up. It's time for the questions. Right, JJ, turn your lights on so we can see you. And make sure you keep your t-shirt on.
I have to keep my t-shirt on?
I mean, no, just don't get your titties in camera so we can see you as well.
Why is
All
it
right, Steve, turn your camera on. Right, this question for this round. You guys are late applicants, so you guys automatically probably have less favor because she's going to love these guys.
Wait, I cut my camera on. Why is it not working?
It is working. You just can't see it.
It's
Listen.
a Discord glitch. It's a Discord
Yeah,
glitch.
just keep it on. If you can't fix it, then we'll just have to remove you. Right. Here's the question. All right. You guys all have a minute and a half to have a one-on-one with Zoe, where you have to riz her the fuck up. It's like a conversation between you. You have to lead the conversation, take it where you want to go, and yeah, just like tell this girl what you want. And if she reciprocates, like you might land a date even without the show. You never know. All right, so we're gonna start with Thorny Horn. You got a minute and a half. Everyone else, mute your mics. Go ahead. Thorn.
Like Patricia, like I just wanna like be with you. I said Patricia.
No, I heard that.
Zoe.
Why are you trying to make me upset? You've already
Because
been talking
I just wanna like push your buttons type shit and
Wait,
just
what
see
is
how
your
like fiery and spicy you get with that.
I will let them
type shit.
It's been like
Oh, you'll
You
lip
chop your
me?
ween off and put it in my stew.
Type shit. Yeah, let's go.
I don't like this language. I don't type in shift.
Oh, I type shit all the time.
I
type
don't
shit,
enjoy
you
that.
know what I'm
That's very much
saying?
fearful. I'm very
35 seconds.
Oh yeah. No. I got still a minute to
Please.
go. Type shit.
Please.
But
20
like, I
seconds.
think that like, I want to like have us do a ritual together, like in like the
I would not
cellar
like
and
that.
stuff.
You would poison the spell. You would. Your energy. Would
Okay,
go
but like I'm like
completely.
the sacrifice in the ritual. How about that type of shit?
I've had
10
hot-
seconds. 10 seconds.
I've had hotter sacrifices.
Oh no! I'm the hottest one that you'll
All right,
ever
and your
get,
time
baby
is
girl.
over. Your time is over. Right, thank you for that, Thorn. Right, JJ, turn your camera on. It's your turn.
Bro, is this shit even working? It's glitching the fuck out.
All right, there you go. It's on. It's on. It's on. We can see you. We can see you. Just leave it. Okay, you've got. Yes, it's on. You've got 1 minute 30 seconds
What
to
is Zoe Hiller
talk
been
to
talking
Zoe,
about at this point?
and your time starts now.
Bet. So, Zoe,
My name
yeah,
is
like
Patricia.
first date. Oh shit. Why do you say your name's Zoe then?
Because
That's
you've known me
confusing.
so
I
long.
actually like that because I love confusing women, and like honestly, if you would like gaslight me a lot and like step on
Baby,
me,
none of that here.
no, please.
Lies
Are you gaslighting me?
spell. Spells are lies.
She's a witch,
Wait,
JJ.
oh
She's
yeah,
a witch. A blood witch.
Yeah, can you like rub some crystals and like tell me how shit's gonna go? And like, can you get one of those little
Not
voodoo
that
dolls and
kind
like
of
poke
pill.
it? Oh, I mean, like, what kind of? That's why I'm trying to get to know you. Like, what kind of girl are you?
I'm an
I'm just
evil
assuming
girl.
what you like based off
Very
what you
evil.
look like. Evil? Oh well.
Do I not
mean,
look
like
evil
that
to you?
too. Evil and love only have like one different letter, for being honest. And I like that. That's pretty close enough for me. It's like 75% type shit thing and whatever. Yeah.
Wait,
But
25
yeah, you seem
seconds.
like you could teach me a lot, and I'm like willing to learn.
Damn.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Are you like a
what are
dummy
you
mummy or like
offering? What are you offering? What do you
offer
bring to the
soul?
table?
Just my soul.
Right,
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Okay.
And like I don't know, like manicure, pedicure.
I do need to get my nails done.
Soul plus a spa day.
Okay.
Alright, that's it. Your time is over. Thank you, JJ. If you guys want to bring back people, it's $30, okay? You guys don't have $30, so let's not talk about it. Alright, JJ, mute your mic for me. We're getting through these people real quick. Mute your mic. It's the next person's turn. Alright, Gibbs, you seem to be locked in. 1 minute 30 to Riz the fuck out of this lady.
What's up, Patricia? How you doing? He says you're evil. That reminds me of all my ex-wives. I mean, a big fan of that. Big fan. Yeah, we got some people we can sacrifice. I got a list. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. We can work through the list, sacrifice them. Everybody wins. Everybody wins, except for them, I guess. But
So, why do you have this list? Do you already sacrifice people?
Yeah.
In the meantime.
In a manner of speaking, they get sacrificed to the game. You know.
To who?
To the game.
Triple H.
Oh.
Yeah. If you smell and all that good shit, you know what I'm saying? All I can smell is fucking nothing and gasoline right now. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I would trust you to perform murder. I feel like you could make
Whoa.
a mistake.
Well, there's a lot of room for a mistake out in the middle of the ocean. You know what I'm saying? It's the implication.
Yeah. I don't get it.
Oh, well. It's the
You got 10
implication.
seconds left.
What?
10 seconds.
Okay, well, you like to murder people and you're crazy and...
Woo!
Alright, your time's up. Your time's up.
Okay.
Alright, bro. Alright. I don't know. There was a lot of disturbance in that round. I'm glad that you guys didn't hear that. Right. Non-fun. Go ahead, man. You got 1 minute 30, bro. Listen, before you do this, let me just say, y'all need to make this woman swoon for you. She's just hating right now. Turn it around, boys. Go ahead, non-fun. 1 minute 30.
Yeah, what would you do to like emotionally damage me so badly that like I would never get over you and I would never want to enter another relationship after you?
Well, I would love bomb you, first step. And I would treat you very kindly. I would seem genuinely interested in who you are. And then we would get in a stupid fight over nothing that I would create. And then we would never, from that moment on, I'm going to be cold to you. I'm going to do a 180 switch on you. I'm going to yell at you all the time. And then when you're so confused and you're going to start... You're going to start questioning yourself. You're going to be like... Yeah.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm into. Yeah. You just have to be aware. Part of the love bombing thing, you will be required to peg me in order for me to truly never get over you. You just have to are you okay with that? Is that part chill?
Well, like with what? Like I've
Like
got
with a
some
strap
spare
on.
bones lying around or some like
Oh, you can use those. Hell yeah.
bell candles. That's all I've got.
Hell yeah.
I think he was interested in the
That'll make
pig
sure.
You
Well, the
got
pig
28
head, I mean, I could.
seconds.
Okay, so what will you do for me if you
I
have
will-
these set requirements?
What will I do for you? Well, like I said, I would fall for the love bombing so hard upon the mere, initiation of
But
conversation
are you
with
going
me.
to
I will
stay
be obsessed
submissive
with
to
you.
me when I do
Your
the
time is up! No, I'm fine. If you wanted to get sexy, you didn't have to wait for the last 10 seconds. Seconds? My bad, player.
I
Hey,
didn't
but good job,
even
non
hear
fun.
that.
Hey,
Freudian slip.
what are you drinking right now, sir?
You could pick
Blood.
my son down.
If my
Obviously, the
blood
butter-
touched
the butter-
it.
Diluted blood.
I feel like I can actually tell that isn't wine, that's squash.
It's pure.
Nah, it's my
Concentrate.
blood.
I'm an
boy.
alcoholic. I could tell that shit from a mile away. Speaking of alcoholics, books!
Tell you
It's your turn, bro. 1 minute.
I'll do whatever
30
you do.
seconds on the clock. Michael Jordan. 1 second on the clock. Let's see a three throw.
Alright, so I wanted to ask, obviously I'm gonna do what you want. I'm gonna help you with all your rituals, all that. But I wanna ask,
Okay.
if I help you with all that, am I gonna get some like freaky shit in return? Cause you know,
Like,
hear me
what
out.
kind of freak? Like the
Can
monsters
you like
that I
work with blood
slay?
flow? You can work with blood flow and stuff.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So I'm saying like, imagine you like move all my blood flow right
Oh.
to like you know where,
I'm
and then you
feeling
suck all the blood
a
flow out.
grounding sensation. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you suck all the blood flow out from there.
Okay.
And then like you know what I'm saying? And then
Well,
basically,
what
like,
will we
instead
do
of
when you're
blood
black and
flow,
blue?
It's like blood.
Yeah, but what if you die?
What are we gonna do when you're black and blue and it's all shot and it's all gone? It's
Oh,
all.
no, not all my blood, just the blood like that flows like you know.
Oh.
But what if she can't stop?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to.
Or could you like, or what if you could like increase the size?
You need that?
I actually do have.
Like, it would
spell.
help,
I
you know
do
what I'm
have that
saying?
spell.
Yeah, it would
No,
help.
I've used it on many a lovers. It's very. So don't be ashamed. You know, I understand like all sizes, but you know, it's very effective. It just only lasts 90 minutes, and then.
90 minutes?
Oh, your time is up. Your time is up. He said 90 minutes. He said- sorry, brother. Your time's up.
Yeah,
But, hey,
man, thanks
I
for
enjoyed
following
that one.
Blaze A97. I appreciate
I
it.
enjoyed the
Welcome.
daily.
Really enjoy, bro, but yeah.
Hey, I enjoyed the Deltona's "I lost" message in your chat, Zoe. You predicted that one. She really was. She really. is a
I
witch.
haven't been reading chat. I don't.
So it's time for your fear, your biggest fear, the dragon, El Dragano. It's Izzy. 1 minute 30, brother. It starts now. Riz this lady up.
Okay, so I'm going to actually make this really easy for you, okay? Everybody's going ahead and talking about self-sacrificing themselves for you and whatnot, right? There is going to be an elimination on this round, so I'm going to show you how true I am to you, okay? I'm actually going to go ahead and self-sacrifice myself for you.
Well, there's 2 eliminations, so you just have that out. Well, okay, well, there you go. Look at that, guys. Run time perfectly on time. We're on schedule now. His daughter definitely told him to get back in the house and stop acting like a fool. Alright, Thorny, who hasn't gone? She's vaping. Sorry.
Buckaroo.
Buckaroo. How could I forget Booker you? Go ahead, your time starts. Meow.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I don't know why all the men here are so determined to tell you what you should do with your powers. So I will do whatever I can to support whatever rituals you choose to enact. Should it be my sacrifice? Then it's my sacrifice, okay? If it's a sacrifice of someone else, if you need me to run and grab you some herbs, some newt's eye, a pig's head, anything for you. I've also like to
So
know
the same thing and
my
expect
next
to
piece.
say in
Should you
in
choose
here
me,
in that
it's
medium.
a little red
What are you,
bow,
development?
you know, emblematic of my blood promise. You and only you. Okay.
Okay.
Again, AB positive. I just want to remind you. Also, I hate dragons. I hate them so much. I'm planning on developing anti-dragon technology for you. I couldn't even begin to tell you just the different levels of science that are necessary, but I will learn it if it keeps such foul beasts
35
away from
seconds.
you.
I just have a
I
small
also just
question
want
for
to
you.
add massive cock.
Oh.
Massive cock. So you don't
I
even
was
have
not
to worry on
expecting
that.
that from you. I was not expecting that.
Pretty
Okay.
massive.
Are you like okay? So the thing is, I'm a very powerful witch, and so I have subordinates. I have minions to go run my errands for me, and I just am looking for more than that in a sacrifice, but you know, also a lover.
Lover.
Well, of course. I mean, look, I'm here to do, like I said, support you in all of your sacrificial and ritual needs. It's not just running errands, you know. It is the sacrifice itself. It is the blood rituals themselves, and the loving, of course, as always.
Okay.
Alright, love that. Your time is up. Just on time. Right, so Izzy actually has he has a second part to his questions though. Now it's up to her to bring me back. Let's see her cast a spell. I know we have a couple more people left to go here. But I do want to ask, are you going to bring him back to eliminate someone else, or are you going to say that his self-sacrifice was worth it?
He sacrifice. I don't want the dragon. It's good.
Okay, well, sorry, Izzy. You self-sacrificed, and unfortunately, it didn't work out for you, brother. Not everyone comes back from the dead. All right, Saturday, did you give your answer?
Not yet.
Go ahead, my brother.
I guess you saved the best for last.
I'm pretty sure
not
non-fun has
So-
had his turn. Everyone else had their turn. Yeah, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Yep. So I gotta know, why are you a witch? Why? What
I
piqued
am
your
a witch
interest?
since I was born as a witch. I was born into a long line of witches. I'm the
Hmm.
13th generation, and so that's why my powers are so strong.
Damn.
And we
like-
specialize
it's in your
in broom
genetics.
riding.
So it's in your genetics. You just have to
Exactly.
have you sacrificing just these minions, subservients. I don't know what you call them. But anyways, I am going to cut some pig head for you. I'm willing to do things you want me to do. But here's one thing. I have to ask you something. What is the freakiest
I
thing
should have saved
that you've
a
done?
diamond for an enchanting table.
What a improper question to such a witch like me. The freakiest thing I've done, well, let's just say it involved werewolves.
Lycanthropy. I like that. It's pretty hot.
20
I'm
seconds.
known
Are you a werewolf?
to.
Ow.
I think I am. Yeah. I haven't turned like full form yet, but I think it's in my blood. I'm not sure when the full moon is, but when that comes around, you know.
It just passed.
It's
Damn,
whenever
okay.
she smiles type shit.
I was really
Alright.
wondering why.
Your time
I
is
went so
up.
freaky.
It's time to play the
these past few weeks,
game.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, Sad. That was a good answer, my brother. Also, can I just say, Izzy, Izzy, for his first time on the show, and you're
Customs
always
that I
welcome
walked
back,
into.
my friend.
This
I
is
appreciate
a
you for coming
dating
on.
panel show.
You've
thing.
got to eliminate one man who didn't impress you. But first, you've got to put two of them in the bottom fucking two, baby. Hold up, Kai Snap. Riz music playing right now. Oh my god, I'm so hyped. Jesus Christ, I've never been this excited in my life. God.
Same.
You're full screen right now.
Hello. Okay.
Pull a freaky face.
That's really weird, Modi.
Atta girl. Alright, go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to eliminate Modi for saying that. And...
Type shit.
Okay.
Shouting out the stream from
I
chat.
love Miss Big
It's
Papa
a W
Buckaroo
shout out.
Banshee. I do love her, but I feel like she's had the same answer like every time.
Oh.
An answer.
And it breaks my heart. And
Doesn't mean it's
Anyways,
over. You still have a chance.
it means, yeah.
Who else? Who's the other one?
Let's see. Let's look at all these handsome fellows. I'm
What are you laughing for? Why are you laughing?
I'm
Like-
thinking Thorn.
I'm not. Hey, shit, brother. Hey, Gibbs, can you throw a victory pile over this way? Okay, hey, so Buckaroo and Thorn. Never thought I'd have to say goodbye to either of you. I thought you were all going to win. I'm a big fan of all of you. So I would just like for you two guys, you know, one at a time, starting with Thorn. Fight your case, bro. Why do you deserve to be here?
Well, like type shit. I thought that like she said Modi, so eliminate Modi. That's the main reason. But also, I thought that you were just like mad beautiful Patricia Zoe. So I just thought that like we could get together type shit and like we could cast some spells. But if you think I'm just not like pure enough in like the blood type shit, like I understand that ain't even like a consideration here. But
I'm just not over when you mentioned these multiple girls and like
Patricia, Zoe, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, Patricia
And I
was
think
like
my heart's been broken ever since then.
Oh, type shit. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't even think that you're right in like assuming that like Patricia was what even came out of my mouth, but like, I said Zoe the whole entire time, type shit.
All right, Thorn. Great time there. Big Papa Buckaroo. Listen, this is your chance to. I mean, every relationship has rocky roads, but it's time to see if you can make it into vanilla.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the criticism about my answers. Honestly, I'm just so blinded by my devotion to your beauty and your power. It's kind of overwhelming at times. It's hard to get
Me
past.
too.
But, I just like to note, I think you're very impressive as a witch, and even just being in your essence is a gift. May I ask you a question? I know it's my last chance, but
Go ahead.
I'm curious. Do you have a favorite form of ritual that you like to perform?
Yeah, great question. My favorite are salt circle rituals when I draw runes on the
Gibbs'
floor,
favorite.
usually in
yeah.
blood. And then I also do a lot of candle and like fire magic.
Oh,
Very good. Yeah,
That's it.
I mean, it's just so good to get back to the basics of magic, really. Salt, fire, the natural spirits of all,
Most
they
powerful.
can be the,
Is that the
yeah, they can
Avatar or
be
some
the
shit?
strongest. Exactly.
And
I mean,
Avatar,
I would
listening to
argue that
what?
magic came long before Avatar.
It's time to eject.
It could have.
Why?
I just dropped my
Seems
first
like
one.
she's
Okay.
like faking her answer here, type shit.
Listen,
Oh,
Thorn.
wait, you just need
Does
my
it? Because I
face?
choose to be
Like,
educated
I'm
about the
not
topic
gonna
that we're
Photoshop a
discussing,
picture of
and
me
No,
you
and
no, I'm
choose
educated
to
by the
laugh.
streets, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Really?
Alright, listen, y'all don't need to find it out, but it's time for y'all. Yeah, it's time for someone to make a decision. So I know this is hard for you, and I know how
Why do you want me to eject?
how
Is it
could a
like-
witch with such a black heart make such a colourful decision?
Is there drama going on involved with
Thank
me?
you for your sympathy because it's hard out here for a girl like me. So
I'll make it even darker. type
honestly,
shit.
both answers were kind of pissing me off. Like I feel like we were just doing the same thing again, both times, and I just like couldn't pay attention, and so I don't
Low
know,
key, I just
think-
pressed the get out button. Low key. But you have to choose one.
I choose, one that's more annoying. It's Thorn. Final answer.
Thorn's gone.
I was gonna say those salt lines don't work on me. White lines of white powder, or something this demon's got lots of powers over.
Hey, this motherfucker just
I
this
got
was like.
eliminated. Just
go
like
ahead.
that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, bro.
This
hey, you
was
lost it.
the love
Nice
of my
Savior,
life,
Hallelujah.
and like, she just
Bro,
didn't
give
believe.
your speech while listen. I have a really.
I had her
Mistaken
in my
her.
eye this whole entire time.
No, you didn't, bro. I can see your sunglasses. You got me full screen.
Anyways, always a good time on Modi's Irresistible. I am twitch.tv/the Thornhorn. Zoe, it was lovely to see you again. And Modi, keep on doing your shit.
Alright, brother. Have a good night.
Can I just like uncam
As long as
and mute?
you can't make quips.
Okay.
You can stay in if you don't make quips, but if you make a quip, you're getting kicked.
Okay.
Alright.
What?
Nothing. I was talking to Thorn. Alright, listen. I am going to quickly. I've got the next round concept in my hands, but I do need to run downstairs for a beer. So I'm going to say the concept, give you 10 seconds to think about it, and have a new beer in my hand. So here's the concept for this round. Zoe, there are 6 people left. You have to pick each one of these people to pair with someone. This round is called the instead of the Mexican standoff, it's called the Rizican standoff. And those 2 people you pick will have to one line for one line riz each other to show the riz. This is a new segment.
I did well last time.
This has been a fan favorite. A lot of people have liked this. Listen, and at the end of the day, if you can't have the confidence to tell Admiral Gibbs how much you love a stud, and then you know what I mean, then you ain't got the confidence to tell Zoe how much you love the blood. But yeah, you're gonna pick people. You're gonna pick teams of 2. And they have to riz each other as if they were rizzing someone who they love. And then you judge, essentially, at the end of the round, you say, who was the
Jewish
weakest
grammar to
riz out
love, very
right?
true.
Oh my god. Okay.
But it goes like
This is
it goes
good.
like
This is
one
really
for one,
good.
right? So it goes 1 for 1. Like you say something like, "Oh, Zoe, you look so good today," and then you say,
Well,
You
listen,
look
enough on
so-
Robert's what I
you look
prefer.
spiffy,
If I
mate.
skull
You're
about a hole in
looking-
it.
And then I
Balloons are
say,
done by
"You're
the-
like
You're
a
looking
whore."
like
Will
a
be
capital fellow.
done
You're
here
like a
relatively
harlot.
soon, I think.
Anyway, that's how it goes. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go grab a beer real quick. You pick the teams.
What a fucking decision. Okay. Like, who would look cute together? Like, honestly, I was thinking maybe Gibbs and the guy that's biting his lip, or maybe, fucking Saturday and the guy in the green hoodie. Like, I feel like they're both, like, very, like, intellectual. But also, we could switch it up. Like, I don't know. Because that leaves.
Yeah, you like this one? This is a good round,
I don't
huh?
know.
Go ahead, Zoe. You gotta make a decision, lady.
You know, okay. I said what I'm thinking.
I love the thought process. You've been a lot more active this one.
Yeah, I'm thinking Gibbs and the E-boy would be like cute
JJ?
together. Yes. And then I was
Okay.
thinking Saturday and Non-Fawn.
Okay, and that leaves Buckaroo. And alright,
Us?
that's a good one. Right. I do want to say this, okay? Just so you guys can go full ball without any worries. This is all for content, obviously. You can say, listen, it's one line for one line, and if you listen, just keep in mind, if you blunder, if you start stuttering, if you get out-rizzed, your place in this show is at risk, right? Hey, Bucks is lucky here. He got the lady, so he doesn't have to feel like he has to risk a man. I know he was scared about that. However, we're gonna start this one with Saturday and Non-Fun. Go ahead, boys. One line for one line. Non-Fun will say something to Saturday, and Saturday return, and then I'll call it when I feel like it's getting stale. Non-Fun, if you would like to start, serve to Non-Fun.
Yeah, what do you say, Saturday, that we cuddle up on your bed and I, instead of that machine breathing for you, I start doing the breathing for you?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how much air you'll have after I'm just going down on you. I don't know.
Hey, Non-Fun,
Hey,
go
listen.
ahead.
I'm into whatever you're in, okay? I will go for the autoerotic asphyxiation if you're down for it, babe.
Okay, let's do it when later tonight or when.
I can be ready whenever you're ready. I will drop whatever is on my schedule just to have some kinky breathing sex with you.
I mean, I gotta say, like the witch, she comes first.
Oh. You just, okay, I'm going to have to call it there. Saturday hit to a point there is where he had to switch up. But I love that. It was a good back and forth here. Next, I'm going to go with Bucks and Big Papa Buckaroo.
Okay, I'm going to start reading
You
this book
guys,
again.
you guys see the method. I'm gonna let. Who wants to start? Anyone got to start here?
I can start. Both of us already in black. We already look like a couple,
Damn.
You're wild ass. That's what wins on this show, man. I play to win.
Sorry, I'm not even looking straight. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you've got a room that needs to be filled with love, I'm ready to bring the
I
love.
want to tell her about tariffs.
Yeah, it's kind
Dude,
of
Soy
bland
Pill
right
was on
now.
this
You
panel.
definitely add some, like,
Soy Pill
flavor
brought
to
up Medicaid, and she kicked him off immediately.
Damn!
I brought up Medicaid too. Me and Soy both brought up
Thank you.
Medicaid,
I mean,
and she put
I
us in the
feel
bottom
like
two and kicked out Soy Pill.
any part of your life,
I escaped. I
wherever
don't
you
think
go,
I
I
don't think
go.
talking about tariffs would go well.
I'm not taking what you say seriously because I can't look into your eyes.
I did say in my opening though, there's three things I like: gaming, gooning, and the prevalence of
I
sweatshops in
mean-
developing countries.
That's what they're there for. I mean, I love to bring a show for dinner.
Tell her you don't believe in
Yeah,
protectionism, so you
you know,
tell
like-
Farrakhan. That's a good one, though. That is a good one.
Down!
Capital
It's okay. It's okay. It was a decent exchange. It was a decent exchange.
You know what's sad is she even set him up. She was like, I brought a show
For dinner,
Yeah,
and you
the
said, "I want
implication
you
is
for dinner."
Yeah, your dinner. Looks like your dinner then. Like, come on, bro.
But listen, listen. There was back and forth, but it's okay. Y'all didn't fumble the bag yet. Hey, it's not bad. It's JJ and Gibbs time. JJ, do you understand the concept, my brother? JJ is on slight delay.
Dude, I love share
you
chat
gotta
so
make-
much.
you gotta make
My
sure-
chat is just
you gotta make
talking
sure
about
JJ gets the response before you
and everyone
reply,
else is
okay?
fucking.
Not for show, for sure.
Gibbs, go ahead. Start.
Hey, I see you work out. You gonna let me do a line off them nice chi-chis of yours? Sweet cheeks?
I'll let you do whatever you want, Thickums.
Yeah, I bet you will. By the time I'm done, you're not gonna be just having an owl in your chest. You're gonna have a butthole going. Hoo, hoo.
I do like the protectionism thing, though. I don't know if
Yeah.
she knows what protectionism means, though.
Wait, mine or yours?
Oh, it's gonna
Which
be
one?
yours, Papa. It's gonna be yours.
If I
let me
get to the
tell you.
karaoke, though, I'm doing the Canes versus
Oh, yeah.
Hayak rap battle.
Yeah,
'Cause
see,
any
you
other,
be doing that
any
pre-workout.
other
I'll be
song,
doing
I'm
something
horrible
a little
at. Even in
stronger.
Minecraft
Come here,
parody,
little
it went
sweet
horrible
Come
last
here, boy.
time.
You call me Bubba.
I can do the
I
Canes
don't like
versus
to do all the
Hayak
work,
economic
so,
rap
I mean,
battle,
if
though.
you,
This is
Well, you don't
dating
gotta
to
do
sexual
no
harassment
work.
simulation. Basically,
Yeah,
sexual
we're gonna
harassment
see about them
simulation.
owl
The
legs
person
being
who
ankles to
wins,
Jesus, if you know what I'm
I
saying.
love
you know,
you
gets
like
the
white
girl.
stuff
Okay,
on your
so
face.
Some white stuff's
Nice
gonna be
big word.
flying. Let me tell you
Yeah.
that.
Hey, more Christian put up. That's what I say.
Yeah, this guy's cheesing. He's excited. Look at him. He's daydreaming about the sparks flying at night, much like his chosen animal, the great horned owl. You know what I mean?
It's been a minute for me, so best be
Well, it's gonna be a lot longer than a minute for you after I'm done. I'm telling you. Woo! Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna need to work out no more, huh?
Nah, you gonna be numb as fuck, boy. Let me tell you.
Alright, we're calling it there. That was a great round. That was a good round. Y'all getting too into it, Loki. I thought y'all might start fucking. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hey, that was a good round, man.
Gibbs is
Y'all
fucking
showed
goated at this. So.
Fantastic,
Yeah,
everyone.
they showed some character there.
Dude, I'd be worried about
This is
going
the
up
second
against
time I've
Gibbs.
done this second time I've done this segment on the show. I quite fucking enjoy that one. I'm always pissed that I can't do it myself. You know what I mean? I gotta host one of these for me sometime.
Real.
All right, here's the next. So Zoe, who had? I mean, you didn't even have to do a bottom two this time. This is just cutthroat. Like who?
Well, I mean,
do
I
you
think
believe?
it's very clear who. I mean, but
I feel like there was a lot of
and
strong
Big Papa,
performances.
I feel like they were the weakest by far.
Really?
Yeah.
I
feel
have to
like you
disagree.
gotta see the quality of the lines. You know what I'm saying?
There were some good quality lines in there, even if they weren't very long. You got to take it
just-
that. Do you
I just
okay?
very much
Whose
enjoyed
do
it.
you remember the most?
I remember the first and the last one the most.
I-
Those are the ones I like the most.
Okay, well then that's fine. So who do you pick out of the two books? And Papa, do you want to let them fight for you?
What?
They're gonna fight for you. Is that okay?
Did you say Papa?
Yeah, her name's Big Papa Buckaroo.
Oh.
You don't even know her name, bro. Can you open your eyes? You like close your eyes or don't? You like the speed meme. Alright.
Be nice.
I'm just kidding, bro. Alright. You guys have to fight for her love.
I have to
Big
defend her
Papa,
honor.
Big Papa Buckaroo, go ahead. You go first as to why you deserve to be here, like over our boy Bucks.
Why do I deserve to be here over Bucks?
Yeah.
I
you're
mean,
fighting for
I
her
feel
love.
like I just bring the energy, you know? Like I said, room empty. I've got so much to offer. I'm bringing so much charisma and so much energy here to support you, of course. But I don't know. I just feel like I show more variety. I have visible hobbies of some sort where he's got a door. I mean, maybe his whole hobby is opening and closing it. We really don't know.
Oh.
Alright, okay, you gonna get off my dick. First of all, the reason I have all this space is so there's space to do rituals. You don't have no space to do no rituals. You know what I'm saying? You're not really
Space to do
thinking about her.
rituals. I have
Yeah,
space over there. space over there on the other side of the bookshelf.
You got to be honest. There is no space for a salt circle in that room, Buckaroo. He has got you there.
You know what? I've even got this beautiful. Look at this.
The bed?
This is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, Oh.
A book?
Of Edgar Allan Poe. Should you like to hear some beautiful poetry?
Did you not hear her intro? She said she's a dyslexic witch. She can't even read.
It's for me to read to her, you fool.
She's deaf.
When did I say? I'm lost.
Okay. I'm just kidding, bro. Holy shit.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? We have a lot of space. We can do a lot of freaky stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I got hella space here.
See, you could be my muse. I could
space here. Like, I can do all that shit. I can, there's enough space for me to be on my knees here. I can be on my knees.
That was a good flip.
You know what I'm saying?
What more can you do for her, bro?
Good pants.
One more?
Yeah, what
I
more?
can front flip.
You can front flip?
Yeah. But I like
Right.
my hand in the back. I ain't gonna lie.
Can you actually
You did a
front
good
flip?
somersault already.
No,
Bro.
but in the air though.
Oh. Let's
I
see it,
mean,
bro.
like-
Let's see that shit. But if he lands this shit, like, you gotta give him some props here. Oh, he's doing it off the bed. I thought he was jumping.
Careful.
Whoa!
Good job.
Now imagine him doing that the other way, and you're there waiting for him. Like, I mean,
Imagine I do that and I land like
She said.
boom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. Like, imagine, like, bro, Loki. If I was a chick, bro, I'd be into that. Right, you got a tough decision. I know it's hard, Zoe. I know how hard this is for you. It hurts me to hurt you, but you gotta make a decision.
No.
Fuck, bro.
Oh my
fuck.
God.
But this beer is low-key tasting real good.
So, fun fact, I'm actually...
Tastes like a 3-day bender yet?
I'm heterosexual, so, you know, I'm not really into the ladies.
What does hetero mean?
Straight? Sexual? Sure.
Yeah, but like
Wait,
even
wait.
What's your not, Nody?
But okay, first of all,
I'm not a
straight.
homosexual.
Oh, I get you. I understand you. But do you not like experimenting sometimes? Gibbs does.
Bro, she said her answer, bro. Like,
it's my job as a host to like explore that. You know what I mean?
You know.
Oh yeah, somebody exploring something. Let me tell you.
Go ahead. Finish your sentence, though.
Hey, me and Gibbs just experimented.
I'm not really looking for an experiment. I'm looking for commitment.
Okay, well, Buckaroo, you have been a pleasure on this show. And I would love to have you on more. Can you type in my chat so I can shout you out?
I'm not in your chat right now.
How do I spell your Twitch name?
Buckaroo Banshee.
Okay, I can probably spell that. Buckaroo. I'm dyslexic here. This is actually bad.
It's in her
You
name
see
on
my
here.
promise here. Ready?
Damn.
Oh.
Apparently I shouted at myself.
No
Gibbs,
blood promise.
Gibbs, can you shout her out on my chat?
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry, love.
Okay, well, shout yourself out.
Thanks, drain.
Oh, she said, "Fuck you and your blood, bitch."
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Shout yourself out, Papa Buckaroo. Appreciate you coming on the show.
I'm Big Papa Buckaroo. You can find me I'm most contactable on Twitter at Big Papa.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, love it. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. What a woman. First time on the show, by the way. Zeb. Is your cat? What are you staring at right now? Because I feel like I'm like you'd be looking at the floor.
There's a mirror right there.
Our eyes are up here, bro. There we go.
Wait.
Type shit. Alright. Right, guys. Congratulations. Y'all made it to the top 5. This is no easy fucking feat, boys. But by making it to the top 5, y'all guys have made it to an evil, evil round. It's the front foot round. Saturday, you go first. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Saturday. Yeah, this is a round where it's an evil round. It's mean. It's nasty. You guys gonna have to go. Okay, so this is how it's gonna work. It's called a "Why are you better than" round, right? So, for an example, if it's my turn to answer the question, I am better than Non-Fon because of this, Saturday because of this, JJ because of this, Books because of this, and Admiral because of this. You gotta go through each competitor and cook them, or you don't even have to cook them, but just tell Zoe why you are better than the rest of these men. It's kind of like a roast round, you know. You don't have to roast, but you can. And yeah, so she will judge based on the weakest answers, the weakest roasts, or just generally the weakest person here. Have y'all understand the question? Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'm gonna take a big sip of beer here, just because you know it's a ritual for me. You know, Buck said the word alcohol, and I had to start drinking. Alright, who wants to go first here? Non-fun, you look like a guy who's locked in. You have to go through each individual person, and I'm not including this shit, by the way. You before y'all start firing shots at me, alright?
God damn.
Go ahead and go through all the men. And tell them why you're better than them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm better than Gibbs because I'm not a 40-year-old degenerate who still goes on Discord dating panels. I'm very clearly better than Bucks because I at least have a microphone and bisexual lighting. This dude just has a fucking laptop in his small-ass dumb fuck apartment. I'm better than I'm So Salty Depressed, partly because he's filming a vertical video, and also my face does not look like fucking Minecraft Steve with how square that shit is, man. I'm better than Saturday because I can stand up. I'm better than Thorny Horny because I'm not. Is he even included in this still? His camera isn't even on.
No, he just likes to listen in.
Yeah, all right. I think that's everyone, right?
You didn't talk to Saturday. You avoiding that, bro?
Yes, I did. I said I'm better than Saturday because I can actually get an erection.
Damn. He can get an erection. I've seen it in person, bro.
I bet you have.
Okay, pause.
I think that speaks more to you.
You know, okay. Friendly fire then, we're on the same side. Alright, JJ, keep your mic muted. It's time for Saturday's answer.
Alright, here I go. So,
wait, hold up. JJ's going through. JJ's. Oh, he's lagged out.
Bucks, aka Drake. He has no poster on his walls, so that's why I'm better than him.
There's no poster.
Gibbs,
okay.
I'm not that old, so yeah. So, anyways, non-fun. I don't look like Dream, so let's go next. Let's see. I'm so depressed. That's him, not me. And that's why I'm better than him. My mindset's so much better than his.
Okay, because you're not depressed.
Yep.
I love that, man. Appreciate the answers. Alright, Bucks. You've been waiting for this whole show. I can feel it, bro. Don't fumble.
I'm gonna start with Gibbs. He's trying to put on like a whole persona, acting like he's doing cocaine and shit, but that's all flour. You're a fake thug, fake drug addict. You're just a fake drug addict, and that's like crazy. Next, we got a real guy who actually looks like a drug addict. His eyes are open wide as hell. I'm salty and depressed. He's also got like the most square face I've ever seen in my life. Then you got non-fawn. This guy definitely got Minecraft going on in the background right now. And when he's not speaking, he's playing that shit. And then he's all tabbing and like speaking. And then Saturday just doesn't like. He's the great.
He got me. Shut it down.
Don't be a pussy.
Shut it down. He knows.
Okay, I'd beat him in like any physical activity like all time.
There you go. Good job.
Bro, that's actually.
Dude, he could have.
Nah,
dude,
that's
Minecraft
terrible, bro.
is
You're
not
getting
bad.
cooked.
What's bad is I am taking breaks from Minecraft
I'm sending that to Yoxic on
read
Twitter,
a
bro. You're
PDF
fucking
about
cooked,
child
bro.
labor.
No, chill, bro. Chill out.
This is
I'm just kidding.
This is the worst.
All right,
like
Gibbs, go ahead, Mr. Flowerman.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I can't prove that it's not fake, but because of TOS. But let me tell you something. If I was gonna look like a serial killer, I would just pretend and I would dress up like Bucks and have a room like that. This man doesn't have nothing on his walls because he puts plastic up and kills people there. And then y'all said I was the serial killer. This guy over here, hey, I don't know if you know this, but the Nazis, they had eagles, not owls, and I know that you look like a member of the Hitler Youth, but if you get off the steroids, your jaw will return to a normal shape. Salty Impressed. We got Saturday over here. I'm fat as fuck, and I have an easier time breathing than he does. And Nonfon has a green shirt on because he looks like Smeagol, and much like Smeagol, when he puts the One Ring on, he can disappear to the background, and that's why when he puts the green screen up, he can just disappear and slink off into the distance. points. Now, I do want to say one more insult for Non-Von here, just because I've been doing a lot of blow tonight, and I'm a little jealous that I don't have the Hoover vacuum for my nose like he does.
Damn, big nose is crazy. Loki, I thought you were going to call Non-Von Master Uguay.
Oh, that would have been good too, but gay, so I didn't say it.
Loki, he does look like a little bit of a turtle with that shell on him, bro. Loki.
Yeah, I mean, you look a little bit like Nick Fuentes, but gayer, but I didn't say that.
Bro, that's baking powder on your face, bro. We all know you've been eating cake. Shut up.
Yeah, sure, that's what it is.
Okay. I'm not gonna try and get locked into this, isn't it? My bad. I get too excited,
worn the
bro.
green sweatshirt.
JJ, it's your time, bro. Take your time. You don't gotta rush. Yo, shout from Jaws. I love Jaws. Thanks for the follow. Go ahead.
All right.
I have to retreat.
We got
to my shell.
So, I heard them making fun of my jawline. None of y'all have a fucking jawline, so hate us because you anus, you know, you ass. Yeah. But Gibbs, I don't know what you got going on. What is this white face shit? Bucks, somebody said it. You look like you got somebody in your basement. Non-fun, more like no experience in bed because you look like you ain't ever talked to a girl, bro.
Damn, he caught me.
You been telling lies or something? Because, like, you know. I mean, honestly, Saturday, I don't know, man. You kind of cool, actually, so it's a little hard to hate. But, I mean, your jokes are kind of ass, so I will say that.
Alright, bro.
That's about it. Fuck y'all.
I mean, I wasn't bad, JJ. I just thought you were a little bit more hateful.
I didn't think it was bad either. I mean,
I thought that wasn't great.
All right, well, you're scrawny as fuck, so.
Yeah, well, at least I don't have a square head, bro.
Man's came for Non-Fun about not having no women. He does all these steroids and still can't get no poon. Isn't that terrible?
Bro's wearing a Carhartt beanie. You more like car fart because you stink, brother.
You probably should get a refund with fucking tea for injected in his dick. It's terrible.
Bro got fairy lights because he prances around his room like a ballerina. Shut the fuck up.
You literally said I couldn't roast you, so I would like for you to like silence yourself.
Okay, my bad. All right, Zoe, go ahead. Kick someone, Zoe. You didn't even get a bottom 2 this time.
Modi, I'll cook the fuck out of you.
JJ, you couldn't cook nothing but plain rice and broccoli, you fucking bodybuilder.
Okay.
I take that as a compliment.
Thanks, man.
So, who I am thinking about eliminating tonight is
type shit.
Admiral Gibbs.
Oh, can you explain why?
Rip.
I had to explain why no other time.
Oh yeah, Minecraft.
No, you gotta explain why.
It's okay. It's okay. I can't walk around in circles.
She gotta explain why here.
Well, I
You hate fat people. You hate fat people. Just say it. Say it out loud.
1 week away. Can you believe
I'll get all the steroids like JJ.
You are a fattest. You hate fat people. This is the only reason I can think of.
You put in words in my mouth, love, and I would like you to stop.
My bad, player.
It'll be hilarious. You followed up with
I feel a spark. I just wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, I can understand that. I am a little bit numb at the moment.
Okay. Alright, Gibbs, shout yourself out, player.
Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me as everywhere as Admiral Gibbs.
Dude, I can't believe
we got
Gibbs.
a bunch of good stuff next week. Monday, debates. Tuesday, I don't know what I'm doing Tuesday. Wednesday, we got fucking a DCS match and a women's panel because I'm the biggest feminist on Twitch. Thursday, we got another debate and then another panel. It's good stuff. Every day we do wild shit. Check me out if you like yelling.
Alright, type shit. Goodbye, Gibby.
Y'all be good.
Alright. Wow. If you asked me at the start of this show who would be the top 4, it wouldn't have been you guys.
I had a drop
you guys
shadow
defied
to
all
this.
odds. I'm just kidding, bro. I actually had no idea, bro. I'm just fucking with y'all. Hey, listen, y'all can unmute and say you can speak. Hey, I was just fucking with y'all.
Yeah, you're full of shit,
Dude.
You're
I
so
don't want to
full
talk
of
to you.
shit.
Don't beg me. Don't beg us to talk to you. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I don't want to talk to you.
Bro, you are 28 years old with that much facial hair is crazy, bro. Alright. It's time for
I'll experiment with that after.
a question that I have. Alright, I want you guys to be as creative as possible as this, which means you can use ray guns, OKC, UFC, Lakers in 5, Shannon Sharp, whatever you want to do. Here's the question. So you and Zoe on your first date, you in the club, or you in a bar, wherever you want to be. And Jason Love, 6'5", I don't know, Johnny Sins, perfect guy, walks past, just slaps Zoe on the ass, bro.
Oh my god.
What you gonna do about it? Like, are you, like, you know what I'm saying? How are you gonna combat Jason Love? Prime human being. You can't say you look better than him. This dude's 6'5", massive thundercock. Like, there's nothing that, off a physical level that you can compete with this guy.
I don't know what to
And he can
say.
slap your-
I don't have a different answer.
Well, Zoe, you don't watch enough porn. But anyway, the guy should know. Anyway, this guy slaps... Let's just say he's a perfect specimen, Zoe. You know what I mean? Marlon phase type shit, but like 10 times better. But anyway, this guy slaps your girl's ass on a first date. You can answer as creatively as possible. You can say, I summon fucking Cthulhu to suck his dick. I don't know. But just answer as creatively as possible and try and woo Zoe to the point of, how would you deal with this attacker? And if you say something stupid like, I would fight him, you would lose. So try and think creatively here. And I'm going to go for a first person. I'm going to go for non-fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming in this situation, I'm, on a dog, on all fours. Well, she is holding me by a leash, obviously. And I think, quite obviously, the first thing I would try to do is just bite his balls and just keep on trying to bite them until they're all bloody down there. And
But what if he, experiences that a lot in his line of work?
I mean, I'm a fucking rabid dog, bro, protecting my bitch. Like, I don't think he's experienced that stuff before. And then I've obviously been a naughty dog. I just bit someone's balls off, so Zoe's gonna have to go home and discipline me however she likes.
Come on, I didn't expect that answer, but alright, I don't mind that. Alright, JJ, what are you gonna do if Jason Love slaps your chick's ass?
I think that's probably as best as I can.
I'm gonna say hell yeah, you smack that shit good, and I'm gonna ask her if she's down to handle both.
See, you try to recruit.
I can't stop. I can't stop Jason.
You try to recruit him for. You trying to hope to be a third, bro?
I can't stop Jason. That's the only. I mean.
He's not wrong. Or... Nah, he's not wrong, though. If you type in Jason Love, like, you'd know as a man, like, you can't really stop him.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Let me just say, picture the most prime specimen.
And non-fawn called her a bitch, so.
Oh, damn.
My bitch.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, respectfully, I can't stop Jason, but in a respectful way,
So you're just giving up.
Gentleman style.
You gonna give up, JJ?
Jason Love.
I wanted more from you.
Jason Love. He has love in his name. It's gonna be.
I mean, like
it's gonna be.
If it's both of you
I
guys,
want Jason
like
Love too.
Maybe, but
I want Jason Love too.
I just don't think that was the answer I was looking for.
I'm begging you to bring him home.
That's what you're okay. That's what you're gonna do.
I'm begging you to bring him home.
How are you gonna beg for him?
I'm be like, since you don't know, I'm gonna be like, it's Jason Love, like. You know.
No, I want to see how you would beg Jason Love for him to come home with you.
How would you ask Jason, bro? Show us.
Jason, please. I know when you smacked, it didn't jiggle as much as you're used to. She's got a little, little booty. But, Jason, you said you're free tonight. You can sleep in my bed. I'll sleep on the edge for tonight.
I believe you said I have a small butt.
I mean, is he wrong? 360.
Well, for Jason, though. For Jason.
Shut the fuck up,
For
Modi.
Jason, you have a...
I'm so fucking tired of you.
I'm sorry!
You took me out of context here, Zoe. For Jason, you got a small butt.
Okay, just
we're talking about.
It doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it better.
Can I just explain something to you real quick?
For me, it's good for me. But it's Jason we're talking about here.
Sorry, can I ask you a
What
question?
if Jason has a bigger butt than me?
Oh, he does.
Modi.
I'm just saying, bro. This guy. Okay, so who's your ideal man? If you think of every celebrity in the world.
I can try to fight him.
No, you can't fight him. Listen, so if you think all the celebrities, everything you've ever seen, who is the pinnacle of man? Just tell us who
you want me to risk my life for you? Because Jason's gonna,
Oh.
Would you want me to risk
Yeah,
my life for you?
I do. I do want that.
All right. Well, then hypothetically, Jason's gonna roundhouse kick me to the head, and then I hope you just at least say no to him because of how good I will be to you in the long
JJ,
term.
that was a great
Jason's
answer, brother.
not.
He's gonna die for
But
you, or he's gonna
realistically,
invite him over. All right,
Okay.
love that. Okay, we're gonna get to book in a second, but first I need to ask this question, Giselle. Who is your if you think of every man you've ever seen in your life?
My God.
Listen. This has to be said. Who is like the
Why?
most perfect specimen that you
Why
can
should we
think
be
of?
talking about other men when I have these 4 gentlemen?
No,
right
no, no.
here?
I'm just
Very
asking
rude
what
to
you're.
them.
No, like here's the thing, right? There's like you can talk about God, but you don't really have to believe, right? It's an almighty. So you got to talk about a man on this earth who shouldn't really exist, or you could say one of these guys or one of those guys. But just like genuinely, if I had to say it, Henry Cavill's a good-looking dude. Jason Love is like 5 Henry Cavills.
Okay, I'm calling the cops on Jason. Actually, I'm just gonna call the cops on Jason. Okay.
Oh my God.
I hate true. Okay, never mind. Okay, books. Go ahead. Answer the question, brother.
Alright, so you
No.
know, we'd be a couple in that case, so we'd have to work together, you know what I'm saying? I would like... hold on.
What does that shit keep playing?
I was saying, I would like, you know, cut like my hand over here where the blood like splatters out, and then you control it on some Gen V shit. You control it and like put it in a, you know, on him and shit. Yeah.
But what if like he's used to getting down and dirty with blood?
No, but like if you put it in his nose, goes into his brain.
No, he's good.
Ah.
Yeah.
So you're
Very
home,
effective.
Alright, so you're throwing like a layup to her, and she's like you're
Yeah,
D Wade,
basically.
she's LeBron. I get it.
Yeah, basically like boom, you know, that's boom the blood.
I
and then
fuck
you-
with
I
that.
am the
Yeah.
goat. So,
What kind of goat are you?
the demonic kind.
Alright, type shit. Right. Who hasn't answered the question? Non-fom? No, Sadie. I'm gonna take a shot for you, Sadie, while you answer this question, brother.
You keep forgetting about me. Okay,
I would
Marie,
never
I see
forget
how it
about
is.
Okay, don't sit there and say that I hate disabled people. You said this last time. You've been first.
Here's
You've been
what I
first
do.
a couple times.
Here's what I
Alright,
do.
bro.
So here we go. So both of us are in the club, whatever it is. This guy, whatever he looks like, he just slaps your ass, and then I just whisper into your ear. Do you want him to be our sacrifice for tonight?
I would
Then
whisper,
what would be
yes.
the next thing you do?
I'd be like, yes, go get him.
Type shit.
So do we just take him like right away, or do we like dance with him a bit and then like?
What if he tries
leave?
to elbow? What if
I
he
don't
tries to
think a
elbow
dance
drop
ever
you?
hurt anyone.
Damn.
But you know,
Yeah,
like,
just-
what if
just
he
a little
tries
bit
to go
dancing.
in again?
Get the blood flowing.
Did you just say? Did you just say you don't think a dance hurt anyone? Have you ever been with a boyfriend who went to a strip club? A dance hurts a lot of women, bro. I'm just saying,
I
bro.
don't get it.
What you've never been hurt by a dance?
I'm talking to Zoe.
No.
Can you let me talk to her?
Good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Marty, we have to put him in his place.
We do
Anyways,
sometimes. He
back
gets
to,
a little out of. Anyways,
Yeah.
I don't know.
yeah.
Like, I think maybe the best way could be to drug him because we are in like a public place.
What if he's got high tolerance?
Yeah. What if he does?
You know, like a needle always beats the tolerance just straight to the blood vein. Just like an injection.
Lethal.
That's
If I-
pretty
if I-
hot, actually.
I feel like if you injected Jason Love, he'd just turn it into Viagra. Anyway, it's time to decide who lost this round. You know, shout out to... Also, can I just say, first of all, I want to say this because, hey, separate to the show. Rest in peace, one of my favorite underground artists, Wi-Fi Skeleton. We made a TikTok on him yesterday. What a goat.
Rest in peace, bro.
Rest in peace. That guy's the goat, for real. But other than that, Zoe, you got a man who just didn't, like, respond to Jason in, like, a way that turned you on.
I mean, I feel like the worst answer for me was unfortunately Saturdays.
Damn.
You know, I
Okay.
feel like he's been a really strong competitor, a strong shooter, and so it hurts.
I mean,
to
he's
say
just like a dwarf, bro, coming up short, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Like,
we don't
wait,
know how
pause.
tall he is. It's only a face cam.
Yeah, it was just a metaphor, bro. My bad, my bad,
I
my
could be
bad.
like 2 feet, 3 feet.
But you're not.
Who knows?
Exactly.
Bro, you could be 7 feet tall lying down, bro. Like, low key.
Sure. Yeah.
Type shit. Well, Saturday, I love you, bro. Thank you for saving like the cast, bro. Last minute.
Yeah, man.
You made it a long
It
way,
was
bro.
good.
You beat a lot of men this time. And hey, and I'm gonna say this: you beat them based on your answers, not based on sympathy.
Right.
Type shit.
Yeah. Anyways, hope you guys have a good night. It's been fun.
Good night.
Alright, love you, brother.
Good night.
Alright, but no, alright. On some real shit. It's time for the final. Actually, let me kick you. Sorry. Alright, my bad. I didn't realize. Yeah, top 3 here. Normally we do like karaoke, but I don't want to do that shit. That's cringe. Fuck all that.
Fuck
let's
that.
make him dance.
I had a good karaoke thing.
You want them to dance, bro?
I would rather do karaoke than
need
dance.
to-
I ain't gonna lie.
They need to do.
I mean, we can make them all. We can make them all argue. Like, what do you want to do for the top 3 here?
I don't know, what were you thinking?
Well, normally we do like karaoke without the beat.
Oh.
I mean, I know I would have sing the new Kanye song, but that shit's TOS. Anyway, alright, listen. We're gonna do, you know what? Fuck it, bro. You want them to dance?
I think they all have some room in the background. I don't know.
Alright,
Their heads
listen.
In the way.
Play your favorite songs in your earphones, and I want like a minute dance.
A minute? That's a long time.
Oh, actually, you can dance
I
for as
would
long as you
rather-
want, but you know, just trust that she's gonna be judging based on how long you want to dance here.
No, I'm gonna be judging on
Passion, heart.
your moves. Like, if I don't want no sloppy moves, I want, you know, clean lines. I'm gonna be looking for rhythm. You know, style.
Alright. Style. Right. Well, here, just to listen. I know y'all. Listen, if you're scared about dancing, how are you gonna get huzz in the club? Let's just keep it real. If you can't dance on a webcam with Zoe Loves B, how are you
What
gonna
about his
dance
jet?
when, I don't know, Cardi B in the club throwing ass on you, bro? That's all I gotta say. So
What
I
about
want
his
you to
get on the
put,
bed
if you've got
on
a
all
wireless
fours and
headset,
bark?
whatever you want to do.
Bro, I ain't even got a way to play music, bro.
This is gonna be a limited one. I mean, JJ, I can sing to you, bro.
I can play music into my.
Oh yeah. You play
Follow it
music
on.
into your mic. Play, yeah. JJ, what song do you want to dance to? JJ can go first.
Wait, can you
I'm
sing
so
to all
fucked.
of us?
It's so over.
Me? JJ, you know what? I'll rap. I'll rap to JJ. I'm gonna do Blueface. I'm gonna do Blueface. Alright, JJ, you're lagging out, bro. You're lagging out.
Oh no!
It's so over. It's so over.
No.
If I can memorize this.
Bro, join and leave again, bro. Join and fucking leave. Bro, got the McDonald's Wi-Fi, bro.
Okay, it's like
It's lagging.
45, 45.
Oh, no, you're good. Wait.
It was
Okay,
lagging.
bye.
Like Spain.
Alright, never mind. Yo,
Yeah.
non-fun, bro. I'll let you go last out of courtesy.
Yay.
Alright, so, you know what, JJ? I'm gonna sing Numb to You. Just go ahead and just throw some moves out, bro. Ready?
It's not no dancing song.
Okay, what do you want me to say? What do you want to do? Like, what do you want to play in the background while you're dancing?
Sing Lady Lumps in your little cute little British accent.
What do you want me to sing?
Sing Lady Lumps.
I think I might just do
Lady Lumps.
Yo, look. I like my shit, you know.
Okay, my home's
options
by
are the
Black Eyed
penguin
Peas.
dance or get on all fours and bark.
Lady Lumps.
Lady Lumps.
My lumps.
Yeah,
What
that's
do we
it.
think,
Yeah,
chat?
okay, here we go.
What do we think?
Alright. I got it. I'm about to sing it. I'm playing it. Alright. Okay. Wait, okay, ready, JJ?
Yeah, I've
What you go? Okay.
I want to see neither.
We're gonna do it with all that junk inside your truck.
What are your
I'll
suggestions?
get you
Kyle?
drunk. Get you drunk up my lump.
Yeah.
My hump. My hump, my hump, my hump. My hump, my hump, my hump. My lovely little humps. Check it out. This bub is crazy. I do it on the daily. They treat me really nicely. They buy me all these ices. Gabbana, Fendi, and then Donna. Calvin, they be sharing all their money and they're buying gear, but ain't asking. They love my ass in 7 jeans, true religion. They keep on giving, so I keep on taking. I know I ain't taking.
Wow, I've never watched
That's
it
enough. That's
before
enough.
dead.
I know this song, bro. I'm out here losing the beat.
That was...
JJ, hit the griddy on them, JJ. Last minute griddy. Oh, here we go. Oh, he kind of got the griddy on him, low key.
He was okay.
Wait, go nuts, bro. Sicko mode.
Yes.
I'm gonna forget.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Oh!
45.
Okay.
45.
Oh, he's got a gliding on him.
Not too much.
Like a
okay.
180.
Wait, hold up, type shit. Yeah, JJ. Okay, listen. You kind of saved it a little bit, but then you ruined it again. All right, Bucks. But
Billy
And then
Jean
that.
by Michael Jackson.
what song? Billie Jean.
Sit twice.
Right, I'll play it, but I'll try and sing this shit as well.
Maybe not the singing. I don't.
No,
think
it's okay. Here we go.
said that.
Billie Jean. Here we go.
And then the high.
Here we go.
It's gonna go horrible.
I can sing this just like Michael Jackson. I swear.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, hold up.
Got a Dr. Pepper.
Bum. Here we go. Bum. Hey. Her Jane was born like a beauty queen from the movie scene.
Hey.
I said, oh mama, what do you mean?
About confidence,
I
pretend
am
you're
the
confident.
one.
Yeah, I'll be
Do you
confident.
dance on the floor in the round? Hey. Hee, I am the one who dance on the floor in the round. Hey, here we go.
That's it,
She
bro.
told me her name was Billie Jean.
That's enough.
And she called us. Bro, we getting into the chorus, bro. You can't end.
We should have started from the chorus.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I'm not gonna
Just give us 20 more seconds. Give us 20 more seconds. Bro, you can't end before the chorus, bro. He didn't specify that. Alright, it's okay. Listen, bro. If that's how you want to end it, that's fine.
It's fine.
No,
Yeah,
he
that's
did
enough.
good. He did really good.
Thank you.
Bro, really, bro? You gonna cut off Michael Jackson, bro? I mean, I'm a little hurt by that, but you know. Sorry. That was good, man. That was good. Non-fun. You got a song?
Yeah, I don't really care what you sing. This one is for Chad, okay? This is my interpretation of the Club Penguin dance, alright?
Oh, hold
all I
on.
got.
You gotta do it for at least 40 seconds. Let me sing the song for you. Real quick.
40
Here we go.
seconds.
Alright, stand up. Yeah.
Hold on, let me
All she ever wanted was the world. I can't help but I need it all. A prima donna life, the rise and fall. You said that I'm kinda difficult, but I'm always someone else's fault. Got me wrapped around my finger, babe. Hey, you can call me up to misbehave. Prima donna girl, you can do anything for me. Buy a big diamond ring for me. That's it.
Get
Yeah.
down
Yeah,
on your
moving like
knees
ninja,
for
bro.
me. Just
For
pop
real.
that pretty question.
I'm not seeing enough
right
movement.
now, baby.
Oh, beauty queen on the 70.
Okay.
Living life like she in movies.
Okay, that was really good.
Yo, we love that, guys. But we have a serious
Incredible
decision to make
dances
now.
from everyone. Thank you so much for participating. I loved every single one. JJ, what is going on? Why are you sad?
He's not sad. He's just anticipating.
I'm not sad. I'm just waiting.
Why is my camera fucked up?
Okay, sounds good. I mean, I think my favorite
using the
dance
bad
was
camera.
definitely Bucks. I think it was fantastic. You
Type
know,
shit.
I loved it, and I also liked non-fonts because I do know that penguin dance, and I do it on
Yeah.
Roblox.
Yeah, but you got to think here before. Actually, let me move these guys out so we can discuss this because this is like the last decision. You know what I mean? Guys, it'll be like 1 minute. Give me a sec here.
Okay, so what do we think?
Oh my God! Thank
Yeah, what
God
do we
she
think
knew
here?
that dance. Oh my God.
Bro, I'm about to win.
Oh my
this
God!
shit.
Thank God
I
she knew
didn't
it.
know bro. I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm gonna win.
Bucks
this
didn't
over.
have to go crazy. Bucks, you didn't have to go crazy like that.
Huh?
Bucks, you didn't have to do it like that.
My bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie, my bad. I didn't know, like,
I think Bucks.
I didn't know I was
Buck
gonna
has
go
it, but-
crazy.
Do it like that.
Is
Bro,
this the last round?
you have to do it like that. You low key like gained some aura back with that. You was like lacking aura. You
Bro,
got
I know
aura.
you're not talking about aura, bro.
Green hoodie needs to go.
You regained
Fuck,
aura.
there.
Bro, I've been had
Fuck.
aura the whole
Chat
time.
doesn't like me. The chat doesn't like me.
Bro, you was what
Come
does
on.
they call it? A sleeper build aura.
So like my aura like wasn't showing
Yeah.
that much, sorry, but now like showing.
Yeah, you was reserving that shit.
Decision. Turn your camera on, boys. Books are safe.
Yeah.
There is a bottom two, and it's non-fun and JJ. But unfortunately, you guys don't get to fight for it this time. It's just a decision. It's a decision that she made after thinking quite hard.
It was
And
a hard decision.
it was a hard decision. She said it was the hardest decision she had to make.
Exactly.
Non-fun. You're safe, brother. You made it, and let me tell you why. You've had great answers all show. You got yourself out of your comfort zone, and you put yourself out there. JJ, she was impressed by you. She said, you're too cute to be here. So maybe she's just
Okay, stop putting words in my mouth.
maybe she's just too
If
intimidated
you were
by your
just going to
looks.
tell them everything I said to you, why did we remove them from the room in the first place?
It builds suspense.
Okay, I did not say that,
It's messed
JJ,
up.
but you're really hot.
No, she didn't say. I'm just fucking with you. Listen,
Does
bro. it's
Guyana
live, I'm
think
just
I'm
fucking-
bisexual?
I know, but she said, no, listen,
I'm
she
not.
enjoyed you, JJ, but
Do
you know,
people
she
just assume because I have
non-fun's
bisexual
longevity
lighting, I'm-
and run is like a Michael Jordan right now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I understand, bro.
No,
Yeah,
it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
type shit. I love that. Well, I don't know what he said there, but like he was speaking from
Same.
the heart, bro. He was
He
speaking.
was
from the
saying
heart.
type shit.
Speaking
For
from the
real.
owl.
He was speaking. He was hooing right there, bro. All right, so you've got two men here. By the way, this is the first time in Irresistible history that we've done a top two.
What do
So
you
this
mean?
is new. And normally it's top three and you just pick one, but now there was just so much talent today. Like we had to get a top two. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I
that's
think
the right decision.
I think we should ask them some sort of like. I mean, we could pit them against each other and let them just fucking free ball for 3 minutes, right? Or we can
Okay.
ask them like we could ask them like a question, like something really ridiculous, like how do you think the pyramids were made? And we can let them squander that
No, I want them to go head to head and like,
battle.
yeah, I want a battle.
Do you want like a free for all mic battle where they can scream over each other, or do you want like an organized one cook?
No, not organized.
Alright, fuck it, boys.
I
I'm gonna
just
put
want them to
5 minutes on a timer. Zoe, you feel free to interrupt these guys all you want. Non-fun,
Sounds
unmute your
good.
mic. I'm gonna not speak at all this time. I'm just gonna take shots while you guys do this. 5 minutes on the timer. Just hey, boys, argue, tell each other. Obviously, give each other a little bit of respect. Don't shout over each other. But hey,
Yeah,
pick each other apart.
I'm gonna let him speak. I
Go
wanna-
ahead. You got 5 minutes now. Just fucking tell them why Zoe's yours, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Look,
pretty
Zoe,
clearly I've
before I start
demonstrated.
talking to non-fun, I want to show you this. Like, this is how much I want you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I got a sheet of paper out with salt on it.
What the hell?
Says, Zoe love me, will choose me, will love me. Zoe will enjoy my presence and will enjoy my micro penis. I've got salt on it and everything. So it's not only
Wow.
me who's trying
That's
to
so
get us
thoughtful.
together, it's the world too.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clearly, first of all, I'll just say very clearly submit to him. I let him speak first, you know. I'm just a submissive fella. I don't think that he has demonstrated that. I don't think that he has demonstrated he's willing to go the lengths that, you know, you need to be, or he needs to be, you know, your bitch or whatever.
I think I did,
and I will
bro.
say, this is how much I, you know, he has a sheet of paper. This is how much I love you, okay? This is my wallet. DM me, and I will take a picture of my credit card details, and I will send it to you, okay? You just have to warn me.
Oh, that's low key. That's quite good.
Yeah, I might need a deposit. I have a little bit of cash in here that I probably need to go
Bro,
deposit
can
before you
see from
spend
the
too
hoodie that
much.
he's
But
wearing, the hoodie that he's wearing was bought from H&M for like $20. This guy does not have money. I don't know what you're talking about. His credit card probably has.
I mean, this
minus
hoodie,
amount.
absolutely. I didn't buy this hoodie. You know,
My pants cost 300. My pants cost
I'm a
300.
very. That's great. I'm a very young, submissive little bitch boy child. So you know, my
And
mommy
the
bought
thing
me
about
this
him
sweater,
is,
and
even
all I
though I'm
want
Indian,
is for
he's
Zoe
the
to be
one
my
who's not
mommy
greased. You
and
can
for
see
her
it
to
in his
tell me
hair.
what
You
to
can see the
wear.
grease in his hair. You can literally see the grease in his hair.
Yeah, I'm an
That's
online
really
degenerate little
shiny.
bitch boy, and I don't take
what?
showers, and I game and I goon all
Sure,
day.
you could give me contact acne.
Oh, bro, you gonna
I
get
don't
the
think that's a
chocolate.
real thing, but
It is real, bro.
cheese-
It's
the
you gotta-
cheese
it's like
touch.
you got herpes, not even acne, bro. That shit herpes.
I have never touched a woman in my life. I don't think I can. I don't think I have
Your
herpes.
wife?
Or I know for a fact I don't have herpes. I'm very sexually inexperienced, and she can mold me and control me, and that just can't be said
See,
for you,
and
bro.
he was trying to pay his way for your love, but like me on the other hand, I'm not trying to just pay my way. I'm trying to be one with you. I'm trying to join you with your, whatever rituals you be doing, all that shit. I'm trying to be with you and all of that. You seen, I'm already trying. This is my first ritual.
I mean,
I'm
notice
already
he's
trying.
talking about, like everything
It's
he's gonna
impressive.
do, and he's not letting you control the relationship. It seems like he has his own goals and motive, and
No,
I just
I'm
really don't have
changing
that.
my ways for her.
It's a lot of work to control a relationship.
I mean, not really if you're a witch. I mean, that's kind of what you do, right? I'm just saying.
You would not know anything about being a witch.
I dated a couple witches in my life. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but no witch compares to Zoe, bro.
I mean, I'm not fighting for her. Go ahead, boys. You got 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, and he's talking about all this money and stuff, so that means he's trying to treat you like a prostitute. I'm not trying to do that.
That's absolutely
I'm
not
trying to
true. What do you mean I'm trying to
respect.
treat her like a
I'm trying to
prostitute? I'm
treat
just
you-
saying that if she dates me, like,
You're the
she
one
has
who showed a
control
credit
over
card.
my bank account. She has control over everything I do in my life. Like, that's just up to her now.
Yeah.
That's
But
all I'm
you're
trying
not
to say.
showing how you're gonna I showed how I'm molding myself to fit for her by doing this stuff. I'm moving out of my.
I've listed
comfort
several
zone,
ways.
doing
That's
rituals
that's
and
just
stuff like that. I'm
that's just
molding
not
myself
true. Are you
for
like
her.
deaf? Like throughout this entire show, my answers have always been, I will be submissive. I will be your dog. Okay, I'm willing to be on a leash for you in the
Bro,
club.
you were
Okay.
playing Minecraft the whole time in the background, bro. We know you. Were
Yeah, like I said, I'm a degenerate gamer. Okay.
So you weren't even paying full attention to her. So how are you submissive?
That's absolutely not true. What do you mean?
You just said you were playing Minecraft.
Yeah,
he
I'm
has 4
Minecraft open
monitors.
right now. I'm a gamer. I do. I have I have a lot of monitors. You want to see my fucking setup, bro? Look at you're telling me you wouldn't play Minecraft if this shit was your monitor, bro? Look at this shit.
Bro, you actually are. Oh my god! No! Bro, that's real shit right there, bro. That's real shit.
Yeah. Bro, you don't even have do you even have a microphone? Again, I think you just like your setup is literally just like your laptop on a fucking table. Oh wow, bro, it's got the fucking audio tech A20 or whatever. Like what the fuck? Most generic
Yeah, 'cause I
streamer
have a light.
bullshit
I'm
microphone
gonna game
ever,
the whole
okay?
time. I wanna
Look
do,
at this shit. Look at this shit. I got a Shure SM7B, brother.
Remember the
Dynamic,
big
high
game, the
quality.
big head?
I
How
got
you gonna
I
invest
have
in
to have
game
an
the whole
audio
day? You don't know
processor
how
for
to
this
step
shit.
out
I
of
have
the
to have a
house. How you
cloud
gonna find a
lifter.
pig? The
This
only
is a
pig you can
$50
get on
XLR
Minecraft.
cable.
You're
This cable is more.
Boys. Your time is up.
Wow.
I quite enjoyed that. That was a lot of. Started off quite polite and ended up quite insane. Now it's a bonus round. We're gonna put a beat on and you guys have to rap battle. I'm just kidding. I was fucking. Next show though, y'all going to start writing some diss tracks. Right, Zoe, I'm gonna drag you guys out. I'm gonna talk to Zoe here. We're gonna figure out a winner. It won't be for long.
Okay, bet.
Oh shit, my bad.
Non-fun. Yo, I respect you, bro.
What's up? I respect you
fun.
too, brother.
I respect you, bro. May the best one win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I trust her decision. Yep.
Yeah, may the best one win. I fuck with you though. Definitely put me on some Minecraft skills and stuff. You know. Cause I'm gonna start playing, bro. I'm telling you, I'm gonna start playing.
You're gonna start what? Paying?
Like playing the game.
Oh, playing the game. Yeah, sorry.
Like I
Okay,
played
yeah.
before, but I didn't finish the game, so you know, I'm gonna get back.
Yeah, I mean, I just play it to distract me, like in the background for stream and everything. But yeah.
Oh, so you just like, is that like your like it's like de-stressing kind of?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is what I have to play Minecraft
Yeah,
with
I
the
see, I see. It is a nice game,
with
man.
the
Though, like, I played it with my roommate and stuff. It's really like calming. You know the music and everything.
yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with it.
This is what I have to do to bring down the nerves. Okay, when I talk to a woman, it's so scary.
Oh, for real?
For
It's
real.
fine. I can help you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can help you.
Damn, I respect
talk to
that.
women and stuff. Like, yeah, we can have some. I'll help you raise. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Cause I could see you were like a little bit nervous and all that, you know. But it's fine.
Yeah, I don't talk
even
to many
started
women.
like that, bro. Even I started like that. Minecraft is not suck, bro. Wait, where you from, bro?
I'm from the U.S. I live in North Carolina.
Oh, and I'm from US. I'm surprised this guy's still alive. I think in the UK it's like 4 a.m. or some shit. Like,
Yeah, I'm not sure. He streams a lot. I think it's his full-time job. I think it seems like that's all he does. So.
yeah, because this girl is like, do you know who she is?
I know now, but I didn't know much about her before,
You know the
or I didn't know
the
anything
whole
about her
thing I
before
did?
Modi.
She did that before. She was with she was dating a big streamer, Lacey.
Damn.
You know who that is? Yeah.
Wait, do you stream?
Yeah, I stream.
Hell yeah.
I know
What's
it doesn't
your?
look like that.
Oh, she knows the answer to your questions, boys.
Well, I just want to say it was a pleasure being here with both of you guys. Loved spending, this Discord day with you. And it was a hard decision, but I think the winner of will be Bucks.
Yeah! Yeah! God, oh, yeah!
Yay!
Alright, Bugs, I'm gonna give you a time in a minute here to talk to Zoe. First of all, non-fun. Top 2, you're getting closer and closer, my friend. Shout yourself out what you do. And then, yeah, we'll get on to the final here.
Yeah, I'm Non-Fun. I stream on YouTube at Non-Fun, where you can also find a bunch of my old, mostly political debates about Trump and about tariffs and about the economy and things like that. I also stream on Twitch and Kick at Non-Fun420. So come check me out. I'm going to be live for a while still. So.
All right, love it, Non-Fun. Appreciate it, brother.
See ya. Damn, so close, boy. So close. So close.
So
What's up?
close, dude. Second place. How fast in
know.
that last little bit there, when she was saying, and the winner is between the two of you.
I mean,
like in that time,
it's definitely elevated. I don't think
You should
I mean,
have
it's
a
a Discord. It's a fucking Discord show. I should have a heart rate monitor. That'd be.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should have a heart rate monitor for it. That'd be pretty good. So how does this work? This is the first time I've ever actually seen one to a conclusion. So.
I honestly don't know what the winner gets. I think they literally get like maybe a 5-minute call or whatever.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Well, now that you've gotten second place, the next stop is first place, dude.
True. Hopefully.
Keep working on that Penguin Club dance. You never know when you're
Now
gonna
shit was stupid. I'm very glad she recognized that dance though. I got lucky because oh my god.
Yep.
Can we get the dance as an emote? I can work on that after the stream. Sure, I can.
Are you still on the shared stream because you got 64 viewers right now?
No, I hit leave, at least. I don't know if it's still.
Who knows how that shit works, dude?
Oh, it does still say a minute, but I literally hit leave, so. Whatever, free viewers, free promotion. Let's go check out what
Could have
are
planned.
they
A
doing?
lot of people didn't turn up, which
Okay.
I posted in
I
a
think
random
all that
trade
needs to
group and had some
happen
people
is
come in.
that.
And it was fun, man.
Oh,
I hope you had
the,
fun.
the other guy's already gone.
I appreciate
Yeah.
you putting the
I did have
effort in
fun.
and putting some fucking, putting the
Did she accept my friend request at least? I think I sent her one. I need to.
I think what we need is Isaac to join, and then Tess Johnson. They need to pop into Discord. Yeah, there's chillin' Jazz. Get on in here. We all gotta come. Y'all gotta get in here and talk to Nonfon about his Riz level.
Holy
For
shit!
the sadness of being alone.
Thanks for the $5 tip, Isaac. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go get food. Damn, I see how it is.
$5 freaking dollars. Goddamn.
$5 means a lot to someone who's broke. As much as I hyped up my wallet at the end there, okay.
Quick, rejoin the call and say, "Hey, I just got $5 from a donor." Like, is that enough to win your heart?
They're all already gone, but 5,000 shrimp I just saved. Oh, that's true.
Isaac's pretty cringe. Let's be real.
Yeah. Oh shit! I'm dying. What the fuck?
He swallowed.
Oh
his
fuck!
stick
I hit
wrong.
the iron golem. Oh, it's so over. Oh, he's gonna kill my dogs. Oh no. Oh, we're good. Just because I mocked you in a debate doesn't mean, sorry.
When-
Vegan
what
doesn't mean I'm
debate?
cringe, okay. Wait, yeah, I don't even know. Oh no, you guys did kind of debate a little bit that one stream where we were talking about testicles the whole time.
Oh, that's right. No, well, yeah, the interior versus exterior.
Yeah.
I'm still overall a fan of exterior. Isaac definitely also prefers exterior testicles too. You know, we're in the same boat.
True. It's crazy he called me out for playing Minecraft.
All right, team.
Well,
I'm gonna
geez.
go and shower and stuff because I haven't showered in like 3 weeks. It's about
Okay.
time. And then maybe perform a coitus. We'll see how the night goes. I will see you guys another day in the future. Possibly later
Very
tonight,
true.
most likely not, but you never know. Fate will dictate what happens. Bye.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I shouldn't have killed the cows. I should have just kept them so I could breed them and then kill them. And feed them to my dogs so I can have more dogs. Okay, let me remove dating show from the title. Dude, dude, on Restream, there's, first of all, why does Kick say I'm playing Schedule 1? I can change all the titles at once with Restream, but if I do that, it makes the YouTube description, it replaces the YouTube description, and I don't want it to do that. It's fucking annoying. So it's like, well, I'll manually add a has-been shower schedule. Very true. I didn't watch except for literally the dance, but you cooked. The first answer, dude, it was funny, dude. I don't know if you, dude. Me and the first round, me and Soy Pill both talked about Medicaid, and then she put us in the bottom too. I don't know why she picked me over Soy Pill because Soy Pill is like buff and smart and older and a way bigger channel than me, but regardless. You want a ban for ban with streaming mics? That is true. Yeah. Dude, I was trying to, I got cut off, but I was about to say this fucking cable costs more than his microphone, which is only like half true. I think it's Yeah, AT 2020. Yeah, it's $100. This cable cost 50. And also, I mean, it just came with the microphone because I bought it off of eBay, but I bought it like in a bundle off of eBay. I gotta hear words I've never heard come out of your mouth before W stream. I feel like by now I've said some pretty wacky stuff on stream. What was new this time? We talked about pegging. I'm pretty sure I've definitely told people I want to be pegged before. I've definitely said that. What the fuck is this? Potato? Not what a fucking potato looks like. The biting the balls, I guess. That would be another benefit for having internal testicles, by the way. Couldn't do that. Bro, that was fucking goated, dude. I came up with that, dude. By the way, I'm pretty sure I went first 3 times in a row. Maybe only 2 times in a row. But I was literally saying, like, I don't have a better answer than the last time, which was just beg and explain the history of the oppression of women to him. But this time, that was a goated fucking answer I pulled out of my ass, saying that I'm gonna be on a leash and I'm gonna be your dog and I'm gonna bite its balls off, and then I've been a naughty dog so she can go home and punish me. That was a goated answer. Jesus. Okay, we need to react. We need to switch to react mode. I need to switch to epic react. Awesome content. This is better improv practice and debate club. Very true. Where'd I put my bread? That was in my inventory. Okay, wait, what do I need? I need to get more obsidian and more diamonds and make a farm. And I need more wood first, actually. Oh, a bucket is his fucking stocking. Of course it is. Window capture. Where's the The world knows non-fun? What? This shit is not going to be about me being bisexual, is it?
I'll never be over the non-fawn loss? I know, right? He deserves better.
True. Okay, that was sweet. I thought it was going to be her calling me bisexual. I appreciate it, Skyana. Someone, hold on, someone clip this in to Skyana. I appreciate the compliment. Anyways, do you think that it would be better if men had internal testicles, if we could genetically modify men in such a way that their testicles were internal to their body and they still produce sperm and we're still exactly as fertile? Their sperm, the testicles were just internal, so they couldn't get kicked in the balls anymore. Do you think this would be good or bad? Okay, anyway. Pisco went on Tim Pool. I don't know why I'm coughing so much. I got you, King. Dude, I think when I don't eat, when I get up at 4 p.m. and don't eat anything and only drink Red Bull, I don't think my stomach likes that. But I'm not going to do anything about it. Okay. All right, I've not seen anything from this yet. I think part of it is like an audience thing. It's not just between Pisco and Tim Pool and Alex Stein and whoever else the fuck is there. It's like they take audience questions and things, which I think is cringe, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of fighting. That's a communist sleep schedule and diet. Do you want to be a dirty commie? This is true, actually. I didn't consider this. Fuck. I have to have a capitalist factory worker proletarian sleep schedule.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Culture War Debates Podcast Live. This is our first pilot. We got a live studio audience for everybody watching at home. We're going to be bringing them up. I encourage heckling, booing, and cheering, which is probably bad news for our friend Pisco. But it's going to be fun. But we do have some serious issues to debate. And the question of the day is, was the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia just or unjust? And should the Trump administration bring him back to this country? And with that being said, I would like to throw it first to the gentleman to my right. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer. I argue on the internet from a left-wing perspective, and I think it's obvious that it was unjust. It was illegal. All right. One of the big problems that conservatives cite with immigration is the fact that it's illegal in the first place. Okay. So if you have a problem with illegal immigration on the basis of its illegality, surely you should have a problem with deporting people illegally, unless you think it was the right thing to do to break the law. Do you think it was the right thing to do to break the law? I'll ask the audience right now. So that's just a collective. I want everyone to know. You all said you're fine.
I hate this country. I hate this country. I hate this country. I hate this country. It is kind of crazy that like probably 20% of Trump supporters would be like perfectly okay with Trump breaking a lot of fucking laws. They're already okay with him breaking laws that obviously he was never fucking he was charged, he was indicted, but never like imprisoned for things. Not that they would care if he was in prison, but kill me.
When Trump breaks the law, he admits that he broke the law, and you're cool with it. And they admit that it was against the law to do so, and they promised they're going to do it to U.S. citizens too. You think he's just joking? You think it won't affect you? They've already arrested U.S. citizens for 10 days without due process. They're lying about where he was near the border. They've deported U.S. children who have cancer. So don't think this won't affect you. And notice what you all just did. You all just said, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's just for someone to be deported illegally. Deported illegally. All right. So basically, just to finish off, if you're willing to say that, you're willing to say that you want Trump to be a king, that you want him to be a tyrannical fascist. And I would ask you to look yourself in the mirror and really, take a hard look. Is that what you want this country to be?
All right.
We
also have, with his opening statement and introduction, this gentleman here.
Yeah. Nice to see you all. I'm Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project. So I think there are, three core reasons that the outcome here is substantively just. The first is that had the Trump administration gone through the normal process to lift a withholding of removal, this guy would have been removed 100% of the time for two core reasons. First, he was found to be a member of MS-13.
Wait, hold on. What? When your chat messages gets ignored? What? Did you donate? The $5 donation came up.
In earlier court proceedings. Once that finding was found and upheld on appeal, he would be stopped from challenging that. Now that Trump has designated the guy as MS-13, rather, to be a foreign terrorist organization, he's not eligible for withholding of removal anymore, so he'd simply have lost no matter what. And the second reason is that in the interim, between the time he got this withholding of removal and now, the 18th Street gang, which now supposedly threatened his mother's pupusa shop, a preposterous story from the outset, that 18th Street gang is no longer effective in El Salvador, which was the basis for his supposed fear of persecution, which is why the withholding of removal.
By the way, I will say, notice how he said, Trump has determined him to be a MS-13 gang member. Which I understand. Like, I don't think it's impossible. The guy is an MS-13 gang member. I don't think that's particularly unlikely either. But it is kind of crazy how everything is up to Trump's determination, the executive branch's determination. Why would we ever want the judicial branch to have any say in determining, who is a gang member or not? Like, why do we ever want immigrants to even be able to challenge that? Because one of the allegations is immigrants weren't even or people deported. I don't know about Garcia specifically, weren't even informed of what they were being deported under. They didn't even know, and they weren't informed of their, right to habeas claims or whatever.
Was granted in the first place. So so the outcome wouldn't change. This is what we would call, to analogize harmless error. The second reason it's substantively just is because the guy's a white-beating MS-13 gangbanger. Yeah. And who exploited our laws for 14 years. And in fact, the more that comes out about the guy, you're realizing, just what kind of person he is, threatening his wife and children, telling them that, you can't leave me because I'll kill you. Funny thing, I was reading a book about MS-13, and a different MS-13 gangbanger did say the same thing about a girlfriend he was dating. There's this sort of underlying entitlement. But substantively just obviously a very bad dude, a human trafficker, the kind of person who drives people, from Texas to Maryland who don't have any luggage. Do you think those people have free will? No, those are captives. And, we can get more into that later.
And we will. There's one more man joining us tonight to make sure that there's a little bit of chaos and humor.
Yes.
I don't even know.
Well,
Are they even alleged to be
say,
captives?
Pisco, you are very smart, but you're still a libtard. And but no, I agree. I actually agree with you on this because listen, whether it was unjust or not, we got the outcome that we want. His big booty Latina is staying in the country.
It's funny because she
we
hasn't
need to do
seen it,
this
but
as,
Chad is-
a lesson to these other
the Chad is
gangbangers
still-
and
the Chad is
Trinidad
talking
adjacent
about
people
nuts
that
and
if you come to our
Chad
country
hasn't. They're
and
talking
you
about
bring your big booty
nuts
Latina, we're gonna kick your ass out and keep her. So I think.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Alex, the Latina in question is a U.S. citizen.
I know, but still, she's still a big booty Latina.
Why is the guy here? Why is this guy here, dude? I've never been happier than when Alex Stein did not show up for the Hippy Dippy show. I was supposed to talk to Alex Stein on the Hippy Dippy Rumble show, but he didn't show up. So I've never been happier because this dude is not serious enough to be on any of these shows. I don't think he knows anything. I don't think he cares. I think he's here to troll. Like, it's dumb.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, if the goal is to protect the U.S. citizen Latina from the predations of the Memphis 13 gangbangers.
I'm saying protect even illegal or legal big booty Latinas. They carry the same weight in my eyes. So I guess not apparently to you. So I'm saying, yeah, she's a legal big booty Latina, but he learned his lesson. They don't get to go back to El Salvador or wherever you get kicked off to.
And that's exactly why Alex is here.
Yes.
But we are going to be bringing up members of the audience, people who have submitted who want to join this debate, and give you guys a chance to have your thoughts heard on this matter. But I suppose the question to kick it off, simply, to either of you who wants to start, was the deportation just or unjust?
It was unjust. It was illegal. Do you think that those aren't synonyms? So those aren't. So I understand that, but in this context, do you think it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation? Yes or no? I mean, in these circumstances, the outcome was just. I'm asking for the deportation. If you think, well, I mean, it was mistaken, so they conceded that it's a mistake, right? So was it just to do a mistaken illegal deportation? I mean, the actual substantive outcome here is a just outcome. It's like I don't want the administration. Whether the outcome was just or not, is the action, the mistaken, in your words, mistaken illegal deportation, just or not? It's mildly unjust. I actually. So you actually agree. To be clear, resolution. You
mildly
agree
unjust.
that it was
Let's
unjust.
go.
To be clear, everyone here agrees it was unjust. No. Well, okay. So Tim, do you think that the deportation was just to do an illegal action?
See, what you're doing right there is I'm just going to say, that's not debating. To load the question with, I presume it was illegal first, now answer.
Do you agree it was illegal?
They admitted it was illegal.
When did you start beating your wife?
Well, do you agree it was illegal? What's loaded about that?
So the issue is it a crime to make a mistake?
Not a crime. Was it illegal? Was it illegal, yes or no?
No.
9 justices on the Supreme Court unanimously, Will and I, both lawyers, will tell you it was illegal. Will, it was obviously illegal. It was an illegal deportation. It was an illegal deportation.
So hold on. You're saying that it was illegal because the Supreme Court said it was.
Now they're going to
It's
debate.
entirely the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Doesn't matter.
Does the Alien Enemies Act
Did you win, son?
I got second, but no.
Damn. See, I took the fall just for you two. I was trying to get you the win, but I'm sad. Wait, you got second from being almost eliminated? You got to second? That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. Dude, you're killing it on these. I like heard the intros and immediately was like, get me off the show. Get me the fuck off the show. Like, I can't do this. The fake British accent, the fucking like all these dudes just like, I can't tell if they're like being jokey because they don't want to seem like they're trying too hard, but clearly want to date. And I'm just like, oh my god, kill me, dude. Get me the fuck. This is like every worst improv skit I've ever been in, dude. Like, ah man. So I commend you for going on. I'm never doing that again though. So
yeah, I mean it's as long as you don't take it seriously, I think it's fun. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it could be. That said, call your reps, dude. Tell your audience to call your reps.
Oh yeah.
The Rubicon's been crossed. Not fun. You got to call them.
Yeah, I did I didn't download it. I should have.
Five
At the end of
Calls
your last video, the app that you were talking about, that I think the
5 calls hour is
mentioned,
pretty
the
good.
5 calls.
Or you can just do the Democrat website. You put it in. It's funny though because when I put it in, they're just like, "You're not in a GOP district." Like, go post about it on social media. And I'm like, okay, I guess I do have a platform. So, and sorry for not rating. I should have done that. I totally forgot. Sometimes actually, I think I can do it. I can do it for by default. Like it'll just automatically raid into your streams off of my streams. So maybe I'll set it up to just do that by default. If you're ever on, it'll just do it. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your weekend, buddy. Talk to you later.
You too. I appreciate you. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, bud.
The only reason Pisco lost this debate is because he's wearing too much denim. He is wearing it. I have noticed Pisco usually is like wearing like 3 layers. Like he'll be wearing a sweatshirt with like a fucking jacket on top of it and a shirt under the sweatshirt. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? But
under the Alien Enemies Act, or wasn't deported under the Alien Enemies Act.
Stephen Miller claims he was.
No, he absolutely wasn't. He's not a Venezuelan. The proclamation for the Alien Enemies Act only applies to Venezuelans.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true. Say again.
Does the Alien Enemies Act apply to El
The proclamation issued by the president only to Venezuela members who are Venezuelans. By its terms, the proclamation by its terms, even assuming it were legal, would not apply to them.
Yeah, this is not an Alien Enemies Act question.
So the question is, do you agree it was illegal?
If the argument is the Supreme Court said it was illegal and that's your basis for it, then I agree with you, yes.
Okay, do you agree with the president or the executive? The thing is, everybody agrees.
Wait, how does
it's
Tim
illegal.
Pool not even know that? How does Tim Pool not even... Okay.
He just, wait, just to be clear.
No, I'm
he
looking
just
for
for a while
administrative error. And the issue is we're talking about the semantics of what it means to be illegal, right? So is it illegal to smoke pot? Yes. Is it unjust? No. People can smoke pot.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you first if it's illegal. Now you agree it is illegal, fair, right?
In the context of what you... So the first thing I was trying to do is understand your view in how you're viewing what illegal means. You're saying, as a subject of law, as the Supreme Court has ruled it, we all agree the Supreme Court did in fact say it was illegal.
Correct.
Agreed.
Okay, so if it's the case that you think that this deportation was illegal, do you think it was just...
I was so unaware, seriously. I know, yeah, what's up, Radical Recorder, by the way, but it's crazy to me. Tim Pool somehow has a substantive opinion on it, and then, like, within... if you are making, like, strong claims, especially if you're a fucking podcast host, Tim Pool has no excuse. Your opinion should not be able to be changed in 3 sentences. Like, you should, like... you should have a better defense of that, buddy, but whatever.
Illegal deportation?
Yes. Okay. Just like I think it's just for someone to smoke pot.
Okay, so if they did the same thing to a U.S. citizen, though, obviously you think it's unjust?
Yes.
Okay. If they killed Kilmar Abrego Garcia, would you think it's unjust?
Yes.
Why's that?
Killing people is one of the worst crimes, in fact.
Okay, so
Wow.
Obama killed 4 American citizens. We fact checked.
Oh my God! How are we here already? How are we on the Obama drone strike already? Oh my God!
Wrong, right?
Absolutely.
So then why? So if it's the case that you thought that was wrong, wouldn't it be wrong, for example, to put Kilmar Abrego Garcia in prison for the rest of his life without an opportunity to like have a case?
No.
Okay.
So let me try this real quick. You're trying to equate, say Barack Obama, right? He extrajudicially assassinated a 16-year-old kid without charge or trial.
I did notice. Yeah, he shaved after this debate.
I mean, if a dude cracks a grandma over the head with a baseball bat and kills her, I say lock that guy up. If a guy accidentally runs a woman over, then we say that there could be negligent homicide. There's degrees of whether the crime is bad. Is it justice in some circumstances and not when a crime is... Not all crimes are solved in the same way.
I'm not alleging
they
that it's a
all
crime.
rise to the same level of retaliation.
I'm not alleging that it's a crime. I'm saying it's illegal, and the Supreme Court found that. And right now, what we have, this is what the Trump cult does to you. This is what the Trump cult does to you.
The ad hominem.
So this is what it does to you. You are defending an illegal deportation of a human being who has the right to have his case heard. The basic essence of due process.
Finding is actually,
I mean, denied of anybody. It will be denied of you in the course of time.
No, it won't. He's not a citizen.
So if
and
you're
he was
deported,
previously adjudicated as an MS-13 gang
that's
member.
false. And you brought to
So there was a finding that he was an MS-13.
We're here already. We're here already. I'm not 99% sure he was quoting Guardians of the Galaxy with that one of the worst crimes line. I didn't even consider that. Oh my God. Intellectual titan here, Tim Pool. Thank God we have this dude. Wow. I know there are monsters.
Well, you brought up collateral estoppel, didn't you?
Yeah. So he'll be stopped from challenging.
So of course not. So this. So I know because I have to say a lot.
I really love the audience just repeatedly bringing up Emmett beats his wife. Emmett is like when Pisco is asking like very pointed questions or whatever.
A lot of these lawyers file shipwrecked, and they get shipwrecked as a lawyer, and it's garbage. And the truth is, there is no collateral estoppel here. What is the finding that the bond court hearing made?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I have a question. If someone does something illegal, is that just or unjust?
It's sometimes unjust, sometimes just. It depends.
If someone does something illegal, should they always be held? No. No. Okay, so we agree that the real question here is not whether it's just or unjust, whether we think the penalty should be severe or not.
No. So I agree. Not all illegal things are unjust. I'm asking in this case, is this illegal action by the Trump administration just or unjust? And you said it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation.
Now,
I'm going to ask you why. I'm going to ask you why.
Right, let me answer that. So the first thing I got to say is you keep loading this as though illegal is the pretext by which something would be just or unjust, which is why I asked you, is if something is illegal, is it just or unjust?
It can be. It depends.
Then you don't need to say, you know, am I okay? Why am I okay with Trump doing something illegal? The question is the deportation.
No, I do need it because I think as a standard, right, there's a threshold here that in the main, when the government does something illegal, we're going to presume it's unjust unless you can reach some threshold. Well, think about it, right? So if this can't just be a game of we let the government do whatever we want to people we don't like. We're fearful of the government wielding power in the main because of structural reasons. There's a reason. There's a reason. For example, you believe that someone who's accused, for example, of should be given a trial, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Did they censor murder? Dude, do we have to start saying unalive on YouTube now? Oh my God. Dude. I was going to say kill me, but apparently I have to say unalive me. Game end me. Oh my God.
Why do you think that someone so horrific, and if everyone agrees that this person Why should we give them a trial?
An American citizen gets a trial.
What about an illegal alien?
They don't.
So you don't think, so just to be clear, this is where we're at now. You don't think that crimes that are committed in this country by illegal immigrants, that they should have trials
gonna be
for those
so
crimes?
bad.
The penalty.
No, they do have. Wait. So to be honest, we do have trials for.
Hold on. So the penalty for an illegal immigrant typically is for most who cross within 2 years is expedited removal. That means there are due processes. An immigration officer will determine whether or not they're here legally or illegally.
That's not what we're talking about crimes. We're talking about crimes.
And yeah, so when we get someone here who like or murder somebody, why are we going to spend taxpayer dollars when the outcome is going to be?
Jules quoting Marvel movies isn't New Lil Thanos is like a utilitarian? His debate with Sam Cedar, dude, no shot. He said, what the fuck? I love the utilitarian reductio. It's the dumbest shit ever. Let's go. Take this gay shit off and play the new Kanye song. Definitely cannot do that.
You get sent out of the country.
Well, Tim, so actually, a lot of times, we deal with this. We want them to be prosecuted so that they actually face a punishment instead of getting deported. So that is, we actually spend a lot of taxpayer resources on prosecuting illegal immigrants, at least in Texas.
But I just want to dwell here for a second. The Constitution says that persons in this country get trials if they are accused of a crime before they're punished. No, it does not say that. You can read the Constitution.
Let's talk about the fact that they're citizens or persons.
So for example,
Let me ask you this though: in the case of Abrego Garcia, do you think that is a sweeping policy that's being used to deport mass amount of people, or is this
what
one?
is a sweeping policy?
Well, I'm just saying the pretext that we use to deport Abrego Garcia. I'm saying, do you think that is being used right now to deport a massive amount of people, or is this an isolated incident in your opinion?
I don't think it's an isolated incident. I don't think it's relevant to the question presented, which has to do with
Kind of,
but I will answer it.
I'm just saying, when you make an omelet, a few eggs are going to get, cracked. I'm just saying there are going to. It sucks.
Just bite the bullet and say yes, it was unjust. Of course, it was unjust.
Biden illegally imported 20 bajillion people. You don't think Trump is going to make some mistakes? It's like, okay, well, first of all, I love how we're already on that talking point when they, presumably all had a topic beforehand, which was, was this deportation just, and not whether or not mass deportations is just, and whether mistakes are okay in that context. But all right, okay.
We don't want the government in the main unless there's exceedingly crazy circumstances to violate the Constitution, right?
Pisco, real quick, but do you think it's going to be used in a massive
like
way?
the 2020 election, like the rigged election?
So, I know you talk about a cancer girl, but they actually were allowed to stay. So when leftists say that they were forced to leave, they chose to go with their family. They were 100%.
I think the allegation. So ordinarily, I think what Alex Stein is saying is true. If you have a child who's a U.S. citizen, but you're not a U.S. citizen, I think when you're deported, I think you have the right to make arrangements for the child to stay, or your child can come with you if you choose that. But I also, I believe the allegation is that the mothers weren't informed of that option. They did not have, or at least not properly informed. Or I think the allegation for one of them is that they had to make the decision like under coercion, and I could look more into it, but I'm sure Pisco is about to say basically what I just said, but with a lot more detail.
Allowed to stay in America, so we didn't deport a cancer person.
If you guys are stuck in your echo chambers, and again, I think that there's some of that going on here.
Insult the audience like that.
So if it's that case, then you wouldn't know, for example, that this U.S. citizen, there's a parent here. There's an opportunity that people have basic due process rights to see if, like, I don't know, an aunt wants to care for the U.S. citizen, or another parent has parental rights and the right to have custody over the parent.
Real quick, in the instance you're referring to, the mother requested the child.
So I don't know which case. There are multiple cases of U.S.
There's
citizen
two.
One of which the mother denies that that's what she wanted. But regardless, the policy that we're talking about is with respect to people who are not citizens here. And you asked if it's like a mass policy. They're already by the Supreme Court again unanimously saying that these people are entitled to due process. You guys don't think that. You guys don't think that there should be due process.
I don't think that's.
Everyone thinks they're entitled to due process. The question of what process is due, and it's extraordinarily limited in the context.
But Tim just said, even in the context of criminal. So Tim just said, in the context of a criminal indictment, that there should not be trials for people who are here illegally. You don't agree with that?
No, I don't.
See, hold on. This is a really good example for media literacy. What he did is he is falsely framing the arguments, redirecting it. What I'm saying is, there is no trial required for a crime committed by an illegal immigrant because they'll get an expedited removal before trial can take place.
You're conflating an immigration hearing, which is civil, and I agree. There's no. So you guys don't get confused, all right? I'm gonna teach you something.
I'm not conflating anything.
Immigration law and a removal proceeding is not a criminal matter. Okay, that's different than the criminal proceeding. Yes, I agree. You don't need trials, but J.D. Vance is full of shit. You are actually making a mistake. I am aware you are asking for a criminal trial for, let's say, an illegal immigrant who committed a murder. I am arguing that we will deport that person back to their home country, and then we're not going to hold a trial for him after the fact. So you wait. So you're going to
if you don't charge them, obviously you're not gonna you're not gonna hold a trial for them. But yeah, obviously, great one, Tim Pool. Nice. That's not what we're talking about, buddy. But okay.
You're going to take a murderer who committed a crime in this.
If you charge them, they will have to have a trial. That's the obviously if we choose not to charge them and instead deport them, they don't have to have a trial. Yes, we can deport them. Yes.
You're not going to subject them to punishment in this country, and you're going to send the murderer back to El Salvador just so he can cross the border again and murder someone?
Well, that's why Trump has CCOT, doesn't he?
Well, hang on. That wasn't...
That's why he put people in the ultra-hardcore torture prison. Yeah, wow.
Better than your hypothetical there that he would go to
And by the way, notice that, I don't know, they haven't quite used this talking point yet. Deportations is not supposed to be punishment. Deportations is just supposed to get you out of the country. So it is funny that they are treating deportations here like a punishment. They're saying we're going to punish this person for the crime like a deportation, when legally that's not what deportation is. It's not supposed to be a punishment. And if it is a punishment, sending people to fucking CCOT sure seems cruel and unusual. And I do believe the Eighth Amendment rights do apply to illegal immigrants, at least to some extent. But
CCOT.
You presented information to the argument that was not previously included in it.
Which was
the
what?
argument is an illegal immigrant here gets deported first.
Before he goes to trial for murder? Come on, guys.
How do you go to trial for someone who's not in the country?
Wait, so we do. This is high priority for our government to spend money on trials protecting U.S. citizens, and it's one of our common things.
Actually, hold on. Let me go to Tim real quick, though. Tim, this is where I think you're wrong. I'm sorry. So, would you have rather had Lakin Riley's murderer just deported, or are you happy that they had a trial and got convicted?
Deported.
That's crazy. So you trust this El Salvadorian guy?
Yeah.
Wait. So just be clear. You trust El Salvador to keep this guy in jail? This guy committed a crime on U.S. soil, and you trust El Salvador? You trust El Salvador? Yeah. Here's the problem. What happens if Bukele decides this guy goes free? What happens if they overthrow Bukele?
I got it, guys. I figured it out. We secure our border.
So in this country, there's justice for crimes, and what you're talking about isn't justice. It's for the purposes of expediting something, but it's not true justice. For example,
I actually disagree with you. I think what you're saying isn't justice, because what you are doing is creating a defense for people who had no right to be here in the first place, so that taxpayers have to spend money on someone who's not going to be here after this. And if you look at the case of Abrego Garcia, this guy, what was the due process that was failed? He was supposed to get what's called a USCIS official interview.
False.
To make it. This is under the law. This is actually
you're wrong.
It's in the law.
8 CFR.
My phone on me.
So 8 CFR 224 sub 08
states that if an individual receives a USCIS interview that determines the circumstances of their home country has changed, they can be deported. Withholding is void.
8 CFR 224. Look it up. So you go to sub F on that statute, or it's a regulation. It is not the province of USCIS to determine whether someone's going to be,
like a parody of like Trump supporters.
Pull up the law on withholding of deportation, which explicitly states that a USCIS interview can determine that the circumstances of their home country has changed. I don't have my phone on me.
That's affirmatively. We're talking. So this is the problem. This is defensive relief. And so in the immigration context, you can apply affirmatively to USCIS, or you can put before an EOIR
judge. I'll say this. I concede. Let's bring him back, and the first thing that happens when he walks in the door,
I just want to be sure. You concede that it was unjust and he should be brought back and then put in removal.
No. Stop playing games.
That's what you just said.
Stop playing games. I am saying, for the sake of arguments, I will no contest your argument and say the end
that's
result.
Pussy shit. Don't no contest an argument.
That's you engaging in semantics to change the argument.
That's pussy shit. Why don't you actually engage with the argument? Why don't you actually engage with the argument? Not say, oh, I don't know, because I'm fucking backed into a corner. Now I'm just going to say I don't really care.
What this guy does is he plays semantic games with the ideas being presented, so that he can try and finagle out of when he's backed into a corner.
So how am I backed into? So I understand the proposition to be is the deportation unjust.
Wait.
I understand the proposition.
The end result of Abrego Garcia's return to this country is immediate expedited removal.
So
what the fuck is the point?
So I heard you. So I just want to be clear. I understood the proposition that you. I listened very carefully. Said, is it just and should it be brought back? And you just said, okay, I guess it should be. It wasn't just. It should be brought back.
The point is, it's called a moot point when you're arguing something that's immaterial to the end result of what we're trying to accomplish.
The debate proposition is a moot point. I just want to hear you say that.
You're playing semantic games again. You're playing semantic games again.
I also heard everyone else said this is debate. Come to the arena debate. You guys are coping. You know
we are
bite the bullet. Bite the bullet.
Can I say something? I supposedly am debating here, right? I don't even.
Tim Pool's they're never gonna get back to that, are they? They're never gonna get back to that.
I don't even remember that was supposed to happen. So the resolution was supposed to be, let him talk. The resolution was supposed to be, is the deportation profoundly unjust, right? And there's a reason for that adverb, right? It's because there is a mild injustice that happens whenever the law is not followed, right? So, unless there is like some dramatic reason to not follow the law in a particular instance, there's usually a mild injustice. I think that the more interesting, and the funny thing is the Trump administration has conceded to this since the beginning of the filings, right? The Trump administration conceded from the outset that this was administrative error, that they should have gotten the withholding removal lifted before they removed him to El Salvador. I don't think that's the most interesting question, because it's a question that even the Trump administration agrees to for the most part. I think the question is this a profound injustice?
It's pretty interesting when Tim Pool doesn't even seem to know that.
And I think the answer to that is obviously no, for the reasons I laid out at the beginning, right? I think I'd like to actually hear your argument for why this is a profound injustice and not merely a mild one.
And I want to make one little point though, Pisco. When it comes to Abrego Garcia, and I personally think this is an isolated incident, but even if you are right, I'll concede that I think, I ideologically, even though you and I are different on this subject, I do feel like that he didn't get his, due process. But, and I had to debate this on college campuses, it is hard. But in this instance with Abrego Garcia, I think it's isolated, and I don't think that it's a massive problem. I mean, that's what I think about this. But I do concede.
They go and find this question. It's like, who really cares, right? Who really cares? One guy, whatever.
Well, it's kind of like you're George Floyd. They're making this guy to be like a hero, and it's one incident, and it's bad, but he's not a hero, and he still, beat his wife. So it just kind of sucks that even though you are right in this instance, I don't want to be like the left because they say that the means, the ends justify the means, and I don't want to be like that. I don't want to break the law to get the outcome that we want.
So I'm going to give you a hot take. This is worse than the George Floyd situation.
That's the left that says that one. Remember when the audience was like cheering like 5 minutes ago about Trump breaking the law? Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
This is worse than the George Floyd situation, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, wow. Yeah, one's in the chat. One's in the chat.
I don't know from what perspective that would possibly be right. Like, it doesn't matter how you come down on George Floyd. The valence of George Floyd is bigger on either
side. So I understand. So I take the assumption.
Let him talk. Let him talk, guys.
And I do believe that George Floyd was murdered. I watched that entire trial. I think it's clear that they're...
No, okay, go ahead, but let's let him talk.
Yeah, no, you should listen to the pulmonary cardiologist, his testimony. Yeah.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let's hear this. He's about to make a good point. So I'm interested in this.
So this is why I do think that even though there's a history of cop violence, not just on black people, on people of all races, whatever, and it's a problem in the United States. I think that it doesn't present the same kind of civilizational problems that are presented by what the Trump administration is doing here. What they're trying to do here is put people outside of the contours of U.S. law. We have prisons in the United States. We have prisons in the United States for the worst of the worst. We spend money on it. The reason why we need to send them to Sikot or to El Salvador is quite simply because Trump doesn't want to be hemmed in by the law. And that when the president ignites, when the strongest person in the country is saying things like, for example, I want to do this to U.S. criminals. I want to use it for U.S. citizens. I believe him. I believe that he wants to do that.
How about this, Pisco? You and I both know Guantanamo Bay. There are people that are being held there without due process. We're not losing sleep over that. I don't see the left.
First of all, those are the argument of Guantanamo Bay that I think the government uses is the Constitution doesn't apply there because it's not technically U.S. It's not technically U.S. territory, or it's a U.S. territory but not like a state or fully integrated part of the Union or whatever. So the Constitution doesn't fully apply there, but obviously to anyone in the U.S. at least elements of the Constitution apply. But all right.
And that was done by Obama. Kept that when he said he campaigned. I'm going to shut down Guantanamo Bay. Yet he still
was wrong. Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong, and he is held unjustly.
That's
oh my God! Thank you, Tim Pool, for derailing into a dumbass talking point that you don't know anything about. Yes, thank you. Thank God he's here. Yes, let's go. Yes. But again, Pisco's point, by the way, was like, hey, it's a lot scarier when like people are removed from our system entirely. Derek Chauvin. Regardless of what you think of the George Floyd case, right? Like if you think George Floyd was unjustly killed or unjustly murdered, as I do, at least Derek Chauvin is in the U.S. able to be prosecuted and charged with this injustice. If you think Derek Chauvin is unfairly being held or whatever, at least he's in the U.S. system and can be released or whatever. That's not true of Abrego Garcia, as Trump is, as Trump's administration is claiming. Like they don't or has claimed at times at least they don't have the power to bring him back. Now Trump also, will say in interviews that, I could get him back if I wanted to or whatever. But yeah, or at least they're under no legal obligation to bring him back, to use the what's the term, the foreign relations power of the president to facilitate his return or whatever.
That's wrong. But let's. I want to ask you guys, if Trump sends U.S. citizens abroad to Sikot, you have a problem with that, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't know about that. As a different form instead of using a U.S. prison. I don't know why it's any different than a private prison industry that's a scam. So to send them to a prison.
This is the danger.
Yeah. So
this is the danger. Trump is selling. Trump is testing.
And we got 2 minutes left, and then we're about to get into the debate. So
Trump is testing this theory, and he's telling you in advance he wants to apply it to U.S. citizens. And just like Obama, one of the things I respect about Tim Pool is he's aware of the kinds of violations that occurred under Rumsfeld, under the neocons, under Barack Obama, under Trump Term 1, and that very same rationale that applied to Guantanamo Bay, that applied to the deprivations of due process in Abu Ghraib, surely that applies to Trump version 2. And I don't see a kind of exceptional circumstance in this case that would justify breaking the law.
Well, before we go to the numbers, Will, do you want to take the last point?
Oh, yeah. I think the argument that this is ultimately going to lead to U.S. citizens deportation is just a really bad slippery slope argument. I don't think that's true. I think that there's so many other remedies that are available to U.S. citizens that it's not going to happen. I think that
you want to send U.S. citizens to Sikot? Who decides? That's the question. Do we just trust Trump and his, Kash Patel to say who the terrorists are?
I trust you. With any sort of prison, there's levels of crime or decide.
But there's also levels of review, right? So
there is levels of review.
One of the reasons why Tim, I think, in good faith, is against the death penalty is he understands the propensity for courts, yes, even courts with full review, to get shit wrong sometimes. In this case, I think that you should be fearful of a purely executive discretion on who is a terrorist sufficient to make a big hole in due process.
See, and here's where I want to make one last point, right? And this is why I think the slippery slope argument is bad. It'd be one one thing if the Trump administration was hiding that it had made this administrative error from the beginning, but from the outset, from the very first filing in court, from the first declaration, the Trump administration was like, we made a mistake. It was an administrative error. He should have had his withholding removal lifted. So
Biden should have sent the
he
J6
didn't fire the guy who made the declaration.
They suspended the guy who admitted it, and
they suspended the attorney.
And Stephen Miller is saying it was a mistake. Stephen Miller's lying about the Supreme Court decision. And
that way they could have been pardoned, right? How are we gonna bring them back? Obviously, the court can't order Joe Biden to use the power that the president has in foreign relations to bring the J6s back.
You agree that Trump could get him back if he wanted to?
I mean, I think he could. I just don't. I think it's beyond the judicial power to order.
Whether it's beyond the judicial power to order, since you said it was unjust, why wouldn't you want him to right the wrong that you acknowledge?
Here's how I would have him do that, right? Like, in one of two ways: either a Zoom hearing.
What's up?
Nothing much.
Yeah.
What? What do you want? What did
you join, motherfucker.
No, you had to join first for me to join.
That okay. That's not what that. Nice one, bro. I didn't consider that.
You're getting rage baited. Oh my god, you got rage baited. Can you imagine getting rage baited?
What are we covering? Right now we're watching Pisco talk to Tim Pool and Alex Stein and some other.
Oh, I'm not gonna
dude.
stop you from watching it then. Yeah, go ahead, watch it.
Well, I'm just talking to chat. I'm just responding to chat. I'm responding to my nice chatters. I'm responding to another streamer actually.
Oh, you know, I actually don't need you. You know who sent me a friend request today?
Who, buddy?
A little guy called Mark Sabi. I don't need you anymore. Yeah, I don't need you. How does it feel? You're nothing to me. You're a substitute. Okay. Yeah.
From Mark Sabi.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's right. You're an inferior good. How does it feel?
I don't think that's
either way.
Inferior.
Either way,
good
keep watching. I heard he was performing well on Tim Pool. How did he regrow the beard though?
This was filmed earlier.
Okay.
It's funny they put in the title "live debate" when it is not. It was not a live debate.
Live debate. Yeah, that's what confused me. But I don't know. I guess that's what happened.
No, I've never talked to Pisco before. Unfortunately, I would love to.
That's what I assumed. That's what I assumed was the case, right? Because it says like live. I saw it said live debate, but I was like, no way, it's live.
They just mean it's in front of an audience. It's in front of a live studio audience, but it's not actually. It was not actually live streamed. It was just.
I guess maybe I don't know. Either way, have fun. Keep watching. Bye bye.
Yeah. Thanks. One day, I mean, I'm sure. Really, if I reached out to him, he would probably reply. I think I could. But I'm sure if I clicked on him on Discord, we'd have like 20 mutual friends at this point. But oh my god.
Or hearing in the American Embassy in San Salvador, right? You resolve the problem. You resolve the problem by just having the hearing to lift the withholding of removal.
But the Supreme Court said facilitate his release in custody in El Salvador.
Yeah, they said that, and it's like I think they're acting on a rush basis. They haven't been very clear about what they mean by facilitate, and neither is judges in this, frankly. So I think that the solution here is whatever while they're litigating what exactly facilitate means in this context, you just go ahead and handle the withholding of removal issue. He's going to lose on it,
and he's not. First of all, I just want to address it real quick because I want to address the issues of collateral estoppel and the issues in issue preclusion. That's a legal term of art, but for the lawyers who are eventually going to watch this, the bond hearing is only related to the issue of whether or not he's in the moment a danger to the community. It's not a finding of the court that is able to apply to and have binding precedent on any other determination. Furthermore, the basic contours of due process and collateral estoppel require there to be vigorous process where the issues were really held. They didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of the witnesses. An anonymous witness on two forms, one of which is like blatantly wrong and contradictory, so they picked them up for murder. And so the issue of collateral estoppel, there's no collateral estoppel.
I mean, I think in the context of an immigration proceeding, I think it would you can't suddenly take a criminal standard.
Okay, that's 30 minutes, but we'll let you wrap it up.
Wow.
And then just the second issue withholding.
Oh, that was it. Oh, that's because they ran out of time. I thought Alex Stein was literally just playing that to fucking interrupt. I thought he pulled like a fucking that fucking out of his ass just interrupt. But okay.
It's clear under the regulations and under the due process clause, you are allowed to bring up, if just as the burden of the person going to be on the government to show that the country conditions have changed, so that Barrio 18 is like no longer a threat to Bukele, just fucking Superman or whatever. He's going to have additional opportunities to argue other withholding arguments. One of which is now that he's been identified by Bukele by name, he has a very strong argument that he's going to be actually a target of persecution by Bukele and the administration of the state, which I think is actually a stronger argument than the Barrio 18 argument.
Let's roll. All right, guys. Now let's get it on. That was our introductory debate. You guys kind of got your palate, Well, now we need the palate cleanse. You got your little taste of what tonight's going to be about. So, guys, what's going to happen is we're going to pick people up. We're going to kind of mix it up. So first, we're going to start with Donnie Dossie. But Donnie, what's going to happen is you're going to come up here. You're going to get a minute uninterrupted to talk about whatever prompt you want. We have this prompt. We're just going to use your because you're the first one. And then after you make that argument, then you're going to come up here, and that's when we're going to have the back and forth dialogue. So you got 1 minute, and then hopefully just give us your best 1 minute elevator pitch on your topic and why you think you're right. Then you get the 4 minutes back and forth. You get to freaking argue with the most famous guy on YouTube.
If I suck, I suck.
And so your 1 minute starts. Let me get the timer out. So
Just go for it. He'll start it.
Yeah, ready, set, debate, or say your topic.
So this withholding of removal thing that I keep hearing about. Granted, I admit I'm not a lawyer or anything. I also, I didn't actually read the Supreme Court ruling or anything. But my understanding of the withholding of removal is this makes it illegal for them to have deported Garcia to El Salvador.
Anywhere
it did not
but
grant
El Salvador.
him permanent residency within the United States, and it also did not outlaw ability to deport him to another country.
I'm pretty sure. My understanding is it would have been. I'm sure Pisco knows more than me. He's about to explain it, but it was not legal to send him to El Salvador. I think it would have been legal to deport him elsewhere if the administration at the time, which I think was Biden, had chosen to do so, but they didn't for some reason. I forget exactly though. Pisco will know.
Country. So I'm kind of confused on where the confusion. Okay, I get it. A mistake was made. He was accidentally deported to El Salvador. So what happens from that point? We go ahead and we bring him back. How do we bring him back? What if Bukele isn't willing to relinquish him to us? How do we go about getting him back? Are we supposed to send in the military and go take him by force and bring him back here just so that way we can detain him and deport him again anyways? None of that makes sense to me. That's kind of my point.
All right, come on up, and then we can tell you why you're wrong.
I mean, that's my position too, mostly. So nice to meet you.
Well, let's roll. I mean,
sure. Happy. First of all, thank you guys. I know that we disagree on stuff, but I really appreciate y'all coming here. I think it's a really important topic, due process, and so I think it's awesome.
If I can say real quick, kudos to you, man. Big balls. Come up here, go up against these three, and an entire fucking room of people that are opposing you. That's strong.
Okay, you don't need to kiss his ass. Let's go.
So I think I'm going to deal in reverse order. The first thing is how can we actually get that done? I think everyone, if they're being honest with themselves, because you guys are honest people, should admit that Trump could, if he wanted to, get Gilmar Garcia back. He recently, as this week, said he could get him back. So we believe in terms of practicality, the president of the United States could get him back, right?
I mean, I concede he could because he does have a lot of sway, and Bukele.
So you agree with that, right?
He wants to work with him, but then at the same time, this also keeps Bukele in the spotlight.
Yeah, I know.
He likes being in the spotlight.
But let's not talk about questions of could. Let's talk about questions of should, because I don't really think that you can make a strong argument that he couldn't.
I don't really think that he needs to waste his time on it.
Well, hang on, I just want to give Will an opportunity. Well, yeah, I mean, I think my point is that there's Article 2 prerogatives that he actually does need to protect. And so in a world where Article 3 is sort of in this vague game of trying to order him to return him,
This is a good point.
No.
So I want to give Will his credit because it is the case. There are, as the Supreme Court held, limits, Article 3 limits on their ability to infringe on the Article 2 prerogatives.
Deportation orders are generally specific to your country. It's not a broad license to shift them anywhere. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah.
And I agree with some of these. If the Supreme Court said to Trump, hey, you have to go send in spec ops to take this guy out, I would think that's unconstitutional for them to order that. So I do agree that there are some limits here. But that's a question of whether the court can order the remedy, not a question about what Trump could do.
Well, no, because there's an odd element to this too, and I think that you're lighting. The odd argument is that in a world where the Supreme Court is attempting to encroach on his power with vague orders, and Trump accedes to it, that sets a precedent for what the court can do going forward. And so, I mean, and since we're in this area of core Article 2 power, why I think I think Trump should do, as I said, I think the remedy here is this hearing in El Salvador. But I think Trump should resist any sort of attempt to say, oh, you're ordering me to negotiate with the Salvadoran government to bring him back. I'm not going to do that until you give that up.
We also need to address what it means to what the phrase "could bring him back" means, and this would mean that Trump would need to negotiate with Bukele to some degree. And I also believe it's fair to say that while Trump could bring him back,
Just
the
use the
resistance is going to be
tariffs,
tremendous.
dog.
Bukele is going to have to consider.
Didn't you see that brilliant, awesome, super great UK trade deal we got? He wrote the art of the deal, bro. You don't think Trump could negotiate his return?
To his nation. I have released an MS-13 gang member because I was pressured by a foreign country.
Right,
so
correct.
Trump could
Also
get him
good
back, but Trump's going to have to come in here's what we'll give you. We'll give you this, we'll give you that. Things that the Supreme Court can't order him to guarantee. Bukele has
90% approval in El Salvador? I've had a client from El Salvador before. I don't want to underplay
because he's hard on him.
What's that?
Because he's hard on crime. He's hard on gang.
So I want to be clear. My client that I once had, he was absolutely a victim to the gang violence. It was endemic and it was just unlivable in El Salvador. So I don't want to underplay the degree to which gang violence matters. It absolutely does. But he is not. His approval rating, is to the max. The notion that he would face some kind of humongous.
At the very second that he softens on that, his approval rating is going to go down.
You don't think he's okay, we give it back because we want to make a relation with the president? That's not going to affect his approval rating. Come on, this is all a joke. If Trump wanted him back,
Pisco, I want to do some Socratic dialogue with you because you did a lot earlier. Yes. So let's do some Socratic dialogue. Imagine a different hypothetical. Let's imagine a world where the United States had an illegal member of La Cosa Nostra in detention. And somehow he had managed to acquire withholding removal from an immigration judge. Maybe that information got hidden about him being in La Cosa Nostra or whatever. Okay, got withholding removal to Italy.
Like Italy.
Okay, the Italy hypothetical. And then,
That's 4 minutes, Donnie.
Any final thoughts before we go?
Donnie, you spent a minute of it kissing Pisco's ass.
They didn't even get to the first. This fucking format sucks. Pisco didn't even answer the first question he asked about the deportability of him to El Salvador based on the withhold or removal order or whatever. But again, I think it would have actually been legal to deport him to other places other than El Salvador if they chose to do so. But they deported him to the one fucking country that he had a withhold or removal to. But
It shouldn't be kissing his ass. I was just trying to talk about, I'm impressed that he got up here, but at the same time, he's fucking
Well,
wrong
we're impressed
all
that
around.
you're here,
That's
too.
where I'm at. But I do agree. I do tremendously respect you being here, man. This is fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do appreciate it. Okay, now, guys, obviously, no, thank you, Donnie. Great job. And so, guys, you're going to be able to come up here. So try to interject a little bit. I know, Donnie, it's tough being the first one, so don't beat yourself up. You actually did a good job. Thank you. You're the virgin. We just, you took our virginity. So thank you. So,
Alex Stein
well,
is managing
Alex
to get
Jones,
more
we're
and
about to
more
get into Alex Jones.
despite
Well, it's funny because we're getting
talking
heckled
lessons as this goes
by.
on.
Let's be real, guys. This is a sausage fest.
That's Alex Stein.
It is. But we do have a few ladies
I don't know
here.
why
So
he's here
next
again,
up, I want one of those beautiful ladies from the audience to come on down. So do we have a lady that wants to come up here?
Oh, you
do we have-
fucking kill me. I mean, sorry, unalive me. Game end me, bro.
Lady? Yeah, come on. Come on. Yes, come on. Get up there. You have to come up. Yeah. If you're here, guys, you're susceptible to being chosen and get up there. So just say anything. Just come up for a minute. If you suck for the minute, you get kicked off. You don't have a choice. Just come up here. Don't be scared. You're going to go viral. You got Tim Pool.
Let's try.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, well, if you're going to be a chicken, Bach. Well, look, listen, you came here. You put on that dress. You wanted to be seen. Let's see it.
Let's grab who we are.
All right, so, let's go with somebody that's different. Is John Gordon here? We got a John Gordon in the audience? No, okay.
He wanted to be here.
What about Connor York? Do we have a Connor York in the audience? All right, no. What about a Sam Lipton? Do we have Sam Lipton in the audience? None of that. Is there anybody that's liberal or, has a different viewpoint than us that wants to come up here?
Well, it's different, but it's...
Okay, well, then you come up. What's your name?
Stork is what people call it.
Stork. Okay, did you submit? Did you do an official submission? Okay, I'll find it. So,
Well, go for it.
You got your
let him do the timer, and let's see what you got.
Yeah, if I can get it in before he gets the timer going. Okay, so I believe he is slightly wrong. I believe you are mostly correct. And I believe all of this is a fact that they denied him his Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial when he was denied essentially all of the processing that would have been needed when he had the stay of deportation. So he should have been sent to another place. In addition to that, most of immigration is actually screwed up because we have not filed a writ of mandamus against the federal government for not processing all of these people who are stuck in immigration limbo for 8, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and they should be doing their job and getting them the hell out of the country.
I think
come on down. Take a seat. Come on down.
I don't.
Sixth Amendment doesn't apply.
I don't think the Sixth Amendment applies.
So it's not a Sixth Amendment issue.
Because it's a civil
And you can't get rid of mandamus because number one is these judges are executive branch officials. So
You can get a federal writ of
you sure
mandamus.
can't get rid of the mandamus against executive branch officials, but right now they're all under Trump, and so if Trump could just order them to do whatever you want the writ of mandamus to do,
That's democracy.
Yeah, but all I mean to say is I think that this probably just a due process issue.
If the writ of mandamus was actually filed under the previous administration, then they would be obligated to do what it is they need to do.
That sounds like it's Article 3 judges encroaching on the executive branch prerogatives.
Yeah, I think it actually, and in this context, it probably would be because we actually, this is. I agree. Yeah, there's an Article 2 prerogative to manage immigration and enforce immigration laws. You can fail to enforce to such a degree that it would be mandamusable by somebody, but then there's all sorts of other
I
questions.
want to cut a deal real quick with Democrats. I will advocate for the return of Gilmar Abrego Garcia to this country for his hearing if we also simultaneously get a hearing on the extrajudicial assassinations Barack Obama committed.
Wait, let's talk about
Are
that.
you fucking kidding me? Wasn't that literally? I'm sure Pisco will know. First of all, I love the continuous derail. Yes, Obama, drone strike. Yes, Obama, Guantanamo Bay. Yes, Obama, deporter in chief, Democrat. But second of all, I don't think that's. I believe that literally what. First of all, I believe before Biden did it, I think he had his Office of Legal Counsel look into it. And I think after he did, I'm pretty sure they did the same thing and determined it was legal. But I'm Pisco will know more. But
The same thing actually.
So let's talk about that because you might think, and I understand this point. First of all, he was a U.S. citizen, right? That's number one, and he was killed. Al-Awlaki, right? Is that what you're talking about?
So Anwar al-Awlaki is a great example, but Abdul Rahman is a better example.
Okay. Talk me about that case.
Abdul Rahman is was a 16-year-old American citizen, was not a part of any terror organizations. The Obama administration ordered a drone strike on a civilian cafe in Yemen, a country we're not at war with, blowing it up, killing a bunch of people, including him, and they've admitted to it. I would like. I don't think you necessarily disagree with me. That's why I said Democrats. I'm not directing at you. I know that if I went to Democratic politicians and said, "You see that as an injustice," I believe that in the end the courts will prevail as it pertains to Abrego Garcia. So I'm willing to say, "Okay, let's spend that money, but you got to give me something."
Yeah,
let's have Justice Obama goes to prison.
The only reason that I would say that's a problem is I believe there's a statute of limitations on what it is you can file a writ of mandamus for. And
Is there a statute of limitations on murder?
I don't think there is in this case, but when you're talking about military actions or something like
that, there's no way that'd be murder, right? It's literally within. First of all, by the way, after the criminal immunity ruling, could you even prosecute that? Because the military, being commander in chief, is the most core of core constitutional powers. I don't know how the fuck you could prosecute that. But regardless, it would not be murder, even if he was we can maybe do manslaughter at best. I don't think murder would require more than just ordering a drone strike where he happens to be, even if they knew he was there. There's in international law, you can kill some civilians for any strike as long as it's proportionate. But I don't think it'd be murder unless Obama had the intention to do the strike just to kill him and not not like kill terrorists and kill them as collateral damage. But all right.
Like that, there may.
But he's not talking about specific writ. He's just saying in general.
It was a year-long public process not done overnight in secret. Yeah.
But he's not talking about a particular remedy. He's saying I'm willing to publicly support X in exchange for Democrats giving.
Yeah, and so I will also concede there's probably, and you guys will always find this better than me, some kind of immunity Obama has where he's going to say this was a military strike with intelligence. We didn't intend to kill an American, but we did.
Yeah.
So he may have some immunity from criminal prosecution.
Core constitutional power. I don't know how you get any more immune than a military strike for the fucking president.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win a.
No, that's fine. I think you can still
this.
get wrongful death or something like that.
I mean, he probably has like the president has absolutely. I mean, you would have like a civil suit against the government.
You could. They tried it.
Unfortunately, I don't know if he has any surviving family members left because they also killed them.
Indeed. No, but my argument in the long form is actually impeach him, convict him, and then now that he's no longer immune,
but the court has already. So in the Trump versus United States case, which I totally disagree with.
Hold on.
Yeah,
impeach him first.
Yeah.
Convict him in the impeachment.
Yeah.
Which he's no longer immune to the murder.
So the Supreme Court specifically rejected that impeachment judgment clause argument in Trump versus United States. So there's a couple arguments. So one was the inherent structure of the Constitution makes it that we have certain degrees of absolute immunity for core executive acts that are part of your core executive powers. But there was an argument additionally that Trump said that, well, I'm not immune under those theories, or alternatively, I'm immune until you impeach and remove me. That's under the impeachment judgment clause. But the Supreme Court unanimously held that was not the case. So you don't need to impeach someone to trigger criminal immunity and remove them. That's been rejected. But it's a good question. Would I support a hearing that looks at the executive power and its use on U.S. citizens when they get killed? Absolutely.
All right, that's 4 minutes. So Stork, thank you. Anything you want to say before you go? All right, give it up for Stork. Now, guys, when you come up, you got 1 minute. Make sure to get on the mic. Okay. Now, this next guy.
Why don't we send them, if we don't know, like some people didn't show up, we have them raise their hands and then see who is prepared.
Okay. Well, I know this guy's here because this guy's insane. I love this guy. No, I want to call up David Tiny Flora. So, David, come on down. Tiny, it's your turn. Come on down, Tiny.
Oh, he's coming.
Tiny, come on. Yeah, give it up for Tiny. He's not exactly that tiny. I'll tell you that much. The man's huge. He's built like a damn refrigerator. Look at him. Come in here, sir. Now get up on that mic. You know how to get up on things. Come on. We want to hear you. Maybe make it taller.
You can pick the mic up and take it.
Damn. All right, you got 1 minute.
I won that thing for you, Alex. $20.
No, I'm not gay. I don't play that way. Maybe Pisco.
$20.
Yeah, well, I'm worth a lot more. I'm a pimp on a blend, dude. You know what I mean? I don't need $20. But let's. You got 1 minute. What do you want to say, Tiny?
All right, so what I want to discuss, you guys actually touched on it briefly.
Sorry, you can just hold the mic.
Yeah, hold it.
So what I wanted to discuss, and you guys actually talked about it or touched on it briefly, was actually the, I guess, sale of U.S. citizens to private prison industry in the United States, and how.
Sale? It's not. There are a lot of issues with our private prison system, but it's not like we're selling these fucking people to private companies. It just means that we pay them. We just contract out prison to, or like holding someone in prison to private companies, and there are issues with doing that. But it doesn't. Does not mean we're fucking selling them to them. And I mean, I will say there are obviously issues as well with once they're in these private prisons. You know, there is labor that they can be involuntarily subjected to, but I mean, still, it's not really selling them. But regardless,
how that would be any different than selling U.S. citizens to CCOT, for example. I believe that there's already a precedent that's set in the United States where we do pass or sell inmates along. From my personal knowledge, working as a corrections officer for a few years, and I believe that it would be as simple as creating a territory or creating CCOT creating a territory within CCOT that is ran by the BOP.
I think it's a wonderful question.
All right,
and so for those who didn't hear, he asked, what about the comparison to private prisons, the fact that we outsource and contract private entities to take on the responsibilities of the government, specifically with incarceration of individuals, both of, for crimes and immigration.
Wait, but Pisco, I'm going to say, I'm more surprised that a guy with prison tattoos was that eloquent. I mean,
very eloquent.
Where did you come from?
Oh, yeah,
he's got the skull cane, he's got a marijuana leaf. I mean, damn, dude. That's gangster as hell.
It's a great question.
The underside's actually the fireman's prayer.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, but you do have a weed flower on your arm, though, right?
That's the M.
Most definitely.
That's the M.
Talk into the mic. We want to hear you, Tiny. Okay, your clock starts now, so yeah, go ahead.
It's a fantastic thing to say, because I think it's all fours. It's exactly the comparison. Bukele is being used as a contractor, and that plays into my argument and the argument of the plaintiffs, which is Bukele is not exercising the sovereign power of El Salvador by keeping Abrego Garcia in detention. He is being contracted by the U.S. government to hold him. Now, I know there's an argument that, like, they're only paying money for the Venezuelans. That's all a fugazi. It's all a lie. Obviously, he's working at the behest of the U.S.
Hold
government.
on, more Socratic dialogue.
Go for it.
If under normal circumstances, Joe Biden had sent back a Salvadoran gang member, illegal alien, to Bukele, right? And say there was some financial arrangement even between Bukele, not necessarily this particular person, but there was a financial arrangement. Is then suddenly, if there's some problem, is he able to demand that he be sent back to the United States?
So I think that there's an existing contractual relationship, an existing constructive custody, you would argue, that this person is continually, it's not like one and done event. It's why is this person in, I don't actually think he's in CCOT anymore. I think they transferred him someplace else. But why is he in custody in the first place? Is he being in custody because he's being charged with the crime by Bukele? Is he being, why is he in fact in prison? And the truth is, or in wherever he is, it's because he's acting at the behest of America. And everyone kind of knows it. And the fact that we all kind of acknowledge.
I don't think that's true.
I have a question for you, Pisco. What is the legal process for imprisoning someone in El Salvador?
I don't know. What is that process? It seems very.
Why are you bringing up a foreign country's criminal justice system for their own citizens?
I'm sorry. You're talking about the internal domestic process in El Salvador?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at the whims of the dictator.
So, are there other dictators that you're concerned about in other parts of the world
100% I am, yes, I
that
am.
you don't frequently debate about?
Well, I don't frequently debate about it when it.
Well,
I don't
we
think
don't
it would be
support them there.
So chauvinist to assume that every country's process system being different, especially El Salvador, which has had 30 years of gang violence, for them to be like, no, sorry, you have gang tattoos, you're going to jail.
But I don't even think we need to argue that because I think that there is a moral worldview difference between us, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. In that my view is, hey, we're America, we take care of America. If El Salvador's being shitty, I mean that's El Salvador, and this guy's their citizen in their country.
He
If they
said
decide
him
to put him
there,
in prison,
brother.
that's not our fucking
Okay,
problem.
regardless.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the process of how he got there and how. Yeah,
It's so. Again, if I asked this of Christy Nome, can we just give him his hearing and be done with it because we know that in the end we are correct? And her response was, it's out of our jurisdiction now anyway.
So I have a question to kind of bring it back to what we were discussing here, right? I think we kind of went a little further. So we already run programs very similar here in the United States, like with the 187G program. Sheriff Chuck Jenkins up in Frederick County, Maryland, has been running that for many years now and has been very successful prior to the Trump
in the United States, right?
Very correct. But my point is, those inmates, he is being compensated by the United States government to house them in a special wing. His deputies are deputized as federal marshals or federal agents. Why would it be any different if we rented out a wing in CCOT and sent inmates there, no differently than what we do now?
I mean, again, number one, the conditions in CCOT are obviously way worse. Number two, we also, I mean, again, the discussion is whether or not it was just to deport this guy to CCOT in the first place. There was a third thing I was going to say. Fuck. What's the third thing? Fuck. Kill me. I'm focusing on Minecraft. God damn it.
Two things. One is, I think that your description of that relationship is completely correct. I think that's exactly what's happening with Bukele there, in the sense that, yes, the U.S. government is contracting a party to enforce immigration law. The reason why it's different is...
we don't have any opportunity to get him fucking back, apparently. If the administration's argument is that, outside of our legal system now, we can't control what Bukele does, that seems kind of bad.
Deprivation, for which due process applies, is the physical removal from the country. And so when you deport him to another place, you've now done the deprivation for which there is due process. And so that's my answer to that is, in theory, I guess I wouldn't have a problem with the law of contracting like some foreigner. I don't like it, but legally I don't know if that's a problem.
That's your time. I just want to point out real quick, this guy right here is a Maryland man with knuckle tattoos.
Yeah. What do you do for a living, Tiny? What do you do? Do you mind saying? What do you do?
No comment.
Damn, that means he sells weed, is what that means. All right. Now, actually, I got some information that, even though it is a little bit of a sausage party, that I think we have a lady with the courage to step
this guy is so fucking annoying.
up to the microphone. So with that being said, yeah, okay, I said lady.
That's gratuitous.
Now, with all that being said, let's welcome the one, the only, and Dr. Nate! Give her a round of applause, guys. Come on.
Thank you. Oh my God. It is such a fucking sausage party. Also, I want to say you're pissing me off, Pisco, but I'm trying to say this without getting angry. Okay. If Kilmar comes back...
You're talking to the mic. Sorry. Get real close to the mic.
Can you hear me?
Hold up. Take it off, because we're recording this, so we can't use you if we can't hear. So talk to the mic.
Thank you, T-Bone. So, all right. First of all, this guy's name is Kilmar. Like, he sounds fucking crazy. Like, it's frightening as fuck.
Wow. High intelligence.
Okay.
He is, like, just
uninterrupted. Let her talk.
Are you from Maryland?
No.
Okay, so I was born and raised in Maryland. Shout out to Maryland.
Oh my God. Yes. If we're going to say his name sounds weird. Also, antidote. I was born in Maryland. Yes. Do you even have a clear explanation for why they send people to CCOT? Is it just that they belong to Are you saying for the U.S. or are you saying for El Salvador? In El Salvador, as far as I'm aware, in El Salvador, the people are not afforded due process. Essentially, I think there are literally estimates that potentially 30% of people in El Salvador's prisons actually are not guilty of the crime that they are accused of. My Americans want to send people there. It's just... Trump obviously likes being, really harsh on criminals or whatever. That's why he's saying, reopen Alcatraz. Oh, the woke legal system nowadays doesn't torture people. I understand the perspective of Bukele. Yeah, I think it's just so Trump can posture and be like, oh, I'm tough on crime. Look at the horrible things I'm doing to these people because, they're horrible people, according to him at least. And it'll supposedly deter illegal immigration because they'll say, oh, if you come here, you're going to be deported. Who was that congresswoman? I think was it Nancy Mace? I don't think it was Nancy Mace. It might have been Nancy Mace who did a tour to prison and was like, oh, if you come to America illegally, just know this prison is one of the toolkits we have to punish you or whatever. It's like, yeah, I think that's the reason. What's up, Confident Ibex?
The East Coasters in here, all right? Let me tell you something about MS-13, all right? If this guy comes back, he's going to be beating his wife, beating others, and back to the bullshit, all the trafficking, everything he's up to that, is alleged, he's going to be back on his bullshit and even bigger. I don't think, I'll speak for myself, but I don't think my community wants or desires to bring those characters back. We are extremely happy for their deportations, and we are extremely happy that he can't come back, that he's trapped in El Salvador.
Grab a seat, great job.
I'm glad she just bites
I
that
was waiting
bullet.
for a question like this because this strikes at the moral perspective, not the fact-based legal perspective. And so there's this air of, we can't deport people like this because it's a slippery slope that resulted in injustice elsewhere. That strikes at a...
It's not that we can't deprive people of due process because that's a slippery slope. I think that's a much better argument, and I don't think Tim Pool would disagree with that. I think in like any other context, if you made the argument that, you know, depriving someone of due process in X instance makes it more likely that people in the future will be deprived of due process, I think Tim Pool would probably agree with that as a libertarian adjacent people. Trump also believes all evidence against inmates makes them worthy of CCOT internment. Well, yeah. I mean, he thinks, yeah, like I said, he likes to be tough on crime or whatever. But.
Procedural, legal, slippery slope, a lot of things. But it doesn't ask the moral questions a community wants answered. In that, if this was the 1800s, they'd have thrown this motherfucker out of town. And if he came back...
He would have been lynched.
He would have been... They would have fucking killed this guy if he came back. I don't want that to happen to anybody.
Let's talk about Singapore again.
The point is, the way communities treat people who wrong them, there is a question there. So I appreciate what you're asking about the moral question.
No one wants to talk about the opportunity cost of having people go through the legal system for immigration instead of just going where they want. Truth nuke.
What's the answer there?
We hate it. Okay, go ahead. No.
So you brought up the lynching. I just want to say, because I think that's an interesting point.
You just sell visas. Just sell like 2 million visas a year. Literally just sell. Just sell them. Just sell them. 2 million, 3 million a year, 10 million a year.
I think there is a moral dimension to procedural questions, but I'm going to ignore it for the purpose of this because I do think that, I don't know if you guys ever watched Hateful Eight. It's my favorite Tarantino movie, and one of the characters says that's frontier justice, and that's frontier justice, and the reason why we don't agree with that on a moral dimension is you're just as likely, you're likely to be wrong sometimes. So here's my question for you: is Kilmar Abrego Garcia innocent until proven guilty of the crimes that the media is alleging him of doing?
He doesn't get to be judged by those terms because he's not a citizen of the United States.
I just want to be clear: do you believe either it is the case or it ought to be the case that non-U.S. citizens should not have trials for the crimes they're accused of?
I think that what you're referencing is like a waste of our money. So we should not be, there's no reason to bring him here, do all this bullshit. We've paid enough in Maryland, okay?
So the answer, no, you don't think non-citizens should get trials for their crimes?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it loaded? Why is it loaded?
Because the
issue is... a loaded question?
Should somebody who lives in this country, permanent residents, versus an illegal immigrant adjudicated as MS-13, whose penalty is deportation. Right, here's the point. If someone comes here and breaks the law, and the end result is going to be deportation, how do we have a trial for them when they're gone? Why force them to stay here if...
They literally already went over this. Some might even make a case for 560 million visas to get 1 billion Americans. Based. Yeah, I wonder where you got that one from.
We're going to remove them anyway.
So, these are people who hate America, hate our community, they hate abiding by the law, they hate us, they hate U.S. citizens, and they just mooch and mooch and mooch while literally terrorizing our community and tearing us apart. They're like agent provocateurs.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that an illegal immigrant should get their due process? It doesn't mean jury trial. It means the standard legal process that is fair under the law for determining whether they're a citizen.
I think no, in that the original crime being that they came to this country illegally.
But that's what I'm asking you. The due process I'm asking if you would accept is, a man is walking down the street, the cops stop him. The due process here is, we must determine if he's a citizen or not. Should they do that?
They should determine if he's a citizen or not.
Under what process? Who do you trust to determine who's a citizen?
Border Patrol. I actually got pulled over by Border Patrol recently, and they did a great job.
Here's the problem. When you put a hole in due process,
is
why
I
don't agree with categorical exceptions.
She's making me a misogynist.
You put one hole in due process. Now the government, just by their own discretion, is going to put everyone they don't like in that hole.
If you have nothing, no. If you have nothing to hide, you should have no.
That's classic neocon language.
True. Yes, true. Yes, this is why we need the Patriot Act. Yes, there's no way Tim Pool agrees with that, right?
Language,
you have
classic
nothing
Patriot
to hide.
Act language.
Being pulled over by Border Patrol should be frightening.
What makes America great, right, is our structure, our Constitution, our way of life. So one of the people will often bring up to me the Carter Page FISA warrants that the Department of Justice got on Carter Page. You guys remember this, the Russiagate stuff, right? Those Carter Page warrants were wrongfully obtained. And you guys cared about them. Why do you care about them? You care about them because you don't want the government to intrude. This isn't even a matter of detention. It's not a matter of execution. I assume that you care. It's called a rhetorical. It's called, hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question.
Bro, you gotta come up.
Hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question. Hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question. You've heard of it? Wait. So yes or no? Yes or no? Have you ever heard of a rhetorical question? Dipshit. But yes or no? Have you heard of a rhetorical question?
Wait. We will ask you to come up because
that's 4 minutes for Dr. Nate.
Let's
I
wrap up.
don't think she had a good point. The Kilmar
No,
thing
seriously though, what
reminds
can you
me
say,
of the
Pisco, to the community of Silver Spring, Gaithersburg, these communities who have for the last 40 years been inundated with these illegal immigrants and dreamers?
Freedom. This is what I say. I say freedom isn't free.
I'm familiar, Grandis
every time we give
Eisenhower,
a trial to someone who's an accused rapist, an accused murderer, it costs the state and the people of Maryland a lot of money. But the reason we do that is when we don't, we live at the discretion. When we don't, we live at the discretion of the state. And you shouldn't be government bootlicking shills that just trust the government to do everything you want.
And while I can agree with the government shill stuff, what I will say is it's the only thing I heard there was it's not in my fucking backyard, so I don't give a shit.
That is bullshit.
Bro, that's exactly what he said.
That is complete bullshit.
Bro,
It's a cop-out.
I'm
Very
gonna
high
tell
level
you guys something
thinker.
I shouldn't fucking say. I've got property in the area with MS-13 now trying to occupy it. I had to fucking contact the FBI. And so I've got these liberals who don't live here, who don't know that there are gunshots, that there are people running scared, and they're saying, bring this guy back. Now, I'm a pause. I don't want false warrants or bullshit. The reason why I asked about due process under the law is for an illegal immigrant, if they're stopped like...
Hey, Grandis Eisenhower, you're unbelievably fucking retarded. None of that shit was illegal. You might have some moral disagreement with it, but that is fundamentally different than illegally depriving people of their due process and deporting them and not facilitating their return. You're unbelievably fucking retarded. Anyway.
You guys stopped by CBP. The law as it is now is an officer makes a determination if they're a citizen or not, and they have expedited removal, I believe, within 2 years. And I was talking to Myron Gaines about the other day. He was an ICE agent. He says, often, we lock them up, get a plane, they send them home. That's the due process. That's the due process. We don't need a criminal trial after we say get the fuck out.
Wait. Exactly. When did you hear me? I just want to be clear. When did you hear me say that we need a trial? In fact, I went and I said, JD Vance is a fucking liar because he says we're asking for trials. What you just talked about, this proceeding in front of a judge, and really for expedited removal, it's usually like not even default a judge. It's just an immigration officer. So we're not talking here about a ton of due process.
And I agree with that.
So all we're talking about here are minimum standards. They didn't even give a notice before they left. They're trying to say that
You're saying freedom isn't free, but you want them to stay here on our dime.
So it's a costly, right? Having freedom is having. Wait, you understand this? You understand this? Freedom is costly. The freedom of speech is costly. The freedom to bear, have guns.
Then make El Salvador pay.
Right? So what is Trump doing? Trump is not making El Salvador pay. Trump is paying El Salvador. Trump is paying El Salvador when really he is entitled under our own.
Grandis Eisenhower, I don't know if all those arrests were immoral. I was just saying you might have some moral issues with it. I would understand if you did. I would have to know more. I don't know if I would consider, expedited removal for people we suspect are terrorists to be immoral necessarily. But
own law, right? Congress passes a law. Congress passes the Immigration Nationality Act, and it says we're going to bind the executive with these rules. What good is our country? What good is our society if we don't follow the rules we set for ourselves? Surely we must follow the law.
I want to say something, and I'm curious to hear Will's response. Let me say something, and I want to hear Will's response to this. I love the founding fathers. They were brilliant people. They put together the best government we've seen. But
I love another man gay.
Now here's the issue. Here's the issue. They certainly did recognize emergency powers. They certainly did recognize when the executive would need to take actions that were considered probably extreme.
Expedited lockup without a trial. You are still, even if expedited removal, you're still entitled to not like a judicial hearing, but you have, like Pisco was mentioning earlier, you don't need a trial. You just need like it could be a hearing with like judges that are within the executive branch even, or like a panel of whoever.
Since it's throughout history. The challenge I see now is...
And again, the expedited removal thing is basically making laws that entitle people to a lower standard of due process. Trump didn't really do that. Trump has admitted that this guy, it was an error to do so. Like, it's not an error. Like, even if you disagree with expedited removal, Biden was legally entitled to do that. That is just not true of Trump, of this case, of the Garcia case. As the Trump administration has admitted. So, yeah, you're retarded.
Determining when we are facing an existential crisis and whether or not we're going to be like the Catalonians sitting on our hands like anarchists being like, well, we're being wiped the fuck out by invaders, but let's not do anything because we have a process to deal with. Or we're going to step to attention and say, I understand the moral qualms with this process, how things are being handled, but holy shit, how do we deal with narco gangs, cartels, etc., when they're actively killing people, they're invading our homes? And so the question is, at what point do these platitudes of democratic society, and I don't mean I want this to happen, my question is legitimately, at what points do we have to say, holy shit, the system failed because we have been invaded?
Okay. Well, Alex, I'm going to answer his question, then you can start. Okay. So the answer is that the Constitution provides that flexibility, right? Like the due process that we're actually talking about here in all this context isn't really constitutional. It's statutory. The withholding of removal is a grant by statute. The Convention of Torture comes from a treaty, but it ultimately is implemented by statute. Congress can change the law and change what due process is entitled to. And if they're
See, hear that, Grant?
Real quick, interject. Yeah. I hear this a lot, but it is not getting to the core. We know Congress doesn't fucking work. We know that we have a two-state majority.
We have a republic, not a dictatorship.
And I'm not advocating for one. I'm telling you that at a certain point, people start shooting motherfuckers.
By the way, people don't... Basically half of his audience and probably Dimple as well. Don't care. They don't care when Trump is authoritarian. They don't care. They think it's based when Trump acts like a king. They think it's based. Okay, drone strike in FISA court enjoyer. Yeah, true.
Because when the people who live in Maryland are like, MS-13 has shot a child in my neighborhood, they're not going to wait.
That's not what they're voting for. They voted for Van Hollen. They voted for. They voted for Van Hollen. They voted for Van Hollen.
You are misunderstanding.
Dude, the Dreamers voted for Van Hollen.
Yeah. So you want rule by minority. You guys want rule by minority.
No. I have hope. Okay, 2026. Okay, we're gonna get the House. We're gonna have the oversight committee. We're gonna. America's Constitution is overrated. I don't have strong opinions on whether it's overrated or underrated or whatever. I mean, I've said this before. I do really like that in America, our Constitution includes like the Bill of Rights, like the supreme law of the land is where our rights are afforded to us and not like by statute or anything like that, because other countries don't have that. And I like that about America, but.
No, let's pause. I am not prescribing anything. I am describing something. Right now, Congress cannot answer these questions for anybody, nor are the courts, nor is the executive branch. You've got people split massively across this country, near 50-50, ready to tear each other's heads off. And the idea that Congress will change something is a pipe dream.
Well,
I'm not saying I want it. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm saying what happens.
I mean, this is the reason. I mean, we might actually have a different interesting debate about the Alien Enemies Act at this point, right? Because this is where I would come back and say what Trump is doing to the Alien Enemies Act is right and just. The courts are overreaching, and so like Trump should continue.
Oh, no shot that he thinks, first of all, it's right for Trump to invoke the Alien Enemies Act. That is, Tren de Agua being allegedly, but not really even connected to the Venezuelan government, constitutes an invasion under the meaning of the Alien Enemies Act. And then what, the court, to argue that the court's not allowed to make that determination? What, like the court can't determine what constitutes an invasion or something? Is that going to be his argument? Is that going to be the judicial overreach here? Kill me.
But ignore the courts. Well, I mean, at a certain point, like the ignoring and defying the courts.
When you get rid of Senate and replace it with a proportional parliament type system, I would not hate that idea. I would not hate that idea. Yeah.
Is valid, you would say Trump, you should disobey that.
Depends on how depends on the reasoning of the Supreme Court.
If they say the president, we don't get to change your facts, just like the Texas. I don't know if you read the.
I read that Texas thing. If they use that logic, I actually think that should be defied. I don't think that the Supreme Court should have the authority to like determine what a war is. I think that's such an obvious encroachment.
So the answer is Trump should defy the Supreme Court.
On that question, yeah.
He should. I'm at the point where when Democrats called for packing the Supreme Court, I agreed with them. When Democrats arrested lawyers, I agreed with them.
What bullshit? You agreed with the Dems back in the court? Show me that.
No.
Show me that clip.
Whoa.
Show me that clip. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When the Democrats said we have 13, was it 13 federal, what are they called? Districts? They're not districts, right?
There's federal circuits.
There's 12 in federal circuits.
And there's only 9 justices. They said we'd add 4 more. I said, fuck yeah, we do, and Trump wins, baby.
Oh, that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Okay, all right, indoctrinate, guys. Indoctrinate. Before you go, how did George Floyd die? Will you tell him?
George Floyd. Oh my God, this is awkward, bro.
Because you're an African American. How did he die?
This is awkward also because
How did he die?
He overdosed.
He didn't. No.
Listen, wait. Let me just say this.
Yes. I want George Floyd. Yes, we still need to be talking about this. Yes, unjustly held. What's funny is I used to really support the Senate until I read the Fed papers and their justification for the Senate convinced me we don't need it. Lol. Based. The Senate at their time, by the way, was it wasn't even we didn't even vote directly for senators, right? It was just to represent the interests of states. Like it was a state legislator that voted on senators at the time, right? So I'd imagine all the justifications they had were about like states' rights or whatever, which are less relevant today. But
it's awkward because I stand here also known as the only black.
Okay, immorality fan. True. That's me. You support Biden even after he used his bully puppet to decry emergency powers. I don't. Do you mean declare emergency powers? First of all, I don't know what emergencies Biden declared. I think any of the COVID emergency stuff was done under Biden, or was done under Trump. Maybe Biden extended it, but Biden also ended it under him. NDAA, their terror imprisoned, terror suspected indefinitely, kill with drone strikes, and civil forfeiture. True. You misreading. He didn't? Okay. I don't know what you're on about then.
woman watching Timcast.
Yeah. Wait a second, no,
I'm gonna tell you something, okay? This guy was a fucking menace to society.
So when you overdose on opioids, do you struggle for life like this?
Have you ever seen
can do
Tweaker?
it.
Have you ever been to Baltimore?
So to be clear-
Whoa, you never seen a Tweaker? Where do you live?
Guys, wait. He had meth in his system too.
Fuck these people.
So I encourage you to listen to the testimony of Dr. Tobin, who was the pulmonary cardiologist in that case. He was incredibly convincing, and it was the agonal breaths. And when you die of a dose like that, it's like you're falling into a sleep. It's not like you're struggling for your life like he was. Yeah.
I just want to say, Derek Chauvin showed up after Floyd was already on the ground and engaged in a hold that he was trained to by the Minneapolis Police Department. And the defense, the prosecution actually argued on the continuum of force he was entitled to use more force than he used.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
I watched the whole trial.
They said,
I watched the whole. So to be clear, were they justified if they wanted to shoot him in the head?
No.
Why not? So would you say that application was deadly force?
I know.
The kneeling on the neck area?
Yeah. Okay. So after George Floyd stops struggling for his life because he's dead, is the application of force still justified after he's literally devoid of life?
Yes.
So when he's no longer, you're saying it was justified to use that hold indefinitely. Is that right?
I certainly didn't say indefinitely.
I'm asking you the question. Would it be justified to use that hold indefinitely?
Let me say this. I certainly never said indefinitely.
I'm asking.
But let me just stress, we're talking about kneeling on somebody after the fact. You didn't know what was going on. You showed up after the fact.
Why are these? Do you guys hear that? These people are so fucking loud.
And I will say this. There's, of course, degrees on continuum abuse of force. Chauvin showed up. He was already on the ground. He applied a hold that he was trained to do. I would argue it is fair to get him on some kind of negligent charge.
So he did do a crime.
All right, next.
He just said it. He just said you should get him on a negligent charge.
What I love about this guy is that he will take any morsel he can get and turn it into a fucking
you just said, right?
But you know this. Hey, since you are an attorney, you know that he has what is called qualified immunity. So
that's for civil matters. That's for civil. It's not for criminal. That's for damages cases and civil cases.
Why did the guy who simply held back the crowd go to prison?
Qualified immunity is
qualified immunity applies to civil damages cases, not to criminal matters.
Why did the man who was simply holding back the crowd go to prison?
Wait, no. Answer my question. Don't weasel out of it. All right? Don't weasel out of it. You just.
I say he didn't even use his bully pulpit to stand against those police policies. What policies? The deportations that you're saying he did. If he supports doing them, why would he use the bully pulpit to go against them? Isn't that such a double standard when you're not a fan of him while hating Trump? Why not hate both? I mean, I might have disagreements with Biden. I obviously do not agree with everything Biden did. I just think that Biden is significantly better than Trump.
You agree, first of all, you agree that you should have charged Chauvin with the crime. You just said it, right?
Oh, that question is pussy shit.
Wait.
That question is pussy shit.
Yeah. Why would he engage? Remember, it's funny, Pisco was saying that in response to Tim Pool, like not actually engaging with his question and like trying to weasel out of it. And now Tim Pool he tries to pull like an Uno reverse card when he's doing the thing that Pisco said it was pushy shit in the first place, which was not engaging with his question. But okay.
Get your ass off the stage.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. The guy in the beanie come up that's been going crazy.
We're enjoying ourselves.
Come on down. You come on down. Hurry up, dude. You got 1 minute. Guys, we only have a certain amount of time left, so we need to get this show on the road so we get as many people up here to debate. So go ahead. You got 1 minute.
So I don't understand why you're arguing to people in a community that they should bring criminals back into it. Like you argue things that you don't possess, like
shit.
a moral dimension. Like you don't
Isn't
give
this literally what this last girl said? Didn't they literally
fuck about America? You're on the side that kills children, 50 million babies in less.
Yes. What do I even like this guy? It's not like an actual good faith engagement.
Fucking years, 325,000 children fucking sex trafficked. Fucking 50,000 little girls had their because of the way your party fucking votes. You're leading us to a path that only leads in violence, and I want to know fucking why.
Yeah, so
sit down.
In the industry, we call that a gish gallop. So you just raise a bunch of different issues that are not topical: abortion, trans issues, and basically like.
If you talk like Destiny, then you'll always win the debate. True. That's my strategy, Corey. Every time. Yeah.
Tell to distract from the issue at hand, which is this just and should it be brought back?
Wait. I want to
riling up the inbreds.
Point of order. Gish gallop doesn't apply when we actually tell him he gets 1 minute unfettered to make.
Yeah, to whatever.
Well, you can still get your minute.
He doesn't understand.
You can still gish gallop in a minute time period. That's not really the thing he did, which makes it gish galloping, is raising a bunch of irrelevant points like abortion and trans issues while talking super fast. And yeah.
You still get your minute, but I'm just telling you, you're all over the place, right? So try to stay focused. The issue isn't. So would you agree that Kilmar Abreu Garcia has the right to the presumption of innocence of the people who accuse him of crimes? Yes or no?
Why are you continuing to argue positions that will bring society to violence?
So should there be a presumption of innocence? Yes or no?
Not getting engaged.
For an illegal alien? No, he's not fucking innocent. He's here illegally. Deport him. Why do you
not
want
what he
American citizens
asked.
to pay more fucking money to bring him back to deport him again? That's fucking retarded.
Should U.S. murderers get trials?
United citizens do. If you're an illegal alien, you fucking don't. The due process is, are you a citizen? No. Okay, get the fuck out.
Calm the fuck down.
No, don't tell him to calm down. Let him get
I'll
it
tell him to calm down. I'll tell him to calm down.
We love the passion, but we'll turn it.
Pump it up.
Don't listen to those lip guards or that lip guard. Don't listen to them.
I grew up with a loud family, so 8 or 7 is my regular.
We have a constitution. We should follow it. That's what being American means. We should follow the fucking
then the
constitution.
fucking Biden administration shouldn't have let 20 fucking million
What about his...
20 million, yes. 20 million number, yes. Let's keep citing that over and over. Yes, yes. Let's go. I'm so glad that's a mainstream figure now. Due process only for U.S. citizens, 20 million. Yep. Same thing every time with these people. Yeah, it's obviously not 20. 20 million is like the total number of illegal immigrants let in over the last 50 years. It's like I shouldn't say let in, that got in over the last 50 years. Like, this is a fever dream. I don't like any of these people based. It's U.S. citizens, not United citizens. Yeah.
So what about? So should we follow the Constitution or not, sir?
Die.
Yes. Okay. So the Constitution. So he just said we should follow the Constitution. If the Constitution says that these people do get due process rights, should we follow that?
So the Constitution.
Yes or no?
No.
So you don't think we should follow the Constitution when you decide?
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Me when I contradict myself with 3 sentences. Yes! I love conservatives. Yes!
Yeah, how about asking me why on my opinions instead of just fucking assuming like every fucking midnight leftist does?
This is a lot. So you said we should follow the Constitution.
Why
the next thing I asked him, I said, if it says that these people should get rights under the Constitution, should we follow? He says no. So explain that.
And so let me interject here, because I think I know exactly what
Let's
you're saying.
bail
When you
him
brought
out.
up
Yes,
Biden letting in
thank
20
you.
million
Yep.
immigrants.
Nice one.
As Bill Ackman stated, a country that lets in 20 million people unvetted, but then cannot remove them, will lose its democratic values. An untenable. Listen, I want due process for everybody. I want constitutional rights where they apply. I am scared and confused right now because we have an untenable situation with immigration caused by Democrats.
Is the stream, by the way, just unwatchable when I look at the snow? Because I imagine it would fuck up the bitrate super hardcore, but it might not.
I don't know what to do. So when you come out and say, we are now shackled to a system that will kill our country, I say, I don't know that anyone will accept that.
All we can do is tell the left to stop because you're leading us towards violence. You are leading the country towards violence. Fucking stop. Every one of your arguments is wrong and full of every fucking logical fallacy we could think of. Shut the fuck up. Stop arguing for fucking destroying our country.
So the enemy is within. The people who are destroying this country, are the bootlicking shills. The bootlicking shills who just trust the government, Listen, look.
Like fucking Democrats with the Biden administration? You guys didn't criticize a single fucking thing they did.
Guys. No one in this room trusts the government under the Biden administration.
True. You're
You
familiar
did. One
with
guy
his
did. All right,
work.
we're good.
Yes.
So the point is, when you say they're bootlicking shills, it's every 4 years the Democrats say you're a bootlicking shill, then 4 years later they're the bootlicking shills.
So just to be clear, the reason why we want to follow the Constitution, even if there are people you don't like, and you can raise a lot of things about people you don't like and why we should break the law to go after them, is we don't trust in the next 4 years. You're not going to get a president AOC. You're not going to get a president, whoever the fucking worst leftist is that you think. And now that you've made a road through the Constitution, you made a road for your own back, and they're going to come after you, and they're going to attack your First Amendment rights. You guys all understand this.
Maybe it's just a regular guy.
Whenever we have to stop it because you've been eroding it for centuries.
So the real enemies are those who would tell you to give up your country, give up the Constitution, don't follow it.
You took our fucking country with the Biden administration.
This is why I brought up the question before to hear Will. Will's like a very straight-laced forward. I'm a lawyer. I'll answer his questions. That's why I wanted to hear what he had to say about it. Here's my view. You guys know me when I was young. I despised the Bush administration. Obama came in, and before he did, I was like, everyone's telling me it's going to be different. Then that motherfucker killed a lot of people and spied on people. And the National Defense Authorization Act, indefinite detention provision. I said, holy shit, fuck these people. Then Trump ran against Hillary, and I said, holy fuck, this country is insane. Trump wins, and for the most part, I'm like, I don't care for this shit. Then the Democrats started losing their fucking minds with DEI. And weird fucking shit. And then Trump in 2020 said, I got no new wars. I'm setting a timeline for withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'm getting rid of DEI and government contracting. And I said, actually, this is pretty good. But what did they do to the man for those 4 years? They accused him of being a traitor to this country. Then after this, they started arresting his lawyers. They falsely accused him of crimes.
Yeah, definitely. But accused him of being a traitor to the country. I wonder what he did to be accused of that. Falsely, maybe it was all those false crimes he committed. Oh my God. Yeah, going after his lawyers who gave him brilliant advice, like overturn the 2020 election. Oh my God, bro. Like, yeah, why would they ever go after John Eastman? Why would they ever go after the people who orchestrated a false elector scheme?
They claim that a misdemeanor charge, which arguably could be a single count, was 34 felonies. They created a new law in New York so that a woman can say 30 years ago he sexually abused me. I can't prove it. I wore a dress from the future, and I had a magic key to open the door. And I'm sitting here watching numerous Trump lawyers get arrested. Now we're in the Trump administration, and they're begging.
Why are they arrested? They're literally like any of that. I don't even know how you could argue this fucking lawfare against Trump's lawyers, bro. Like, even if you have issues with they made it 34 felonies or whatever the fuck, like, they're not changing laws or whatever to go after Trump's lawyers. They are like you can read the text messages, but insert pick a Nicholas Decker. You can read the text messages of like Kenneth Chesborough and John Eastman, like literally saying that we're going to create these false slates of electors and we're going to cause enough chaos in Congress to have the results be sufficiently questioned so we can go to whatever contingent election. It's like, okay, it's like, how are you?
Me, please stick to decorum. Don't arrest lawyers. Don't arrest judges. Like, motherfucker, you did it first. You did this to us, and now we're upset and saying, what do we do?
Welcome to the Civil War you started.
Yeah.
All right, guys, give it up. Now, hey, what's your name? Say your name before you go.
I'm Nicholas Steinbrecher, lost and found on Discord. Also representing the Jamcast Discord.
What? He has fucking bro promoted his Discord.
Thank you, Nick. All right, now our next debater, their name is Cash.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to have like a quick point.
Did you agree with that Unhinged guy?
No, I mean, I don't agree with him, obviously, right? Like, he's a little more aggressive than I would be. But I think my substantive point would be that, like, much of your argument is, like, we really need to not open Pandora's box, and I would just say I think Pandora's box has been opened pretty darn tightly, you know, so.
All right, Cash, you got the mic, the floor is yours.
All right, guys, I'm warning everyone here. I am a libtard. I think I'm one of the only ones in the room.
Oh, my gosh, somebody gonna argue with me?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you, Pisco, for inviting
He
me.
needs a break. Of course. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Grab the mic and hold it up so we can hear you.
So I'm an American exceptionalist. I love this country. I love this Constitution. I think Pisco brought up this point. I mean, I can read out like the amendment that says that people have the rights to due process, regardless if you are a illegal or a citizen. I think that just needs to be cleared up first. That Pisco is the pro-Constitution person here. Every single person, I heard them screaming in the room saying illegal immigrants don't get due process. That is against the Constitution. Just to clarify that first. Second of all, I also think it's important to acknowledge that I trust that the U.S. government more so with processing someone that we all agree is probably a bad guy, Gilmar Brego Garcia, and some random prison in El Salvador. I think we have a good justice system, as many of you guys might disagree. It's crazy to me that you guys disagree with the six
good stream, not enough cleavage. Damn. Fuck. Hold on. No, I can fix it. Hold on. If I just look up boobs on Google, it's not gonna. Is that gonna come up with? I'll find a picture I can use.
Again, Supreme Court justices that said that we need to facilitate his return. Rule of law is very important in this country. And I don't know what you guys would be saying. I think Pisco hinted at this. If AOC becomes president and all of a sudden says that the January 6ers are a bigger threat to this country than illegal immigrants, then deports them with no due process, you guys will all be crying your asses out. 100% true. Base.
All right. Grab the seat, brother. Let me just respond to that. That already happened.
Bullshit. All those people got trials. Everyone in the jail. And then they all got due process. All of them got due process. And then these criminal terrorist insurrectionist thugs got let out by the criminal in the Oval Office right now, illegally occupying the office.
I would just like to ask a procedural question.
I just went to I searched it off stream. I'm just on the Wikipedia page.
To our lawyer friends here. If evidence is denied to the accused parties, is that due process?
Yeah, it wasn't denied. It would be a violation of due process. I mean, it wasn't actually denied. It wasn't actually denied.
Whether the evidence is admissible, right? And so,
and if it's admissible, it's a whole doctrine on Brady that would apply, and so I would need to know the specific facts. And also, I'm not an expert on Brady.
So, what do we have? 44,000 hours of footage? Not
this was a lie, and this was denied on the merits in the courts. So no.
That's not no.
Go for it, Will.
Okay, the actual real the best argument about the failure of due process in the J6 cases was the fact that change of venue motions got denied. There's no excuse that any of these trials happened in DC
when a crime was committed
in a 97% Democratic.
Who the fuck cares? You committed the crime in the place. You do the time there. You do.
Whoa! I thought you cared about fair trials.
Wait. So what did that happen?
That's not a. You don't. Oh, kill me.
It's a white guy.
Wait, doesn't the Constitution literally say that you have to be charged? I could be mistaken here. Doesn't it literally say that you have to be charged in the place where you fucking did it or whatever? Isn't that the whole? You have to be like in the same state and same jurisdiction. Isn't that the whole reason? The reason I am remembering this is because there was that like loophole with the Yellowstone Park, the whatever zone of death. Zone of death, Yellowstone, where it's like it's in Wyoming's district, but Idaho's territory or something. So you couldn't have a trial there because of the way the Constitution works. The U.S. District for the District of Wyoming, or District Court for the District of Wyoming, is currently the only U.S. District Court to have jurisdiction over multiple states by reason of its jurisdiction, including only Yellowstone National Park, which extends slightly beyond Wyoming's boundaries into Idaho and Montana. In this regard, the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction over the park, so crimes committed in the park cannot be prosecuted under any of the state's laws. Trials in district court are normally held at the federal court, and blah, 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 blah. But the Sixth Amendment decrees that the accused shall enjoy a right to a speedy public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. Now, I don't know. So D.C. is not a state, so I don't exactly know how the district courts work there. But I don't think it's necessarily improper to have people who did a crime in D.C. be charged in D.C. But
you don't want to be a trial anymore, do you? So doesn't the Constitution specify? Doesn't the Constitution specify that there is a venue provision that when you commit a crime, it shall be tried in the district in which it was committed?
Yeah, but that venue.
Yeah, wow. Why do I say anything when Pisco is just smarter than me and knows this better than me?
He was not defeated by due process and the right to a fair trial.
So there's a presumption that a jury is able to put aside their bias, their political bias.
Yeah, but that presumption is not absolute. What happens if a black defendant is facing a jury of all white and like the prosecutor's excluding?
It's a high burden to get rid of that jury.
I don't know. I mean, well, think about this.
Whoa. I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying it's a high burden to show that it's racially, unconstitutional.
I mean, you see, like if you look at the polling, well, I want to make this point because this is, I think, the key issue, which I think liberals elide all the time. You look at the polling on, like, for example, whether liberal parents would be happy if their child came home with a conservative partner to marry. They're not. And in fact, in general, this number is higher than in a world where, than cross-racial. So, I mean, I'm sorry, the way that there's polarization in this country between Republicans and Democrats, which is literally demonstrated by this room, and also a lot of, the things Deborah you've said about, the people in this room, is demonstrating that there's not a jury of your peers, and the J6ers didn't get fair trials.
Let me ask you another question. Is it due process if the prosecution uses information from after the trial happened to seek a greater sentence on the individual, based on speech of the individual?
No, why would
not necessarily?
That is not.
It gets to whether or not you have regret, whether or not there are factors of sentencing that you're able to, the judge has discretion to weigh.
Your speech.
That aren't. Yes. So, for example, I'll give you a case like Martin Shkreli. You guys know Martin Shkreli?
Of course, yes.
So Shkreli, and this is actually, I think Shkreli can be funny sometimes, but he talked shit about Hillary Clinton when he had his trial or something, and then the judge sentenced him more. Now you might disagree with that, but it just is the case that judges are allowed a great deal of discretion in sentencing, and that's our system. Okay, can I introduce kind of a new topic a little bit because I feel like we're getting doggone.
Yeah, you got less than a minute though. Go ahead.
Let's give him time.
We haven't had a liberal yet.
That's what I'm saying. We'll talk. Take cash. Say something. Gosh,
I think that Pisco hinted at, and I was kind of talking about this in my opening speech, is that what's important to recognize here is that it sets a precedent. These laws set a bad precedent. I think we should also talk about Mahmoud Khalil. I go to Georgetown. There was a guy that was in our grad department that got deported for supporting Palestine, literally just for supporting Palestine. I just want to hear the conservatives here that if AOC gets elected and designates Israel as a terrorist state,
it's funny too, by the way. All of these, I don't know, these people that typically don't care about it when people like Tim Pool are usually pretty critical of our support for Israel. I don't know about the other people on the panel. I kind of would presume Alex Stein is not pro-Israel, but
supporting a bunch of pro-Israel people. I'm Jewish. I'm pro-Israel. I'd be afraid that you conservatives have opened the floodgates 100%. For free speech to be completely violated. Wait, because Trump is breaking these laws. It takes two to tango with these laws.
I will answer your point. If you manage to get AOC to be president, and she, in her bizarre wisdom, not wisdom, right? But if she decides to say, you know what, if we think the IDF is a terrorist organization, you manage to classify it as such, and then you say Israelis who advocated on behalf of the IDF, she would have the authority to do so under our laws. She could deport Israelis.
She has authority to give them due process.
Bro. So I would argue that a large, I don't know the exact numbers, but the Trump base is split between anti-interventionist, bye-bye Israel, and pro-Israel. There's a lot of people who are pro-Israel, but when the argument you make about the conservatives, you're going to find a lot of them are more conservatarian, being yeah, I don't give a shit about Israel.
That's his point. He's trying to say.
They're not disagree. They're going to cheer you on.
No, we're getting a hypothetical.
Here's my point. I guess the fundamental answer is I'm happy with Khalil deportation. The guy hates our country. He's a guest. He can go home. Sorry, you want to go out there and be
I think people that ride in the Capitol hate this country more than someone criticizing foreign policy. All the green
I don't even know. I don't remember exactly the speech that Khalil was accused of. I didn't follow it close enough. Reniel might know, but I think initially he wasn't even alleged to have hated the country or whatever. They might have had more evidence afterwards, but I think it was literally just he was a member of a pro-Palestinian organization. I don't even think that they had evidence that he himself was passing out pamphlets or anything. But they might have come out with evidence of that by now. It wouldn't surprise me, but.
People on green card that destroy the Capitol should be deported immediately. 100%. That is the same Capitol. Hating this country. Hating this country. Some of them are not citizens that destroy the Capitol.
I got a question for Will. You said he's a guest in our country. Wait. He's a guest in our country. He hates our country, so we can deport him.
Yes.
And that is. The State Department has the discretion just to say, we revoke your visa. Mm-hmm. Is there a specific criteria by which you think they're required, or do you think it's unilateral? No, you're a guest. Get the fuck out.
Under law, honestly, the Secretary of State, there's a provision that was used in this case, which is the Secretary of State said, this guy's continued presence in the country is damaging to American foreign policy.
That is very vague. AOC's president.
I understand it's slippery slope, but I just think that's the law.
President AOC in 2029 says, Stephen Crowder, you are a guest in this country. Get the fuck out.
True. He's a citizen, so that doesn't matter.
Stephen Crowder's on green card.
Viva Fry? Viva Fry better start enjoying poutine again, because he's got to go back. I said he's got to enjoy poutine again, because he's got to go back to Canada.
So here's the question. question, right?
We love you, Viva.
Under that framework, Will, just a quick question.
Okay.
The First Amendment, relates to speech. It also relates to the religion clauses. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. So, under that discretion, what can the State Department say? Muslims, as a general rule, are damaging, prejudicial to our foreign policy interests, and then we're going to get rid of them?
That's an interesting question because I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's a statutory. I mean, I guess you could make an argument. I haven't really thought about
The question
that.
is, it doesn't matter what the INA says if it violates a right. Like this,
Right, but I think the Supreme Court's already resolved this. There's just not a First Amendment defense to removal, right? Like, I don't think there is.
Of course, we defend their right to speak on foreign issues.
I do really like this question because it also strikes.
Do you
at how do we
support
define
president
religion?
having a right to oversee investigations for nationally significant cases if he would use open source data? I don't really know what that question means. I honestly have no clue what the fuck that means. I don't know what that means, bro.
Legally, and if we're dealing with terrorist organizations, would we allow them to use religion as a shield for their extremist ideologies, or do we separate that legally?
Right, because that also if religion, free practice of religion, then it's like you can't. Maybe supporting a terrorist organization is a core religious belief.
Just be clear. So you're opening the door. Is it Caleb? Sorry, Cash. Sorry. As Cash said, if you're going to allow this big room, this big hole in the First Amendment for certain speech in favor of Hamas, now you're opening the door for if you're a Christian and you're not a citizen, we can deport you just because you're a Christian.
You
invaded the Capitol.
I
You're not a citizen.
want to say to you what you said. Just to answer your question, you said if President AOC, what you described, most people feel happened already with Biden.
And they're wrong. What do you mean? Wait, explain it wrong.
No, it's not wrong that someone felt that way.
Yeah, but okay, I feel that you're
Oh
wrong.
my
Yeah,
God.
And I do agree that you feel we're wrong. My point is, you said
you're saying nothing. I don't understand.
You said, how would you feel if AOC became president?
It's a way of asking the question. Obviously, you understand. What I'm trying to point out is the hypocrisy here. That of course, if AOC started deporting people,
the circumstance you described already happened.
No,
He's asking you to actually did. There were Israeli advocates of who were opposed to the two-bank solution, and Biden denied their visas simply on the grounds.
Whoa, denying visa is different than someone already in the country.
That's
a lie. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You're talking about it. You're making a false equivalency. Obviously, denying a visa is different. It is basically the same. You're intentionally misrepresenting a case for a political point. He could just be wrong, or he could just disagree with him. You're not lying. You're not lying.
I think I think he's right. Like, denying a visa is different than someone who is a lawful permanent resident in the U.S. being deported on the basis of their speech or whatever.
Let me tell you a story, and I want to hear your reaction to it.
Please.
There was a man and a woman in their mid-40s. Several hours after the events of January 6th, they were in D.C. They live in Maryland. They walked up on the backside of the Capitol where there was no violence and nothing was going on. The doors were open. There were no barricades. They walked up to the building. No police in sight. They walked into the building and looked around taking pictures and walked out after about 3 or 4 minutes. Should they go to prison?
It depends.
On what?
I love that answer. It depends. I'll say intuitively no, sure.
So they fucking did.
Okay, do you know what's great, though? Is that they now have due process and they're going to go through.
My point. My point was, what you describe about AOC going after people happened to people who bumbled upon the Capitol not knowing what was
Tim,
going on.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If AOC took that case and just deported them instead of getting due process, would you be more mad?
Deported American citizens. I would be mad, yes.
Okay, sorry. Do you understand? If there were two people on green card, like walking
I'll
out.
be mad.
Twitch doesn't like Zion Nazi. Not AOC was a far-right Zion Nazi. Now everyone is saying she's going to deport Israelis for opposing Hamas, SMH.
Says he wants to. You agree? He said he wants to do that, right?
The pro-Palestinians were protesting her. That's clear. Clearly, she's kill me. Is that aid blockade still going on in Gaza? By the way, is that still happening? I haven't paid attention, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, cool.
And it should never happen. And I will
So
always.
do you condemn him for saying it?
I condemn. Well, let me.
Multiple times.
Right. Let me say this.
You won't because you're beholden to the administration.
I want to try to help people understand things. So let me give you an answer. Piers Morgan asked me the other day, if Joe Biden did the things Trump did, would you praise him for it? And I said, no, probably not. You asked me before the show.
U.S. and Israel considering a new food distribution plan. The UN says it's unworkable. Working with Israel to go on a plan to deliver humanitarian aid. The mechanism is yet to be finalized, but the general idea is to establish a handful of distribution zones that would each serve food to several hundred Palestinians, according to two Israeli officials and a UN diplomat. Hopefully Hamas uses that aid after they steal it. Nice one, bro. Nice one, bro. Sister Abbott is going to be basically the same thing. To resume very soon.
Unhinged, right? Similar. And I said, the issue is that Donald Trump largely represents my moral worldview, which means I'm tolerant of his failings.
So morals mean you can violate the Constitution. That's what you're saying.
Let me finish.
Your morals, your subjective morals can violate the Constitution.
What I'm saying. Joe Biden largely represents things that are antithetical to my worldviews. This is not about whether or not someone could violate the Constitution, because I already told you Trump sending Americans to Secret is a bad thing. And
but you won't condemn him for saying it. Okay, so you condemn him for violating the Constitution. Just say yes and I'll leave it.
You are loading the question.
I'm not loading the question. It's literally, he violated the Constitution. Do you support it, yes or no?
We are talking about if he were to do something, not did he do something.
If he did something, we're asking you to condemn
Donald Trump sent American citizens to Secret, I would condemn him for that.
But he said he wants to do it, so do you condemn that?
I condemn those statements.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
100%. I also will tell you this. Donald Trump should be criminally investigated for the killing of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki's little sister in Yemen. He gets no free passes
from me, but we don't know for sure. What we do know is that Obama admitted to it. We know there's been accusations about Trump. My response is accusations warrant investigation, admission warrant something more.
And yet, when it comes to Trump administration officials and their misconduct, like Signalgate, for example, he'll say
that was an inside job.
So what he'll do is
with all due respect, with respect to your statements on Signalgate, and for time, I just don't. I understand Signalgate, but I don't think it rises to. I lay two things forward.
I don't think it rises to killing a U.S. citizen.
Obama admitted that his administration killed a 16-year-old American citizen. Neither of them were criminals. I don't want to muddy that with Signalgate because there's such a substantive.
Wait, Tim, I think you got sidetracked from your point on Piers Morgan, though. Were you going to finish that? Why do you think that it's okay if Joe Biden does terrorist, but Trump doesn't? Can you defend that to me?
That was my point. My
just
point
because
is
Trump is more moral.
let me
That's called moral inconsistency.
No, it's called. Listen. Donald Trump wants to secure our borders. Our borders should be secure. Donald Trump wants to enforce the law that I think should be enforced properly. Joe Biden was advocating for child sterilization, child sex change.
Yes, that was Joe Biden's number. You went to Joe Biden's website. Number one thing, it said HRT to older children so I can sterilize them. True. Yes, Tim Pool. Yes, this is the most relevant number one Biden policy. Woohoo. Yes.
I think are pure evil. Joe Biden took classified documents with him and explicitly stated.
True. And he wants to tell her report. It said he's too old. Do we at least get to hear that one as well? He wasn't charged because of too old, brain melting.
Because he wanted to write a book that he could sell.
And then he complied with the FBI when they asked him for it. Guess what Trump didn't do when he had documents?
And his ghostwriter destroyed the evidence, worried that it was something wrong. My point is this.
His ghostwriter, not Joe Biden.
You and everybody else in this country has a moral worldview. Yes. It is the utmost naivete to say, no, I don't, I'm on principle. Not true at all. Not true at all.
But that doesn't respond to... Right, come on, calm down. What you're saying doesn't really respond to what I'm asking. If you have morals, are some of those morals to say, not fuck up the economy with tariffs or violate the Constitution?
I'm pro-tariff.
You're pro-tariff?
I'm not pro-universal tariffs the way Trump did. I'm pro his selective tariffs.
I watched...
Tim Pool, presumably this is half ironic, but tweeted out ban all imports, had a whole fucking meltdown with the Brad guy when he was like, oh, China must, sweatshop China, slave labor bad, American wages going down because slave labor in China. It's like, okay, I guess, I don't know, maybe he's not pro universal tariff. He probably wants to exempt, I don't know, fucking, I'm trying to think who he would want to exempt. I don't think he particularly likes any other country. I don't know, but.
That Piers Morgan thing, you said Trump handled he asked about the economy doing bad, and then you were like, yeah, if Joe Biden did the exact same thing, I wouldn't defend it. What you're saying does not answer that question at all. You understand that, right?
Let me try and explain it again.
Yes.
The simplest way I can do it without going into the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, the Suez Canal, the Crimea, and all of the things we can talk about with Michael Zlochevsky, Biden's actions overseas. We don't need to get into that. Sure. I'll just keep it surface level and as simple as possible. Biden is for child sex changes. Trump
so that means that if he does something...
Let me answer your question.
Okay, sorry.
Now, do you want me to give you a 1-hour essay thesis on everything Joe Biden did that I think was criminal, wrong, and he should go to jail for? I'm trying to avoid doing that by saying very simply, what Donald Trump represents morally, as for America, is much more in line with my worldview. I can get into great detail on the Prisma scandal if you want me to, or Tony Bobulinski, or Devin Archer.
We should have a debate, by the way.
We
don't have that much time.
No, hold on. He wants to hear about the Qatar-Turkey pipeline. Okay, so in 2009, we don't want to go there, but I absolutely could. For the sake of time, I will just say this: Trump, in my opinion, universal tariffs doesn't make sense. I am skeptical of it, but I am largely biased in favor of Trump's moral worldview and hopeful that his administration has a plan that will bear out positively. That being said, I'm not entirely sure universal tariffs do. Selective tariffs I'm a big fan of because I believe, being a manufacturer of skateboards, I can tell you directly as an industry how free trade destroyed an industry and destroyed people's lives.
Okay, sure. I guess so. Joe Biden did respond.
Yes, antidote. Yes, focus on the localized cost. First of all, antidote, obviously, not actual data, which shows that trade is not largely responsible for the decline in manufacturing, but regardless, second of all, let's focus on the localized loss and not the broad-based benefits from trade, like the fact that everyone has access to cheaper skateboards and people previously making skateboards in the U.S. could now go into other jobs in other sectors, other higher productivity sectors, and that raises the U.S.'s average productivity and therefore our average wage rate. Jesus, I can't speak. Oh my God.
And now Joe Biden, with all the things he's done that I think are bad, were he to enact universal tariffs, I do not trust him because I believe him to be an amoral crackpot, so I would not give him the benefit of the doubt.
So what you're saying is that you cannot acknowledge when something is bad just because the person might have a good intention?
I literally said the tariffs were done poorly, and I'm skeptical of them.
Okay. Okay, you say you support universal tariffs, but when Biden does it, you don't.
I do not support universal tariffs.
Selective tariffs. Okay, Cash, get off.
Okay, sorry. My friend Alex and Max.
Thank you for coming up. That was great.
Thank you, Cash. Okay, hold on.
I love all of you. Just got to read the Constitution better. Much love.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, is it transgender?
It's also probably unconstitutional for Trump to do the tariffs that he's doing now, but we don't care about that, do we?
You have balls enough to come up here yet? I know. Well, then come and tell us about it. Come on, we only have a couple people. Come on, you don't get to come here and not say something. Oh my God! It's funny for not having a pussy. You sure act like one.
There's a certain amount of no's we'll respect.
I know. Okay. All right. Is that Tyler, right? Have you been wanting... No. What's your name in the hat? All right, did you submit, T-Bone? Okay, well then let's get the black dude. Come on down, T-Bone.
We know this guy.
I took a lot of notes. All right.
Yeah, all right.
So I want to go ahead and I want to go to your point, Alex. You were talking about Lake and Riley.
Yes.
Right? But also the entitlement programs. We forgot about that and about all the money that was spent through all the illegal immigrants. As soon as they came in, they had a bunch of I don't know if there's a bunch of cards with money on them, but I was at the airport. I believe it was last year, and I had somebody walk up to me, and he was an immigrant, and he said, and he talked to me in Spanish, and I knew a little bit of Spanish, but he gave me a bunch of here we go. He gave me a bunch of cash and was like, hey, can you help me get to New York? I just need you to buy a ticket. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. But he had a lot of cash, and he had a backpack on his thing, and he had this app on his phone. Now, do you guys remember about the
CBP1?
The CBP1 app, right? Anyways, so to my point, you said close the border, right? That will solve all the issues. But how do you get with the president before that sabotaged our own country and sabotaged our borders, allowing all of these other people to come in, and now you're telling the other president that no, you have to follow some sort of standard.
Sit down. Thank you. Good job. Great job.
People will use these examples.
How can you effectively undermine Republican claiming pro-trans group harm children? I am pro-trans. I support those under 18 transitioning. I don't know. Like, a lot of conservatives are just fucking dumb, so they're not going to believe any of the data that you cite them about anything ever. I don't know what the most effective thing to do there is. I don't know. I don't debate trans stuff that often. The most real story ever. True. Yes. We're still fucked as a country, dude.
And first of all, let's be clear. Some of these benefit programs are state-run. Some of them are federally run. And one of the reasons why these people are given benefits at all is because oftentimes they don't have authorization to work. Okay, when you're applying for asylum, you can get an EAD, but you have to wait a certain amount of time before EAD is an employment authorization document. You have to wait a certain amount of time before you can apply for EAD. And so in the interim, you're literally making it illegal for this person.
Yeah, but 20 million people?
What do you mean?
20 million people?
It's not 20 million people. The study, you would say, from Norway, I believe, has been discredited by its author. Which one? I don't have a stop manufacturing evidence. True, and I don't debate trans stuff that often. So I've not like looked into the evidence that much. But it's just like I'm just stating, if there is evidence that gender affirming care for minors or puberty blockers or whatever is beneficial, conservatives will never accept that. They will never.
So you're saying 20 million people cross the border illegal and have entered into the country. So I think that number is inflated. It's not true.
Let's say 10.
10, 15. So because it calculates border crossings that some of them are multiple times, and I just don't think it's a true estimate. But not everybody is a beneficiary of those programs. On net, once you give them EADs, these people are putting money into our entitlements. Literally, they're given tax numbers so that they can pay into things like Social Security and Medicare, and they're never going to get those benefits from those. So when you let them work, and I'm not saying that I agree with illegal immigration. I don't agree with illegal immigration, but it's just a function of the fact that otherwise these people are going to be like, I don't know, dying on the street.
Now, remember when we came on your show in Scrapjaw, and he was talking about how he went over to Springfield, Ohio, right? And it was a bunch of issues. Not
Oh my God!
What we thought was the problem, which was people were eating dogs and cats, whatever. But he was talking about how
yeah, remember when we lied about that? Whatever. That lie didn't matter at all.
There were a bunch of immigrants that had money that were paying for cars that didn't have licenses, that didn't have insurance on these vehicles, and they were wrecking these vehicles. Now the problem was those vehicles. He would take them back to his not to a shop, but like the yard where they tow, right? But they couldn't take the vehicles. Why? Because of these issues. So what exactly are we supposed to do when we have a president beforehand that caused all of these issues, and now we have to
I'm going to assume pay for that? Yeah. But it's also a function of we don't have the capacity to solve that, like the manpower, the labor, and the resources to rectify those problems.
But we do have the capacity for like $1 trillion in tax cuts.
Whoa, those are two different things.
So to be clear, like we say we don't have the
I mean, Tim Pool derails all the time as well, but whatever.
Capacity, but these terrorists that you say you don't agree with, they've wiped out a ton of wealth in this country. People are against them, and the numbers, his economic privilege is going down.
I feel like you're dodging the question entirely.
Let's assume that everything you're saying in terms of what the previous administration did was wrong, illegal, immoral, however you want to say it. Why is illegal immigration wrong? Can I ask you?
Well, can you do the same thing into another country? Can we go to another country?
No,
and say,
why is it wrong for someone to come into the country legally?
Oh, well, you see, exactly, because, hold on, guys. Well, we see why, right? Look at what happened in Italy, all right? You saw what happened on that island. They got ransacked by a bunch of people. There's only 7,500 people that lived there, and there were tens of thousands that just overran that entire island. Look at what's going on
I mean, I'm not familiar with this exact story, but I don't think, saying that, there are a couple thousand people who live here, and then we, like, fucking 10x the population of refugees. Yeah, you might have some problems with that if you do it in a super short time period, but I really don't think that's applicable to the U.S.
in the UK with all the
Springfield,
statutes.
Ohio, pet raccoon was caught handling a meth pipe based.
Look at what's going on in Canada with all the issues that are going on.
So is the I'm hearing crime. I'm hearing economic
guy's
considerations.
rad
and
as
fiscal
fuck.
impact. So Trump, for instance, has said he wants immigration. He wants more immigration. He just wants it to be legal, right? You've heard him say that.
Legally.
So. And in this country, we have really low unemployment, record low unemployment, even now. Still, the jobs report that we just got was better than expected. So there's a labor shortage in this country in terms of the economic impact.
That's true.
Trump wants to bring in. Trump has said that he wants to give green cards to people who complete university in this country. So he's at least as Trump says it, he's okay with immigration. He just wants it to be done legally. If your problem, I just want to finish the point, then I'll let you guys go. If your problem with immigration at bottom is that it's illegal and disorderly, then your problem is the illegality, and therefore you should be just against illegal actions by the states.
So let me answer why illegal immigration should be illegal, right? First, that seems redundant, right? It's illegal immigration is when you come to this country outside of our laws for properly managing influx of new people. The reason why we made it illegal, I can give you a real-world example, which is Sweden, for instance. A lot of these countries are bringing a lot of immigrants in because of their low fertility rates. Is going to cause labor shortages and economic crises. In the 90s, Sweden brought in a bunch of, I believe it was Somali refugees. These refugees were not properly integrated, and this is not to say that they were forced to, it's that the country failed them. What ended up happening was the refugees that came in legally were told, best of luck, welcome to Sweden. So what did they do? They formed enclaves, incidentally, not intentionally. People want to live next to each other because it's familiar, it's easy, and if you're going to get a job and provide a service in your community, speaking the language makes it a lot easier. After 20 years, this resulted in a very serious cultural problem. The children of these refugees were considered Swedes, but in their home country, they were not considered Somali. They had no home to go to, but the Swedish natural native population would not give them jobs or opportunity. What happened? They created areas of the country that were, I guess, say, skeptical of the outside.
Like at best, you're making an argument for better assimilation, and like it doesn't seem like the U.S. has had, I don't know, these same problems with the number of even if the probably larger number of Hispanic immigrants coming over. But a lodestone. I don't think I need this many flint and steels, but I also don't need. I don't need that. Fuck that.
Authority. This resulted in police getting attacked.
What's up,
it resulted in
Chicken
intergang
Jockey?
conflict.
Welcome back,
There was a
buddy.
grenade thrown in I believe it was 2017 onto a balcony that killed an 8-year-old British tourist. The culture that grew in these communities was entirely separate and isolated from the Swedish community because they were not properly brought in. And so, why do we make it? We want more legal immigration. We want to make sure that when people do come here legally, because we do,
an
we do
argument
labor
for
shortage and
Europe
fertility crisis, they come
liberalizing
in a
hire and fire
timely and
people.
orderly manner
True.
where we can track where they're going, which communities can handle them and which cannot. But when, let's say, even 1 million people come across the border unchecked and we don't know where they're going, this can result in, I can call it intercommunal violence. So you run into conflicts like whether or not the story of cats being eaten is true. You get the local population in Springfield,
Are you
Ohio,
still scared and
were
shivering?
livid
Yep, buddy.
complaining about this. Or you end up with, when I went to Sweden, one of the most fascinating things that I saw was local Swedish guy, who I think was in his 20s, told me he was terrified to go to these neighborhoods because he would be murdered. And I thought that was nuts. And I freely walked about these neighborhoods with no issue. But there was still a fear of interracial and interreligious conflict because of a lack of assimilation and integration.
I was not being
So for
ironic.
economic reasons,
You caught
for
me.
cultural reasons, and to preserve the moral tradition of our country, our democratic values we do think are important, we say, guys, one at a time, right this way, please don't cheat.
Yeah, but so the problem there is, so there's a reason we have these laws. These laws are in place for some of the policy reasons that you've outlined, and the problem is when you violate that, you're both violating the law, but you're infringing on America's sovereignty, right? America passes laws through our methods, democratically. It's an expression of American will. It says
frog as hoodie based. Oh, you said crazy frog hoodie. That would have been more base, but
these amount of people can come here and no further, right? You can apply for, a green card under these conditions, but not the other conditions. You can apply for.
He's talking about assimilation, though. But aren't you arguing that we need to increase legal immigration, right? His argument was, here's all the problems with immigration. You're like, well, if you only have a problem with illegal immigration, then we should just make more of it legal.
Well, what I'm presenting to him is that Donald Trump has said that there are a lot of benefits to legal immigration. That legal immigration would benefit the economy. Right. That we do want these people, right? So I take it as a given that you agree with Trump on that, and that you agree with his policy rationale on that. And so it seems to me like the biggest problem that people have here is they're cutting the line. They're doing something.
Well, and they're not paying taxes. You have a two-tier justice system. Okay, we only have time for one more guy.
he just explained they are paying taxes, dog. He just explained once they have work authorization, they get tax numbers, they pay taxes, they pay into Social Security, they pay into Medicare, and they're never gonna get those benefits. So they're like almost all like net positives. And there's also indirect effects. There's a 2020 study from Minneapolis that was like, when you take into account like the indirect effects of like increased labor supply from immigration, which allows companies to expand easier, say from lower construction cost or whatever, because there's more construction workers. It seems like that actually creates enough economic activity to compensate for any drain that they do have in the short term or whatever. But
Guys, so great job, T-Bone. Now, the guy in the suit. I know the guy in the suit's been wanting to be here all night, okay? So you got 1 minute, guys. This is our last one. I'm sorry we didn't get to you. We only have a limited amount of time, unless you guys want to do one more after this. But say your name, and you got your 1 minute start.
My name is Andy, and thanks so much for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to address what Tim said regarding the existential crisis of it all and the relations of the Alien Enemies Acts and whether or not that's being applied far enough with Venezuela. I'm going to make some seemingly wild claims because this stuff hasn't been reported yet. But as far as Venezuela's role, the World Social Forums on Migration were 8 global conferences since 2005 that planned the weaponization of migration against the West, sponsored by Venezuela.
Glad we saved this guy for
They
last.
essentially organized and networked
Glad we saved like the
NGOs and groups
ultimate fucking conspiracy theorist here for last. Let's go. Let's go.
that facilitated the migration crisis. So whether or not immigrants are Venezuelan or not, since Venezuelan proxies, by the definition of the OAS and the U.S. Congress, helped facilitate the transfer of these immigrants, aren't all immigrants that came in as a result of a hybrid war effort alien enemies and enemy combatants?
No, by definition.
sir.
The Alien Enemies Act, yeah, right. No, the Alien Enemies Act allows you to designate like a foreign country, and then only citizens only. No shit, Sherlock. No, bro, do you think I just said that invasion isn't in the statute? What do you think I just said? Literally, do you think I just said invasion, physical incursion aren't in the statute? You think I haven't read the statute? No, yeah. So what I said was, what I said isn't contradicting by what you just said. What I'm saying is that you have to designate a country that's it's invasion. Oh my God. It does.
So
You have to designate a country. So
no goes
and that
Sharia
country
law.
is, you can deport, detain, and send out people of that country, citizens of that country, whether they're here
CBB
legally or
one
not. A foreign entity, yeah, you have to designate one. So the proclamation that Trump issued only applies to Venezuelan nationals by definition. And so no, it doesn't apply.
I understand that. What I'm arguing is that other immigrants, by virtue of whether they're Venezuelan or not, are playing a part as weapons in Venezuela's hybrid war.
So do you think that so then you'd have to designate every country as being part of the invasion? And
so then so be it.
Okay, so that's how the current proclamation says. So when Trump wants to say that the whole world is invading us and issue a proclamation to that effect, I'll address it.
I mean, I think the problem is that's so attenuated from the underlying,
100%.
right? Like, is that, and also it would swallow up every other part of immigration law. Like, basically, it would.
You can deport anyone here legally or illegally for any reason.
Right. So I think that as a result, I don't even know if we actually disagree that much.
No,
Like,
no, they
probably disagree on whether or not there is a incursion.
Even Americans, white people, Christians, everyone's got to go. Nobody can stay.
But just be clear, so if the Supreme Court were to uphold Trump's power under the Alien Enemies Act in this case, he could deport any Venezuelan, whether they're here legally or not. So if they're here legally, you can get rid of them too. The Alien Enemies Act is a very powerful ability for the administration to get rid of any alien, and that means any non-citizen, really.
I do think that, just real quick, we can interpret however the powers that be interpret. I mean, whoever's in charge interprets it the way they want, they enforce it the way they want. And I really do feel like whenever we have these debates, and I feel it's a lot on the culture war, I'm like, we're sitting here acting like we don't understand these laws all the time, because maybe we don't. 2 different sides, 3 different sides, different political factions, all saying, no, the law means this, no, the law means that. And it's really, at its core, my moral worldview would be this, no, my moral worldview would be this, and the law is less material to the argument.
Let's say that I cede the fact that, okay, it applies only to Venezuela. Well, then all of their proxies, which, again, you can demonstrate that these groups that facilitated migration are, under U.S. and OAS definitions, proxies of foreign enemy states. Shouldn't they be prosecuted and jailed under the...
for what crimes?
For Foreign Agent Registration Act. They're acting as proxies of foreign governments and not stating it. So, seditious conspiracy, RICO, since this is a hybrid war that carries all 12 dimensions.
Bro, the guy actually believe what there's no way he even believes what he's saying, right? This guy, he's troll. This guy's a troll. He's
a hybrid war. I shared some research beforehand, and I hope you look.
Yeah, so under FARA, you need to have so if you have specific evidence that they're failing to register and engage in some kind of lobbying effort, and you can.
We're gonna. I don't even like are all the fucking 20 million migrants. Or you want to say all 20 million, but are all the Venezuelan asylum seekers? They need to register with fucking FARA. Oh my god.
Individuals, I guess. FARA also applies not just to other countries, but to foreign principles, and so that can include like foreign. One of the reasons why we should have the Burisma conversation at some point is that Burisma would be considered a foreign principle.
I feel like Pisco is doing really well. I mean, most of there's like been 20 separate debates, right? Because it's like they're basically inviting people up for the audience to speak for 5 minutes. I feel like Pisco has done really well. Yeah. I'm gonna be biased because I'm a liberal, obviously, but I feel like he has had a better understanding than all these audience members. I feel like he has demonstrated to Tim Pool, and Tim Pool has conceded even that he's wrong in a few things. I feel like the other Alex Stein is Alex Stein. He's a fucking troll. The other lawyer dude, I think is obviously Pisco's strongest challenger, but I feel like even him, Pisco has done pretty well navigating arguments against him. So
under FARA, and that's one of the issues of the Hunter Biden situation. So I can see it.
I said this early in the stream. I'm so happy that for when I was on Hippy Dippy, Alex Stein did not show up. He was supposed to be on the same panel as me. I'm so happy. He fucking ghosted that panel. I did not want to talk to him.
cognizable case if you can show me the evidence that the specific individuals involved should, are failing to register as foreign agents.
Citizensintelligence.net
has a downloadable PDF with 600 sources.
I don't think you could either, man. You gave me the definition of materialism, like, looking at fucking, looking at facts and data. You literally said materialism was looking at data or whatever, which I don't think is how Marx defined materialism, but all right. Individualist anarchism is the highest form of Nazism. It's basically Zionism. After this debate is over, you should read Marx. I'm definitely not going to read Marx on stream ever, but no, I didn't say this. I could pull up the clip.
Is it 150 pages long, and it's free along with network maps.
Can I ask about the moon necklace?
It's a pig tusk from Vanuatu. Pigs are considered sacred there because this is like mining your own pig coin. The more they curl, the more they're worth. So they pull the top teeth so the pig tusks continue to curl. And if you got a pig with a triple curled tusk, it costs somebody a pig just to take a look at it. There's a YouTube thing called Vanuatu's Piggy Bank that's like a 15-minute Australian.
This guy is insane. Okay, all right, get off. Wait, we're almost done. The guy with the sunglasses in the back. Well, you've been looking at me all night. Come on down. What do you do?
The microphone already though.
I know, but I'll just hand him mine. What do you just come up here? Okay, what you've been looking at me creepy? You in the so one guy in the sunglasses. Hurry up. We only got 1 minute. I can already tell this guy's gonna be weird. Here, take my mic. What do you want to say? Stand back there.
I do have a quick question about
one question.
Okay, constitutional rights. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but if an illegal immigrant were to come here, would they have the constitutional right, like Second Amendment rights, to buy firearms?
I think they do, yeah. The Constitution is very clear when it refers to persons and when it refers to citizens. So we had this conversation. I think you agreed with it.
Yeah, I mean, and it could be an issue of how they've changed, like, when the 4th Amendment was made, it draws a distinction between the rights of persons and the rights of citizens, but I would also add that creates an abortion issue for you if you do accept that argument.
I'm not actually sure either of you are right about this. Wait, so for example, it says the security of, so the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and that's people, and other parts of the Constitution, including the requirements for president, the requirements for Congress, it refers to U.S. citizens, and in the privileges or immunities clause of the 4th Amendment, which is what he was referencing, it refers to...
Okay, I hear all that, right?
Well, where's
Clearly,
John?
under current law, we have a lot of restrictions on aliens and what they can say that would infringe the First Amendment if applied to citizens.
I
So,
think
even espousing support for terrorism is sufficient to get you your...
Well, that's being litigated right now with the Mahmoud Khalil case.
Right, but I think you're going to lose.
We'll see.
But my point being that, like, if that's true, then I think you could say that an illegal alien could not be imprisoned for, a crime that would not be a crime for an American citizen, but they could be deported.
Interesting.
Right? Like, you could make it a condition of their residence.
One of the big problems with having this carve-out saying that rights don't apply to illegal immigrants, then the rule, that exception swallows the rule, and now all of a sudden you're going to be saying, and I hope you don't say it, is are you allowed to search without a warrant, in an unreasonable search, let's say, of an illegal immigrant's house because they don't have Fourth Amendment rights?
No,
but that's a right of the person against the government doing something to them, right? In the same way that you can't imprison in the same reason you can't imprison an illegal alien without due process, but you can deport them.
Yeah, but the Second Amendment has been interpreted by the Supreme Court to the delight of gun owners to be an individual right, right? That's the big win in Heller, is it's not just a militia-based right. It's an individual right to bear arms.
But so is the right to free speech.
So and the right to free speech is as well. And so if there's an individual rights component to the Fourth Amendment that protects you against unreasonable searches and seizures, surely, and it applies to people and persons, and there's a distinction between persons and citizens in the Constitution, we should read that into the Second Amendment.
But I don't think that quite, the analogy doesn't work, because the distinction that we're always talking about, these First Amendment cases and in the Second Amendment cases, is this criminal punishment versus removal.
Correct.
And I don't think that is even in the ballpark of what's going on in the Fourth Amendment, right?
So do you think, but hang on a second, so we're not just talking about criminal punishment when it comes to immigration matters. So the First Amendment, for example, applies to if you want to get a liquor license and you're a Trump supporter, imagine that the administration says something, or the Democrat administration says, you don't get a liquor license if you support Trump. Or you guys complain about the IRS, right? So let's say that the IRS institutes a policy that says something like, we're only going to do IRS audits of Trump supporters, right? Let's say they instituted that policy. So they didn't do that policy. But let's assume,
de facto, that's what
take the hypo, right, bro? Don't be less mad, right?
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
How are these people lost
let
the
him
plot?
finish, guys. We're about to end this. Let
man.
Mr. finish. That's a situation in which an investigation isn't a criminal punishment. An investigation isn't a criminal punishment. The denial of a license isn't a criminal punishment. But these rights still have, First Amendment, for example, still has purchase, even though it's not a criminal punishment. The Second Amendment, there could be some gun legislation that doesn't apply in the criminal context. It would still have purchase.
I want to just add, I do think I would like to hear a clear answer from the courts on this.
Tell crowd yappers. They said they encourage the crowd to do that. That's part of the appeal of the show or whatever. They're entitled to do that. They're supposed to do that.
Mean the body of citizens, or does it mean all persons? Because when they did draft the Fourth Amendment, it draws a distinction between what makes someone a citizen and what rights a person has. They're distinct.
I'm pretty sure non-citizens are protected under the Fourth Amendment, under Supreme Court precedent.
If it wasn't that way, you could, as a punishment, torture non-citizens.
And I think that's right. I mean,
oh gosh.
Anyway.
All right, we're going to end on that, guys. Thank you guys so much. Give it up for yourself. This was the first pilot episode of the Culture War Live. Give it up for Pisco. I don't know if anyone says that. Give it up for Will Chamberlain, our debaters, and of course Tim.
I'm here to say goodbye to everyone. It was a beautiful show. Shout out Tim. Fucking rock and rolling.
Yeah.
Pisco, gentleman from the left. We came by the show. We appreciate you, sir. Yeah, Eddie has a couple guys in the crowd, and one of the gentlemen came up there, Mr. Cash, so that's fucking rock and rolling. We love that. Next time, we want more lefties. If you're watching, feel free to come in. It's a good time. Absolutely. The better debates, the better, right? Yes, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Share the show with everyone. Smash the like button, subscribe.
Okay, wow. Total Pisco W. Again, I feel like even the other lawyer, oops, that's the wrong thing. Pisco did a good job navigating. God, I hate Tim Pool. God, I hate how much Tim Pool fucking derails into the most. Obama, drone strike, 20 million. Obama, drone strike, 20 million. FISA. Didn't Tim Pool get millions of dollars from Russia? Well, welcome to stream, Soulless Death and Despair. I don't know if it was quite millions, but yeah, he did get funneled money from from Russia. Allegedly didn't know it was from Russia, but you know, maybe he just you know, thought Edward Gregorian was a truly generous man. All right. Anyway, it's late for me, okay? I've got places. I have to edit shit. Head over to JC, I guess. Or Modi, maybe? Do you want to go to JC? I'll send you to JC, I think. As much as I love Modi. Anyway. If I can find him. Modi, beef is happening? Beef is happening on Modi? I don't know. Whatever, I'll send you to Modi then. Sure. Okay, head over to Modi on Twitch. On YouTube, is anyone streaming? Oh, Reniel's streaming. Going PPG VC later? Maybe. If he's talking about something interesting, maybe. But I don't know. I don't know. I think I have stuff to edit and things to do. Anyway, I'll be streaming. Love you guys watching the stream. I'll see you guys. Maybe not tomorrow. I left PPG's Discord, I heard. If not tomorrow, the day after. Tomorrow, I think I have a ton of videos to edit by now. So I'll see you guys. Yeah. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Go watch all the edited epic debates and everything. Who is PPG? A like leftist streamer, insane dude. There's a lot of lore behind him. Anyway, I will see you guys